when I'm feeling down. So one time I did an open mic and I just the next day called my brother and I was like, James, maybe he goes, yeah, maybe you're not. Maybe you're only funny to like your family. It's like, okay, thanks. Can you put Dad on the phone? So my dad gets on. He goes, "Hi, Gene. How are you doing?" I was like, "I'm okay, but I got a speeding ticket." And he goes, "What? What? You are screwing your life up, aren't you? Son of a bitch! Are you in porno?" What? No, I'm not in porno. You need to come home, damn it. You need to come home and be a nurse. So now when I'm feeling down, I just keep my feelings inside. I don't call them. I don't miss them. I don't thank you. Exactly a minute. Yeah, oh, I ain't even out here. I've been on here about a year. I've been doing this about 6 months. I'm from Indiana. Southern Indiana. Oh, really? I know, it's so bad. There's a comedy club there? There was a club. Is it the Funny Bone? Okay. And it was terrible. I'm very sorry that you had to experience that. You go to that, I did. It's not my worst experience. I showed up to the gig and there was a guy like me on the stand-up. What's that all about? They said, everyone here is in a raffle and a ticket to the Super Bowl. And right before you go on stage, they're going to select your winner. And I said, you mean after? They said, no, before. So right before I go on stage, they give this guy the Super Bowl tickets. And everyone else is in a shit mood. Because they just lost. So to get Super Bowl tickets, fans. And I walk up and I'm a dick, so I just went, "What's up, losers?" And it was not fun. So it's really good that you started comedy out here and not there. So sometimes I don't know, do I? There's still time. You've only been out here 6 months. But no, he worries about me a lot, and he always jumps to the worst. So sometimes when a person punches me, they want to hold me. And the way they're punching me is like pointing out something that I'm doing wrong. And other times, there you go. I think you're fine. Wait, that's just a sound effect this whole time? I thought we actually had that. But they don't intend to punch me. It was genuine. It was stuff that their intention is really just sometimes it can be actually positive to point out something I've done wrong in an effort to hopefully allow me to become better. Or sometimes it's just a person says something, a lot of times people say things, they don't even think about the impact of what it is that they're saying. What we have regarding Amulia, we so possibility one is the person who says something with the intention of hurting. So they point out something I've done wrong, and the only intention of doing that is to cause me pain. Possibility two is the person who just says stuff. Sometimes when I do this stuff, and you're like, you're just making a statement. You're taking things that have to do about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something I've done wrong, but their intention is actually to help you. Their intention is actually to benefit you. Their intention is to point it out in order to release more of the actual effect on the second. It is a it's not a review. Let's do this review. You see a fellow who's doing something wrong. You do want to point it out, but what's the point of that if you want to repeat such a strong word? what's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. And so I want them to be able to engage in course-correcting activity. That was the logic. Ukidon, Shahaya Mokipo, Umatic, Musr, Amaisa, Hare, the arguing is Sai, so what's the bottom line? Right? So rather again, right, we have two scenarios. We'll call him Reuben. Reuben is coming and pointing out something I've done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me. Motivation two is hard. He doesn't have any motivation. Sometimes people just talk. Unfortunately, people just talk for the sake of talking. Number three is that he cares about me honestly, and is pointing out what I've done wrong because he's hoping that it is pointing out that is fueling me in my effort to do that. And interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's often the result? I'm hurt. Right? So again, I always say, I think you might see the spirit, I teach them anyway every day. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. Whether the motivation was negative motivation, positive or the motivation is positive, at the end of the day, no one really likes overdoing something wrong. And often it's just a hurtful experience. Look what you got. In culture, aside from some of the lots of yoga, you Dios parecía mal, parecía a mi ejes la casmis las maos y ya se go libro mastar a la voz. You know this which is good. And she says, be very careful when you hurt someone by something they've done wrong. Because in your efforts to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. You being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So, okay, let's see. So I'm going to tell Ruben, you know, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention, again, is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be harmful, or whether my intention is to be kind. The subject says the moment you go ahead and point out the wrongdoing of someone else, it's the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you, even more clear. With the rebuker, and the Bible says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and call someone else, whether again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at their life. Let's have a look at their life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben, I'm really disappointed to see how much fucking hurt. I really, it's terrible. I don't really go out and speak much to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's an initial effect. That's the therapist on the step, huh? Ruben is going to be a bit sorry. Ruben is going to be a little bit rough, a little bit crushed, because no one didn't know they were doing something wrong. So whether my intention was purposeful, whether my intention ultimately was hurtful, or whether it was shallow, at the end of the thought was okay, now I want you to Ruben, through my review, let's have a look at you. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again, you're getting most of our question. Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. As I said, now as I keep it as I speak it now, this is the important Kama Usadila, Shafini Nana Loala. What one literally looks at is, have I ever transgressed the Adira for which I am giving someone else mercy? This is a very, very profound idea. What the subject of the study is that you show that before he was weak and how other people had to get their house in order, make sure your personal home is important. Because it looks like, now again, there is a, okay. I said, I want to grow 3 more inches. So you see, which by the way, is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But it's something you think, like, think about a world in which everyone stops looking point out the faults in the other, and instead use all of that thought inward. That's, again, now what I want to point out is something very important, is obviously there is a mitzvah d'oraisa of Hokiach Mitzvah. There is a mitzvah, right? There is a mitzvah. Again, in other words, it would sound like it's yelling, right? But the mitzvah of when I see someone doing something wrong, I like to point it out, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of sometimes this is a hard time parenting. Sometimes you do have to go ahead and be mohiach your child, even if the area in which you are reducing your child is an area in which you are highly imperfect. Because again, remember, the whole point of Hokaha, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent wants. You want to say that there is a natural, a natural jealousy that exists between people. With certain exceptions. One of the exceptions is one's child. I am not jealous if my child becomes more successful. In fact, again, whatever, right, the greater success for the parent is if your child is succeeds. That's the greatest success. So again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end, maybe I still have to give that review. But at the end, he says himself, on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and make you ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, am I myself? Am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that area? Because what ends up happening is the guilt that I deliver to another becomes very open for divine judgment of me in that particular area. We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in the next interactions.
Especially because Shazam fucking does it. Yeah. That's worse. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that? Yeah, I want therapy. Get up there and talk about your day. You know, something funny happened today. Like tomorrow you can do a joke about how last night I did a fucking shitty tragedy. Oh, you see that? You see how funny that is? Thank you. I'm glad you said it. I didn't want to say it. Nobody knows. He fucking knows. Especially when you start attacking someone in the audience in 40 seconds.
We are starting.
Just talk about your day. You're funny. You're relaxed. Just get some material. Yeah, I really didn't expect to go on tonight. That was quite a lot. You said that, but you did sign up for the show. You're going to get your constant life support. It's like, fuck, I didn't expect to drive.
He's putting on time to pass that time.
Like, I mean, I know in the Academy Award deep down, you're hoping you get voted. So don't come up and pretend you don't want to be here. We know this. You're here for a reason. Oh, yeah, definitely. No, me personally, I get it.
Remember,
thank you so much. That's Amir Khalil. Thank you, everybody. Amir Khalil Comedy on Twitter. That's at Amir Khalil, K-A-L-I-L Comedy on Twitter. Fuck yeah. Kirk and I just did the Travers Fest. You were there with me.
Traverse
City, correct? Yeah, in a winterland. We had a lot of fun, right? There was laughter. A lot of That's right.
We're taking a bottom of Facebook and
It's creepy when you go to a place that's on the East Coast and you're having that much fun with the comedy festival comedians because all of a sudden you feel like you have a very serious problem when you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning. First thing the night before it was 2:30 in the morning, and it's like you look at the clock, you're just like, God, we're still having a blast at 5:30. First off, geography, Michigan is not on the East Coast. It is more than that. If you're drinking at 5:30 in the morning, it's 5:30 in the afternoon. Nevada's on the East Coast. You're gonna get that fucked up. Because the time zone thing, right? East Coast talks about the free situation it's still not on the East Coast. It's Chattanooga is the East Coast is the same time zone as Michigan. The East Coast, depends on how far you want to go east. Like I'm about as far east as I'd like to go. So this is East Coast. And it really is. And this was the inside joke all weekend with Kirk. He kept doing that at the most perfectly timed moments. You know anything about Kirk? He's a fucking timing guru, so he'll sit on something for a while. Hey, I bet you have been, because you kept hitting me with that. It made me literally, my knees buckled so hard at one point we were walking back to the hotel. You have tiny knees. He fell in the snow and then jumped in the snow. He was having so much fun at one point. But the fun fact about the East thing, though, Chris, is that like our perception. One thing that I've been looking at recently on these crazy learning websites is that like Cleveland, Ohio is further east than GF. And I learned this on RedTube. Cleveland, Ohio is further than Florida. And Pittsburgh is further east than Orlando. And that was information which is right on the almost to the complete East Coast. But because it's a fucking circle, our shit's thrown off. I'm obsessed with this shit lately. Another one is Reno, Nevada, is further west than Los Angeles. They're laughing. It's insanity. So I want to go now because California goes like that. Anyway, do you ever meet one girls just surrounding you? Speaking of sitting on a joke, look at this guy fucking 40 minutes in. Alright, let's get another comedian. You really want to consider the chip keep that vodka next to your dick. And its comedian's name is Brent Banta. My name is Brett Bennett. I have 3 daughters. They're half Japanese. Their names are Kiyomi, Mina, and Maria. They're karate kids. Sweep the leg. But Danny, where I am, when dinosaurs mispronounce words, they'll say penis when they mean peanuts. That's always when those cops around. Say, Daddy, give me more penis. Now I just meet the moments. My twin brother has blue eyes, looks like a movie star. I look like Kyoto Beef. I don't sleep very well. I brush my teeth. I like for help. For my twin brother, I take a bowl of wine. Also, my half brother, I take a bowl of 2. Mine weighs down. Thank you.
possible freeing of the free is where a person points out something has done wrong, but their intention is actually to help. Their intention is actually to benefit. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order to dismiss and gas off the essence on the sefer. This is again it's law of review. What is review? If you see a fellow Jew doing wrong, and she wants to point it out, what's the point of that review? What's the point of that? The point is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. I want them to be able to agree with that's what belongs. If you go to hire Mokiho and Master from your on my side, the argument being inspired from that. So what's the bottom line? Right? So that's what it is. You have two scenarios. You call them moving. Just coming to the point that something that's done wrong. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, you want the person. Motivation two is, hi, you don't have any motivation. Some of people just talk. Some people just talk for the sake of talking. Possibility number three, he cares about me and loves me, and is pointing out what I have done wrong, because he's hoping that it will point it out instead of viewing me in my effort to do that. And interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's often the result? What's often the result? I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Right? So again, okay, I think my sort of feeling that happens to many of us every day. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. The motivation was negative, the motivation was positive, or the motivation was positive. At the end of the day, no one really likes you overdoing something wrong, and all things yourself, hurtful and dirty. Look at you right. In culture, Abstraction Nidron with the Rothschild or Yogo, Umukan Rios Haritzua Margis, Haritzua Hamili Edek Lakakis Mak, Laosin Sir, Rias Servo Rikro Abshar Alama. So now the police which is
slowing it down is also another way to show confidence.
Very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. You being the person is pointing out the wrong thing to the other. So, okay, let's do this. So I'm going to tell Ruben, you're really deficient in this area, or you've really done something wrong. Whether my intention, again, is to be hurtful, whether my intention is to be helpful, or whether my intention is to be kind. The subject says the moment you go ahead and point out the one thing in someone else is the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to you. The Mokia, to the rebuker, and I could follow and say, okay, if you're unscriptural enough to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at their life. Let's have a look at their life. He says, in Harvard,
what was the first name of the daughter?
Because at the end of the day, I go to Ruben. I say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben? I'm really disappointed to see how much fucking hurt. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, it's all right to anybody and everyone who will listen. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's an Israel fashion service on the second part. But if the part is fantastic, now Ruben is going to be a bit sad. Ruben is going to be a little bit a little bit crushed because no one was being told that they did something wrong. So whether my intention was purposeful, whether my intention was hurtful, or whether it was actually, at the end of the thought was okay, now I want him to my review. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again. And you're doing what's not much harder. Let's see ultimately again how it is for you or doing things that particular area. He goes on and says, הריבן סרקה נקשה ופרקית אגז כתיבת אם אבא כמה אוסבירה ששים נענק כבלה לא עלה. אבל אני really looked at is had I ever transgressed the idea for which I am giving someone else this is a very profound idea. What the subject is essentially innovating shows that the book for you with you until other people had it yet their house in order, make sure you're personal over now again, there is a I'm sorry.
One more geography fun fact.
So you see, by the way, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But the subject is like, think about a world in which everyone stops.
Knows that. Did you hear that noise? The crowd made you son of a bitch. So no, you're wrong. Mr. Force in the Darkness.
And instead, all of that talk.
Yeah.
That's again. Now, what I want to look at is something very important.
Geography quiz that I try to get.
There isn't a stuff. Like, there isn't a stuff. Again, whenever I do what you see, it looks like you're telling us. Like, when I see someone do something wrong, I do have to point it, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my person doing something wrong,
Things are jumping around so the farmer knows that.
And by the way, I even see in the realm of sometimes this stuff like parenting. Sometimes you do have to go ahead and be at the child, even if the area in which you are reducing your child is an area in which you are highly imperfect. Because again, remember, the whole point of whole process, and we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me.
Casual conversation.
And that's every single thing. If you want to take
It's a lot of beer pussy. It's possibly too much baby box to even consider. But just watch your ass, watch your labias.
With certain exceptions. One of the exceptions is one child. I am not jealous if my child becomes more successful. In fact, the greater success for a parent is if your child eclipses you. That's the greatest success. So, again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that review. But at the end of the day, it's a subject on a day-to-day level. Before I go ahead and ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, Lamaisa, am I really working on all seven cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to others becomes very open for divine judgment of me in that particular area. So we'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up in there some of the brackets of the set. You gotta have loose on your somewhere.
We just need to get there. That's all. That's exactly what I meant. And I know we only have a minute, and you ain't going somewhere. I mean, if there's something you were going with, is there a big punchline that we didn't get to? No. Yeah. So it's like we're on a journey, but we need a destination, and that's what a punchline is. It'd be like, you could use that as a setup. Like that could be a long setup, and then the punchline could be a couple. Yeah. I was reading about coffee and goats. There's a lot of fucking going on. So right now, I feel like and then you lead into something. He made out that they goes because they dance. They're fucking dancing because they drink coffee. But I'm in the labia. If you go to labia, I don't know. Yes. Now that joke works. For $5 grand, you can order. No, but you know what I mean? It's like, fuck, you have great confidence and a great voice. Just gotta tie it into something. So it's late.
Yeah, I just started tying together two bestiality jokes today. I just started tying together two bestiality jokes. Maybe they
which isn't a sentence, and maybe you don't need to tie two bestiality jokes. You should just work on one.
Yeah.
Or have a bestiality chunk. You just say,
That's right.
I really think the coffee chunk would lead into the bestiality. You always gotta have a chronology.
That's
I want to be alert for that. Because they're people.
Oh, yeah.
We actually left off
I'm from Kansas. Trust me, I know.
on the right.
You need to keep your head on
We
this
have
from
to
San
figure
Diego. So when you drink a lot of
value
coffee,
of things
you just forget.
And then once the humans are drinking coffee, they want to fuck the animals more. So the two things just keep feeding into one another. The goats are jumping more, and people have more energy to fuck.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to confuse you to the point where you don't remember if it was ever
We're there. That's where we are.
I can tell you this, don't get a girl stoned, she won't fuck you.
That's all I got. And then the labia thing, I mean, so labia is plural for labia, so there's no such thing as labias. Labia is
Or a lay-by.
right.
But where did the labia come from? Because it sounded like you just randomly threw it out there. Is it because it's a funny word?
Yeah, it's like a random just transition. Sometimes I
So your labia is your transitional word.
Well, if when I do a longer set, I'll do like a little labia rap.
Labia is my safe word, which is really confusing.
In West Hollywood, it's not.
No, not weirdo. No, you say labia, that's just a fucking buzzkill. But I will say this, if you're going to have a transitional word, don't have one that just...
And that's why she said, again, remember, if even if I can make an idea of the
We don't need transition. Like, we're in this MTV society
even if
where
I can make an idea,
stop the joke and start the next one.
my
All the
ability
ideas
for
are going
that.
to look at each other like,
Because
where's
anything
the
there is,
segue?
any
I
idea
didn't know where are we going,
that I
right?
make
They don't
is
give a fuck. Like, I thought as soon as you start that first statement, they're like, okay, never talked about bestiality now. Like, they're fine. You don't need to lure them in. You can just be like, it's almost better to have
therefore, the liability is responsible.
Yeah, like that was sort of halfway between two different ways I would do it. I like to do like a labia rap for about 10 seconds. Or I'll just say, so labia, just like it to girls. Just say, I have a labia rap. Is that a
What is
you ever heard a song about labias? Yeah, so it's to
you know,
about
children
labias.
that have
And you
fun
do too.
with
That's joke reps, not like real reps. Well, yeah, no rep.
you look like a member of drive-by truckers. Hey, man, you have a good delivery, you're confident, you're cool, just bad. Instead of like a labia rep, just a rep.
the power of sin
We're all
in
family
its
here.
confidence. I will say what
I wish I had some.
Maybe there's something in,
When
mentioning
Cut
that
you tomorrow doing a fucking labia coffee. Yeah, the fucking joke.
you're such a bitch. You're savage. Maybe there's something in mentioning that, that fucking, that you know a lot about vagina, but not the types of things that other people know that you're the master of vocabulary.
This is shit that you're interested in. I know this is a cool joke.
Yeah. I have other jokes about vaginas, other jokes about
I
just happen to put together jokes to make this.
There's all this vagina knowledge.
That's a fantastic voyage of sex.
I don't want to hear about that.
I would have never known.
See,
I
the
would
joke
never
should
known
have
to
a
fix
big
the
ta-da,
problem.
like
But
at the
said,
end
it's the same thing
of whatever. You know, it doesn't have to happen right at the end of every sentence, but at the end of the joke. Yeah, there's a lot of times like the joke, the woodland vaginas, the infinite number of woodland vaginas will get a big laugh. Right, and I can see why that would be, but again, that's just funny words. It's woodland vaginas. It's funny together. I mean, it was the first thing I thought of when I heard that. I'm just like, that's the epitome of not a joke. I mean, it's just really two words. You're just saying,
I don't know what.
which is a great
Sure, we all know
to
that.
do in between punchlines and sets and things.
We all know that we need. Like, we all know that there's.
If you see vagina, you know it's from
Sure, whatever. But what should I be focusing on?
Anyway, is just having foreplay with an animal illegal, or is
And
that
then a
still
person can look at
No,
me,
it's all illegal. Like, you can't even
I'm now I don't know. I know
if you
because
sons
I
of bitches.
know where the problem is. Yeah, zero. And the thing that is pushing the art, right? You go ahead and you feel like what may be pushed up. And now I know what it is that I have to do.
Times like you're allowed to kiss your
We're
dog
going
for 3
to
minutes.
say, you know, I have to keep going ahead.
As long as it's not, you can marry your goat in West Virginia as long as it's not the same sex as you, right? Is it West Virginia the exact? What angle is that to a different
Yeah,
city?
they are.
Believe it or not, West Virginia is actually east of most of the country. They should call it not quite as east as the other Virginia. Dan Lawler, thank you so much. That's the Dan Lawler. That's fine.
Like maybe it's focus, or maybe it's software, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be.
That's the most American you've sounded. What about pussy lips? I'm a Mexican patriot.
He goes on and says, you have a happy care for it, yeah.
There you go. I lost you,
And
pussy
once I
lips.
become a bit more self-aware as a
Ryan
result
loves
of
those
this
kinds of
new
clips.
you know, as to address some of the things that are wrong, he goes on, Ugazelo była smacznego familia, albo przemysła biznes wyszkowi się nowych atakumów, ajdetarajus, są przemaczni posłuszeni. Low, right? For those who live in the how does that happen? I want to say that drunk. You know, a lot of people get drunk all the time. And they do
Going full retard is to right afterwards going full slave.
it's a part of the fact again. You know, it's interesting to note is following these people that drunkenness. There's shitless and there's shitluso shalom. You can get drunk and you can get low drunk. Right? So most drunk is what has now come for like when you're so drunk that you don't.
I got a screener of it and I only made like 10 minutes in before I was just like, yeah.
Those of us who have enjoyed and maybe like trying too many Bahari.
That's the reason why I can't watch the color purple. I don't want to hate black.
There are certain things, no matter how
Every morning when I brush my teeth and I go brush my tongue, I start to gag and it makes me wonder like how come I want to so expertly.
So
I cannot brush my teeth without feeling like I want to gag a whole pizza.
that a person comes from group that then pushes you to an act that is so
That was just the sound of your gag.
to the point that
Were you really reading a Star Wars
that this is not like
novel? That's pretty awesome. It's Legacy of the Force series.
You know, the Tribe of Thunder reference. Tribe of Thunder was the most famous movie, so I don't think a lot of people here got the reference. I did because I saw the movie and I think it was
Yes.
but I was watching all of it.
so something says that's
So
what
if you're gonna do that,
It's a new bit.
yeah, you might want to preface something or
so
I don't know.
Rome
Even if you reference the
had
movie, it
issues
doesn't matter
with
if
morality in general. But in fact, again, the
I
person
don't know.
doing that,
It definitely got awkward.
that's one of the reasons he wanted to move to Spain. Was because of the oral code. He wants so instead of saying when you
And I think if you give examples, I think you're sort of painting a picture when you say the way it's playing.
all different kinds of things. So when God commits this sin, the world now knows what the world is.
Gilbert Grape, you gotta sort of just, because if you're only mentioning the one side, the one example, and I feel like if you don't compare the two,
I decided to abandon it. Again,
I would don't abandon too soon. Because the punch might be right around the corner. I don't know that it's not supposed to be funny. It's something that I know very well downstairs. Some of the biggest blog is silence. That's what's great about what we do is if you say something outlandish, and then you follow it with something that ties it all together, it's hilarious. It pays off. The audience, they don't want to be uncomfortable. So they'll be uncomfortable for a minute, but they're hoping fucking hoping you say something.
By the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen?
But the second that you switch topics, because you're abandoning it,
You left it hanging.
but up until that point, and you're still blowing up this balloon that if it creates, but then you're just letting go of that, letting it far away, and then picking up another balloon. You know what I mean? Where that balloon had air in it.
Meanwhile, all the white people they're racist.
Right. Totally. We feel really guilty.
2 centuries ago.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that you watch 12 years a slave, a slave. I mean, that's a joke.
Alexander,
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's definitely funny. And you can do it. I can't. Because I tried it. It's like I saw 12 years a slave after 4 years. I can't do that joke.
And the fact that you're the type of chick that's reading a Star Wars book, you know, I mean, there's so much there.
I got it. I have a lot. And you're easy to listen to. You're easy to look at. Just I would trust that you can make that funny. But I think the key to making a joke that doesn't work is finding out what the audience is. There's obviously some sort of logic bridge that you're
sometimes I commit that day ultimately again because those are areas are representative of the kids.
And I also think there's a ton of
And
examples.
sometimes the follows from
I
all of
just want to let them know they're on the track and that I'm about to interrupt. But it doesn't like you have all these examples of white guys playing, mentally challenged. It's like a Sean Penn, you got everyone. They all get Academy Awards. And the black guys who play the slaves. I think it sets up a good world. It set up the world so weird. You just assume we'd all see Trump and go very then we would get the reference.
Circumstances because he wants to experience failure. Why does Trump experience the failure? Because through the failure, I can discover what my species is. Without the failure, I would never fail. Without the failure, I would never fail.
Star Wars books in the back of comedy clubs.
Basically. Yeah, I've never seen Braveheart, but I can never take it. You know what I mean? I figured it was on that.
But to some extent, you need to relish in the audience not liking you. Tony does it all the time.
Yes, I'm
living out of that. And I know you only admit it, and we're sitting here judging you, and it's fucking weird. But, that's the environment. And it shows you that these 2 minutes after the joke, we see your twinkle, we see your charm. But during the joke, yeah, but we didn't see the joke. If the joke, it sounded mean and bitter.
But it's also good to see not a total.
I can't
Ultimately says of public.
And in the Midwest, you
A
have every
person
right
only
to make
commits
it
an
all
Avila in an area for which the
San Francisco, I've heard.
Yeah.
Avila
Like out here,
is the
we're
manifestation
of
of something that is
we just want to get high and fun.
which is the gift of the idea. The idea.
And what was the exact comparison of the white retard and the black slave again?
It's like sort of like an SAT phrase question.
Tropic Thunder in order to what has this whole conversation with how certain okay with the academy. Of course, applaud, but he was dumb and he wasn't for reach. So that's what she was referencing. You got into trouble because you thought there'd be a laugh there. And the thing is, that's a hell of a setup. Yeah. The laugh's not going to be on that line because it's so good you're getting people thinking, and then you start giving the examples. And plus, just the word retard really freaks people out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, what I would recommend doing instead of saying retards is or something like that. And I'd get out of the habit of telling groups to get over it.
No, I mean, that's just in this conversation.
It's a better word.
I think that's more offensive than retard, I think.
No, that was the joke.
Yeah, which is, but also
well, I mean, it's like, listen, I don't know. This isn't CNN. It could be if you get retard is English music, like it means to slow down. That's where it comes from. So that's why, like, when people say you're retarded.
I mean, if I did what you said about, like, giving the examples clearer, I feel like I would say, full retard, because that's sort of the...
Absolutely. Just don't assume that we've seen Tropic Thunder. You kind of have to explain that.
Just say transgenders. The views of Brian Redman are not the views of Queen.
So did you say full retard and then full slave?
Yes.
So now then tie in full Monty just so that you can maybe get someone laughing.
I'll test drive that and see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're going to go full retard, full slave, when everyone's uncomfortable, then you bring in full Monty and
It's a
they'll
good save. I like it.
Well, that's right. But you know what I mean by at least saying, at least let them know that you're going to get some joke.
Did you literally have a joke about your reading a Star Wars novel? Or do you just have jokes about being a nerd?
I just don't have like jokes about being nerd, like my dad references.
Because I think it's funny that you're literally reading the book Star
But
Wars.
if you can tie your Star Wars into how good you can suck a dick. Because you mentioned that, right? By the way,
Yeah.
when you say expertly, is that you take a test?
This is just based on
Full expert? Like guys have finished like you're an expert in that.
I more based it upon their
I'll tell you this, if you guys get the blowjob, people say you are an expert, and we all are. Look, I can't, you are an expert. I've never done that. Holy shit, you are one of the best doing that yet.
I do what I can.
See, I do it the other way. I see, I'm like, you should work on that. And I give them notes. And they're like, that's why you like that hour. We'll be right back.
Happy vegans, everybody. There she goes.
She's on Twitter at Cleva Pin. That's Klee. Pin. Fuck yeah. You guys are now, Kirk, you probably heard this question before, so I guess I'll just ask. I'll ask Chris. I always ask everybody that is on the show this question. Do you remember a joke that you did when you were very first starting out doing stand-up that you're embarrassed about? That's like short that you want to share?
No, it's not short. I used to walk up on stage to play BIG. It was all
that's assuming that's a sign,
the one reason baby.
and the proof that I am not totally clean of
No, I'm
that.
not ready to die was the one with
Unless
the
you know.
purse.
I
Oh, okay, yeah. So they was ready to die.
So was
And
it
that
thinking I can
Notorious
follow
song on
you?
there?
Yeah, look out today. Trying to get everybody to start dancing.
whatever the idea,
So you're literally less notorious than you are.
What's the story about
I just want to get naked.
very often
And then I would take my shirt off. And then no one, obviously no one would get naked. And so then I would stop the music. I go, okay, here's my impression of Murray now. Because I was like a buck 30,
where I'm moving.
6'5".
No, not
And I would get up on a stool, like on all fours and suck in my gut. And you can see all my ribs and shit. And it might have been the most devastating. Like it would kill. And that's when I realized how bad it was to be a star. Like why strippers did drugs all the time. Because even it was just my shirt, you still have to like be in the mood to do that shit. And some days you're not in the mood. You do. That's a great shirt, by the way, Chris. What's yours?
What does the protocol actually consider?
They have those commercials.
A coating. It was a what day of the cardboard that you
And I was like, fuck, I should get into
the
advertising. Charmin soft, asshole.
Wow. That's a great. There you go. That's the most positive heckle I've ever heard. Thank you so much to interrupt the show to tell so much security. Security's gonna love this.
I'm gonna have to mark that joke back.
Oh, it's amazing.
Why
Yeah,
is
so
it
I to say that is that, you know, a lot of the times, sometimes you'll find something that's so hilarious and they forget how funny it was. And they say they get that. Anyway, that's hilarious. Yeah. Hunter Chris Ford earlier playing the original with the shirt off, just sucking at his just worked 12 years ago. No, it's the descendant belly. Yeah, you know.
Or you're doing the full slave, full retard joke.
That's what we really need is a slave retard. That guy's gonna win. That guy's gonna win everything, right? Fucking if Forrest Gump and Bubba Gump. That would be the worst thing ever. Help him cut. Oh yeah. Stop peeing on shit. Jimmy Fox could play a blind retarded slave. They do have that capacity.
Why?
Yeah, that's a comedian by the name of Mal
Congratulations to the United States hockey team for winning over the Russians. Apparently, we were so upset with my shirt back over. My friend asked me if I was upset that the NSA was listening to my phone calls. It's like, bro, I got Metro PCS. I can barely listen to my own podcast. And I'm doing an argument with a white supremacist. It's pretty intense. At some point, he said this to me. He goes, just because you're Mexican doesn't mean you're tough. Folks, I'm very confused. I don't know whether to be insulted or thank him for not stereotyping. So I said to him, you wouldn't like me if I'm Mexican. And then I stole his job and impregnated his sister and children. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just feature for me in San Jose this week. Oh, really? Wow. What are the odds of that? That's so cool.
And then falls off the ladder, falls on
Very
sugar,
great
sugar
job.
dies.
Did he do more than
What do you talk about?
Yeah, most of
Listen, we know it's Ellis. Right?
He
You know
did
it's
25 times longer.
Gullis, here, make love.
Awesome.
This family
Then we
goes
would
with
get
you.
super
How long
big.
are you there for? Oh,
It was so good.
thank God.
Did the improv in San Jose?
Yes.
That
You
is
from, you looked at, originally from San Francisco. Yeah.
Hell,
Yeah,
hell.
I was across the
She's
street.
like only calling that his dad, but only this is that. Higher life
At the San Jose improv, he handed me so much cash that I couldn't hold it all in my hand and like spilled all over the floor. And we were just thinking, like in Cincinnati, we would have been arrested handily. Like we're just picking up Graham's cash off the floor and I'm just putting it in a envelope. Like that is awesome. Yeah. So,
Do you know how long you've been doing stand-up? 7 years.
there's something
something
not
simple.
right.
For a long time,
There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound
you ever get scared of that?
disrepair with the mistake. I will say, it was a nice simple deal. But this comes up very often. So I say something to someone. And then it's like, you know what?
Yeah, like, well, you know, Tony and I go up and
It was just giving us something to say.
30 minutes.
It was
We
hurtful.
have to remember 6 things.
Whatever it might be. It was just really
Just because, you know, it had to be the same things.
We
Those
don't
jokes were so short.
I think I was saying, self-aware enough person. I realized there's something wrong.
Are you happy where you're at? I mean, you'll never happy. Would you like to bring some stories into some of that as well?
There's something that's inspiring that would allow them to look past.
I read a lot of setup punch jokes like
Maybe
that.
it's stress, or maybe it's some need for that. But again, it's so incredibly important. How the emotional will just possible for mistakes. Because even though the mistake is not intentional, if I can make this mistake, it's reflected on some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And also, by the way, specifically going back to the shot, you like to put this shit on. It's a really good example of this. Also, what happens if I realize that I feel super touched out? There's something wrong with my shot. That's what it is. It's a mistake. Absolutely. But somehow, some way, my shot is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, there was a there are other forms.
One little joke. And then suddenly it dawned on me.
When I have the complete awareness, it's awareness.
You can take 5 jokes that are in the same ballpark and
Like,
put it into
no one
one story.
goes ahead and at work goes ahead and picks up
Blow
and
your mind
down
because
on
suddenly
the desk.
you're telling a
It's like,
story.
oh, I've got to
You
go
start
my head.
adding little
Like,
things
no,
in there, and then you start hearing your own voice.
no one has actually done an absolute work.
You're just doing jokes.
So when you have an awareness, you're
Which
present.
is well
If
constructed
I do
jokes.
something wrong, there's a lack of awareness. That's just
These jokes.
something says, oh, this is such an incredible result. So therefore, but even when I commit an idea of mistake, even when I commit an idea accidentally, it doesn't sense that
So take 5 or 6 of those little snipers.
shows there's some dynamic that's broken inside. So whatever goes on, that's never work. I'll never see it work. It's about this. It's about that we start over here. We'll pick up again with this last round. I wasn't saying point out something to do. So there's 2 layers so far. So layer number 1 is upper. So I know personally, upper so I learned first in class. End of subject. I always assume that even you are a subject or a there's no powder, there's no the subject says that's unfinished. And most of us are always deciding and always are rushing. I decide the feeling of failure in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And for a quote Rothschild, although we're going to really be a little bit, I'm a Rothschild in those areas in which I'm transgressing or desire to transgress. That's number 1.
Very funny job, though, Al. Thank you so much.
Because no matter how bad we are, that's not right.
He's on Twitter, Big Ass Comedy. You actually have that Twitter handle. At Big Ass Comedy. That's that guy, Al Gonzalez. It's pretty good to be, you know, have a do comedy feature around Cali 7 years in, especially San Jose. 8 years like a small theater.
More money than we can.
Hope you're getting together for Kill Tony favorite Kevin Christie, ladies and gentlemen, saying hello. Very nice. We also have another friend of the show that's here tonight who's going to do a spot right now.
About what that says about where
yeah, whatever we've been doing, or whatever you want to call it.
To stop all the here for today, we'll pick up the answers in that last piece where we can
first
see
stand-up appearance ever on this show, and she's been back a couple times since. It's always fun. Put your hands together for Missy Martinez.
Fitting, very fitting. So I never realized how much meat affects my day-to-day life. Besides not being enough years in this school, I can't go to heaven and my vagina looks like a twice baked potato now.
All right, so that's a good morning.
Like
Let
little
us
things
begin.
I go to movies to get up in front of me. I just put both my legs over my head.
We
And
have
it's
those
convenient,
super
but
good.
it's really awkward at funerals and family functions.
Hashem. The deep
And then
ocean
little
Zion.
things like when we go out to relax, like my girlfriend to take me to the spa, and they just have facial. So of course I immediately dropped to my knees and stuck out my tongue and started breathing and nothing in my hair. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not allowed back at Tiffany's.
Remember again, yesterday, we began the very profound last table. That's
The way that you do it is you always talk about it. You always make sure that you set up who you are and what you do first, and that gives that fun perspective, and then the jokes follow that. I mean, that's sort of
we
like
are
what we were
left
talking
with
about staying the same sort of story pocket and choosing about that. Those are fun. What's in that one like that? I don't like that.
that we begin our marvelous is actually a reference to the incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. Governor Malak saying, even though when I go to Gehenna, I'm not scared to go with you. This is the subject said, Governor Malak, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if we've done things wrong, Governor Malak, ultimately, again, are the humanity champions, are the power of the powers, Furthermore, maybe you can think from the Yigro Maki, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll keep that power second. It's just not really that you choose, it's not really that you think, it's not really that you're going to like. Which the subject said, the Gehenna, which Governor Malak refers to, the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one is spirit as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the imbalance.
That's fine, and it's hilarious, but now I'm kind of looking at it going, right, even if you're wearing 10 pairs of sweatpants, when you say you're a porn star, every guy in the room's going to try to find your vagina. Yeah, so you could be wearing a snowsuit, and you'd still just look for a few seconds. I mean, it's just so little. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Maybe just wear
I do something.
right, and that's something that we've never been afraid to share that with female comedians on this show. It's just an honest fact of life. Is you can walk a line, and I can tell that you tried with the shirt. But it's probably hard to cover up a lot of the magic that you have going on. And yeah, what are some of there's some other
What's the
almost like an ATM, like something. Right.
for adultery?
Right.
So Governor Malak can say,
I always just cash my checks because I refuse to even go to an ATM.
but
That's
if he
something.
does kill, he has Olam Haba.
And I think, but also you need to limit the number of tags.
But in the value of Havelo Beradim, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, they will say it with him.
Let's narrow it down to 3 best ones.
As no question about it. And this is Governor Malak's fight. This is what he contended with when he went to the Israelis. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, guys, he forgets our mothers. I walk in Gehenna, and that this is the nature of my life. And also, it's something that we began to speak about yesterday.
Try to project your voice also.
Where we get we cook one test.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Cook one test. Look at the bottom right
Yeah, that's
of
another
the
thing
area.
you can't do without guys
Guys,
immediately.
you saw how you
should talk like this.
خودت فقط استمرار تکان را فرات از خطاب the absolute unbelievable. I feel like it's like it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but we began, I believe, to feel like it's dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been so power of Ruthschildt and the power of Admasnet and the power of Sternberg. He's been exposing these things because it is representative of a person's family.
Always funny.
But at the end of the day, central subject is another part because the possibility that I believe of the depression of
I love how she loves the mic. Just
the
flies
sadness.
it.
One that doesn't have the signal
Got the money shot and out.
in their life. Because the subject said, let's intelligence go from it. Says, Shara'ina Shkina Shora
X Martinez on Twitter.
As Mahmas Chargo, so listen, this is using this incredible, almost profound dialectic. But on one
Fantastic.
hand,
And what's cool is that
the
What's
blue
that?
shot,
It's true. Yeah.
the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and hard because it represents sugar. That emotional
Son of a bitch. We'll be right back.
tells me this is not part of it.
We always have two regulars that go up at the end of every show. And it's always fun to watch them grow. They do a new minute every single week. This week, Marianne Thacker, you know her from the Cultivity Podcast. Also, she's been on a couple of series recently, right? We love her goofy sense of humor.
Look how I
Sarah
feel
Wine
when you ask me that. That's the performance. Yet the subject says on the same hand, sadness is the
parking spot. Had to try to
very
remember
emotion
where I parked.
which drives
It was
away the
5B.
moment.
Had to create a riddle in my head to remember where I
A
parked.
person needs
Five,
simple
like how
in
old I
order
was
to
when I
go
lost
ahead
my
and
first tooth. B, like a butt.
in order to go ahead and forge
I'll
your
remember
that
it
day.
now.
So
And then I
Sabra
get
Nella
into
says
the
something
mall.
amazing.
There's so
That
much going on, I can't even
we
remember
left
who I
the
am.
gate sound love
I don't want to eat a Ritz
Even
pretzels.
though
I
I
don't like
walked
Cinnabon, guys.
through the head of the store, I
Sapporo,
experienced
it's not for
profound
me.
sadness
Sweet
in this
Factory,
store.
take it or leave it.
As a result of the agreements that I
What about the
created,
sunglass hut?
low
I don't
key
like the sunglass hut.
is looking the
I'm
struggle.
always afraid that if there's an earthquake, I'll be trapped in a mall. It seems like the
in the middle
worst
of the paragraph,
place
a
to be
left-hand
when a big
paragraph,
one
the there
hits. Just like the referee from Foot Locker running looking for safety.
يعني في إذا بتجي كما بس أي
This
بقى
doesn't seem like an ideal situation. How come?
أي حاجة أي لو يراجع يا أخبار different of what specific ideas of what law represents. Where the purpose is single here and so profound. The government of the saying is, even though I created
Trade falls.
Nevertheless, I am not worried about the social account. Why? There's, yeah, I'll tell you what. Because ultimately, you're going to historically, somehow I found a way to
I wish you would have went into why you don't like the sunglass hat. Like what? Am I on vacation?
I
I'm in a
must
mall.
have
Like there should be
saddest
like a sunglass. I hate that.
yet
There's
the
so much
need
more
to
stuff
go
that
ahead
I
and
want to talk about.
maintain
Maybe you don't want to be
seems
seen
to
there.
this position
Yeah,
to
it's
right.
But if there's so much mall stuff, just pick a
Once
couple.
you know what's happening over here, this I think
Expand on it.
perhaps one of the most
there's so many
I think
details.
it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned.
Now, granted, it's a minute, so there's not a lot of time to get real expansive.
Like, the Tzaddik is saying, life, success is for
Definitely have the strongest characters.
Yeah.
living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the agmas.
How old are you?
26.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true.
I
And
told
the
you this last time.
sadness
Like, I really
and the
think if you can be
profound
sweet and
embarrassment
still
that
hate
you
all
show
that shit.
over what
I was
I've
gonna
done
say
wrong.
you're sweet.
No, it still comes off angry, which is
The
cool.
danger with that
To me,
is
you know,
you could lose
friends,
yourself. You could lose yourself.
sometimes
Right?
feels like a character. Like you're trying to be tougher than you are.
I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness,
Because the way you look,
by the embarrassment of what I've done, that what?
I feel you just say, I hate it.
Hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness.
And then have it build, because if you come
So
out
that's on
right
the other
away,
side of the coin is,
that
yes,
angry,
I have agmas nefesh. I have Risha. I have Charata. I have all of these things that
so they see you for a minute, and then they're like, why is she so pissed?
but I also possess
So does
activism,
build up to some like malls? That's one of those things.
Well, then that's how you started.
resolve for the future. I can do better. I can
Everyone
do
in here
better.
hates
I
malls, but that trick doesn't work.
can do better. These are the two
I
sides
always
of
think
the
you're so
coin.
funny. Brain's always working.
The Busha Charata agmas
Do you ever go
nefesh
back to
hold
5G?
optimism, promise for the future.
Yeah, 5B, because then I can't remember it, even though I thought like this whole complex
And
thing of how
that
to
sense of
remember
service
5B.
is done
Right,
by
but you
the
there's
same
things
in
that
this
annoy
particular
you that you, by the time, maybe it winds up so that by the time you get back to the parking lot, you
this
forgot
one
the
phrase.
parking spot.
Now
You can't
to
remember whether
English
it
You
is.
can't see, you couldn't even see your car because you were very focused.
I live in the Gehenna of Olamazet,
You
the
buy shit so
Gehenna,
you get out of the mall.
which is often the aftermath of fate, where I recognize that I messed up so badly.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Didn't
Sarah
need
Weinstein,
to be
Princess
this way. This
Shane
is not who I am.
and Marianne together for
The
Kimberly
Busha, the
Common,
agmas
everybody.
nefesh, the Charata, the Lulala. The Lulala says, says,
So when you guys were younger,
not
did
scared
your
that I'm
parents
going
ever
to
do
lose
like
myself.
magic tricks with you?
I'm not
just
scared
like
that I'm
little
going to lose
joke
myself.
ones?
Why?
My dad did this trick one time where he
Yeah, I'll tell
vanished,
you why.
and
Because
that
I
was the
know,
whole
I
fucking
want to
trick.
listen to what Tzaddik says.
He just
I know that
vanished.
despite everything
I
terrible
mean,
that
like he was around for a while,
I've done,
but then he
you
decided
leave
to
home
switch
from you don't
careers,
leave
and his friend
You don't leave
introduced
what?
him to fishing.
Because
You
you
know that
believe me.
saying,
Because you
give
believe
a man a
me.
fish, he'll eat
Because
for a
you
day,
believe in
but
me.
teach a man to
Because Papa,
fish,
you believe in me
and
because
he'll
you
live
see
to
the good
Cape
that I
Canaveral
possess.
full time and
And
stop
if
paying
you
child
believe in me,
support. I don't know, my childhood was weird, you know, like my dad didn't let me watch rated R
therefore, again,
movies because he
as
thought they
much
were
as
too
I have to
violent,
live,
but he
is
didn't
the
have a
Busha,
problem
the
hating my
agmas
mom.
nefesh, the Charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's
But like, I
good.
think there's
When I
advantages
react
to
that
growing
weakly,
up in a
that's a
household
good
with domestic
sign.
abuse.
I won't lose
Because like,
myself in it. Well,
now I
you are
have
wrong.
cat-like
I won't lose myself
reflexes,
in it.
you know?
Yes, but you must.
Anytime
Because you
anyone
don't.
starts yelling, I run to the nearest TV and put the
You
volume.
ultimately that gives you the clock to the
Oh, an extra loud
It's
kid.
the example there for today. That's the thing that
That's
gives us
awesome. I love that. I think that the Cape Canaveral fishing, like I love that. And I think you could probably sell that mission joke from the top. You try a little bit harder. I mean, I think it would be more like, you know, my dad was sort of, you know, whatever, in your own words, but you want to sell the fact that he was a good magician. Like, he was such a good magician that, in fact, he made himself disappear.
I haven't seen him since.
Right.
I have a huge problem with turning questions in comedy acts because my philosophy is, are you not going to tell the joke?
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you guys remember when that, just like my dad was a magician, he was such a great magician, like that's the joke. Like, if people ask me that question, that's the question I ask them. It's like, if I had never seen that movie, were you not going to tell that joke? Like, no.
a minute. I can't wait to see what you and Sarah Weinshank do down in La Jolla on March 1st when we take this on the road to the La Jolla conference. That's Kimberly Congdon. She's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter.
All right, so listen,
Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Anything you want to promote coming up? Or,
a new host.
Next week.
Okay, next week, catch me there.
An extremely huge thanks for Jesus Trejo. S-U-S-T-R-E-J-O. That's at Jesus Trejo on Twitter. Really one of our funniest friends. I can't believe I could even get a stand-up comedian so awesome to goof around and want to goof around with such a funny show like this. CX Martinez, thank you so much. Thanks everybody for coming out. Eric Dallas, Chuck Geico, the love of my life. All right, thank you so much. Red Man, I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Thank you, Marcus
We spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulties of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So actually speaking about this concept, what can we say about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh, actually I found its impact as well. I love Lada.
Hi everyone. Hi guys. How exciting. Another fun Monday. We're here. It's episode 39 of Kill Tony. What's happening? So much fun stuff. We're going to La Jolla this weekend. That's exciting. We're taking it on the road for the first time ever.
I just read this Facebook. He's like, hey, I see that you're in La Jolla for the weekend. If you want, you can stay in my sailboat. I have it holds 4 people. I'm not using it. It's right on the water. And then I was like, oh, who's this guy? And then he's like, oh, he's a private investigator. Now I'm thinking, oh, he's just hiding cameras in his boat so he can watch me fuck or something.
I think you should take him up on the offer. If he's a private investigator, it's good to have a guy like that on your side.
That's true.
If you turn him down, then he might start. I mean, if he's a private investigator, then he can already look through your mess.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you want to keep him close, and then this way you're a private investigator in San Diego, where you might need it sometimes. Should we talk about the other possible thing? San Diego?
Oh, is that? Yeah, I think we already said that. But Comic-Con 2014 will be at the American Comedy Company. 2 shows and another Kill Tony. So San Diego's getting all the Kill Tony love right now. Yeah. Comic-Con 2014. That's a pretty big announcement, right? And I'm thinking that last year, we've been there for the last 2 years. That's why. And last year, there were so many people dressed up as Iron Man, like with like missile rocket launchers and stuff like that. So I mean, anybody that's listening that goes to Comic-Con that has an Iron Man costume wants to join Kill Tony Army. Yeah, we're gonna have an army of Iron Man. That would be so great, right? And if not, even a couple fans. You can get tickets to Vancouver and Seattle and Portland right now at Discord.tv. All tickets went on sale. We're gonna be Vancouver for 420. We're playing a casino. And it holds 300 people. It's fucking fun. We get to do that.
In which I have no struggle. If there's a particular idea
Speaking
in which
of
I am fully
Iron Man
clean
and
and pure,
are always,
says,
you know,
to
the
Kaiser
guy featuring
Adelaide,
left us
that
about a
was
month
like,
ago, and
this
every
thing
week
that
we
I
get a replace
have no
every week.
desire
We
for
feature
this
with a
particular
different
idea.
type of patriot. We've gone through, you know, the Iron Patriot, Justin Martindale, the Dark Patriot, Willie Hunter, No Patrioto, Jesus Trejo was last week, and we're going to keep the diversity going. Tonight, we would like to introduce to you right now our first ever female patriot, everybody. It's the Iron Patriot.
I am supposed to have it in my belly. These are the two parts of
That's
the
right,
subject
Josh,
of
get on
life,
it.
of my
Grab
personal
that
life.
pizza already.
There you go.
The areas that I
Josh, fix
transgress,
the mic.
and by
You
definition,
see service around her.
Amateurs.
There you
any
go.
area that I
He's so
transgress,
nervous threatening a
and
female
any
patron.
area
Look
which
at
I
that.
make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the
Josh,
Kiddush of
come on.
Josh, get
the
on it.
subject
Is
is
it
as
the Iron
follows.
Patriot or
The
the Iron
Kiddush
Sex
is
Pot?
that
What is
even
it? What is it?
when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit
Fuck
an
yeah.
avera, let's say I commit an
You
avera,
can call her anything you want.
and I do
That's how
tshuva for
open-minded
that
the female
avera.
patriot is.
What's my status? What's my status?
Wow, those are some
What's my
interesting
status?
sound effects.
Thank you. I'm
Like,
patriotic.
I love it. Well, you look fantastic.
I'm not a tzaddik
It's
to
so
look
nice to have
What I
a
am
little bit of female energy over there rather
about
than the
tshuva.
creep.
Turn the
I'm
fucking
about
mic
tshuva.
off.
I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik is the definition of being a
That's what
tzaddik
this
is in an
Put your
area
hands together for
which I
the
don't
running
mess
around
up,
producer of the
which
show,
I
Josh
don't
Martin.
convert,
the worst producer in the history of
and which I
anything
don't
ever.
have desires for. In that area, I'm
It's
totally
truly
tzaddik.
really unliked around the comedy store, and we
In
decided
other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm not married, I'm not
drops him
going
off.
to
He fucking
do
set up
Or,
her up
if
for
I've done
failure.
tshuva, I am about tshuva.
There you go.
To do everything, not a tzaddik. Not a tzaddik.
So let me
That's
ask you something, Lady
for
Patriot.
areas in
Did
life
you,
in which
I heard a rumor that was something that the Iron Patriot would say.
which I have not read, those
This is
particular
actually something that
ideas.
I've seen
Now listen,
for
those
different
are.
and I love it.
So you're going to see why this
Patriot.
one is a very
What's the song
exciting
called?
definition. He goes on, he says,
Mouth on mouth.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
said
we
good.
present to
The
you
Indian says,
the Lady
because he's
Patriot.
tzaddik l'davar, tzaddik, רק לדבר איך הג'ובה, גם it's לגבי שיינה. Listen, so just to understand something. So what's
At
the
the comedy store, by the way.
beautiful
It's
result of
getting
the subject
fixed.
understanding? What's the beautiful
They
reality of
know,
the
they
speech
have
for us?
dial up here still, I think.
Think about it.
But here we go.
We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, if one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are Hashem. I don't want to say that because that's too strong. But in this way, we transgress. So we know this is that. The Torah says, "Osita lecha asera." Don't translate people work with it. Good news. You never did it. How do you? Desire for it. Fantastic. I am excited in the evening of our faith. I look at it. This is good. This is how this not maybe but even the Torah alone, even in the areas of morality. There are so many types. There's things in relationship. It's normal. So which means even if it's the same area, even if it's the same prohibition, I should be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, okay, what this means is in any given moment in life, this is how to handle it. Any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and also be a rasha.
That was awesome.
Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Indian says, the tzaddik, רק לדבר איך הג'ובה, גם אם לגבי shine nefesh rasha, and this idea that in one area I could be treated as a tzaddik, even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, דרך שחוסר הרש בקדוש הבנידה, חוסר here, it's very interesting Gemara in the second Shulchan. Xosser here, and let's actually, we're going to stop over here for a bit. Let's stop with this, because I want to be able to touch back on some real quick. So just to point out, resident students this dramatically new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and the rest of the same type. And he's a new definition. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain activities. So certain
I got
areas
married
on
to
the
that
side,
beautiful lady on this very stage
certain areas on the
7
left,
years ago.
certain areas on the side,
And Jerry
no
obviously
type of
was,
for it, no desire for it, no type of switch. I don't do it.
was that during a ding dong show? Yeah.
I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it.
Jerry
I'm
ended
a
up registering as a sex offender by the end of the night.
subject in those areas. Other areas I transgress.
So it's so fun to have you guys back. I know
It's
that
daily transgression. I may have
I guess
some
you've
of you
both been on
won't.
World. It's been
But
a
again,
two-person format.
if
What
I
do you
do
guys think?
Shuvah,
The Iron
then I'm
Patriot
about
or Lady
Shuvah.
Patriot?
Those who are also about this lethargy.
The original. Way better.
In fact, according to the place of letters, example say that a person after faith is almost like a person in
It was very creepy how
recovery.
racist he
You
was.
ever speak to a person who's in recovery, it's an amazing thing.
He showed up and they wouldn't
How
let him
good
in.
a person in recovery is,
Iron Patriot,
he's never once.
He was like, I'm supposed to be on the show, and they didn't let him in.
If you see people in recovery,
Seems like they're
know
making
that,
good
you know,
decisions.
people
There's
that
a
usually say, I'm
giant trash
recovered.
can screaming
I'm
by the
recovered.
door.
It's what they say, you know, I'm
Well, I actually
365 months, you know, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible report that is so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is,
It's a fire hazard.
this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my
There's a fire here when he was
reality.
here.
My goal is just to go ahead and stress, to try it for as long as I can. The type of stress is the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Okay, if you think about this in there, it's not usually the challenge. That's a struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And turning comes, don't say, all the time, like, new struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So they can say that sadly, in your areas of struggle, you never really become sadly. Sadly, and it's kind of like to this particular thing. I'm not sure. But that's okay. First, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become sadly in the area of all I have to do is go ahead and sing along and together to prolong another sobriety. That's my goal. I go to stop over here and say, this I'm going to tell you is this piece of life that way. Listen to me. You look at ourselves, you look at our struggles, and you look at our areas of weakness and strength. That's what we keep it in life.
It's the iron sex bot wearing underwear.
What? Yeah, I have underwear on.
Is it patriotic?
Definitely.
Can we see it?
Want to see my patriotic underwear?
Get on stage again.
How Brian has this kind of, how Brian pulls this shit off.
That happened so fast, dude. Yeah.
All right,
Well done.
Zero to creep.
Or not well done.
Same underwear the Iron Patriot wore. Amazing, they fit everyone. One size fits all. America.
America! And I have bush because I love pussy. Oh, yeah.
Ew.
You have a full bush? I thought it was a full bush.
Yeah, like a woman.
That's a valid answer. You're actually like a woman. You're right.
In
Valid.
Ocean
I haven't seen one in a while. Can you show us?
Oh my god.
Brian.
Alright, let's get this thing started.
Not while I'm here.
Now that everybody has red, white, and blue balls,
Damn it, that's you son of a bitch.
a bunch of people signed up. You guys know what goes on. Comedians get 1 minute of stage time. They know that their minute's up when they hear the sound of a kitty.
That's the definition of excitement.
The whole production is really going. It's really which is good. Top shelf. People used to try sometimes and everything, but you hear the sound of a kitty.
versus
And then you don't want to run that light. That means that's your time. Because if you go much longer than that, you're going to bring up being angry with someone with bear.
Because the traffic on the land side. Traffic is only never experienced in a particular area. So an area in which I struggle,
Sounds like an episode of Wings.
and I want to fail, so one
Which is like an episode of Wings.
I feel like if you go over, you should play an episode of Wings as punishment.
in that particular area.
What's
But
Wings?
the other sense
It's a
comes
cool
in
show. It
that's
was
what
the
you know, in any given
it was
moment,
the terrible show that the writers from Cheers were like, hey, we can just take this concept in church as a mechanic and
having
tuck it
difficulty
down
with
to a
multiple
small airline.
areas,
Wow.
yet
Yep.
at the same
Unless it
time,
was class at the
consider
time.
in
You
multiple
say,
others.
right? Why do I feel that should read these? It was
This
a
ability to simultaneously be
All
excited
right, that fat
and a
guy,
non
that fat mustache.
in
That's
any
always a winning
given
recipe
moment
for
of
venue,
life is
wasn't
the
it?
great
Your
dialectic
first comedian
of the
tonight,
truth.
everybody.
The
Doing a
webinar
minute of
is an
stage
example
time
which
is
says,
Jane Beck.
listen up and be quick to them, then you really have to see this, the right hand side, the right hand side, the bottom side of that there, about 5 minutes of body. The human gets
Almost
the
there.
first case is private practice over
I will not take a shower
in
in
Gamma
that
Gabi
smells like
Shara
shit.
in a
And because
restaurant.
I don't want to breathe in
And
this
this idea
particles that are responsible for the smell
that
of
I
shit.
think we should
There's just a contradicting
consider
feeling if you see a toilet
one area.
right next to a shower.
Even if
Hey,
other
don't
areas
mash
I am
against
a
bunch of
Rothschild,
shit, then
if
have a
you
really
ask the
hot steamy shower.
consequence to do
Some people
to
skip
do
whitening,
that.
wash out their leftover poo in the shower. All in all, I find this to be a hygienic dilemma. The smell of shit
لقينا
makes
الناس
it
عندي
the
شغال على
just
هالجمالين
doesn't
روح
match.
بيجي مالين
If you took
تكون
really good
الشوي.
and really concentrated and right afterwards you had a really hot and steamy shower, those
The
air
Gemara says,
particles that are
camel
responsible
drivers.
for the smell of shit will mix it with the steam
All
and it will soak
camel
into your
drivers
walls
are
and your
Rothschild.
skin. And that is why you'll have the random incidents later that day.
The
The
thing
smell of shit, you
Ovid
don't know where
of
it's coming from.
Surik
First of all,
Sa'ar
it's
Tijar
from
Levaka.
you, and you are your best because you
But the
showered.
issue, camel drivers, right? He was put the question above. He says the Gemara rope take
That was 40.
Gemara
About
Masur
40 seconds.
Masuma
Okay.
Hani
Shut
Red
up,
Kain
that's
and Rafi.
I downloaded on
Rope
iTunes
they
and all
Gemara
that.
Kura
Recorded
Mishkan.
on
Gemara
iTunes. That shit was 58
says
seconds. It
those
was somewhere in the time range. It reminded me of a hybrid of Spicoli from Fast
camel
Times at
riders
Ridgemont
are
High
always trying.
and
One,
Micro
reaction,
Machines guy.
rope they get fun if they have coming to Russia Agamo
Where it shows a
Kumoshin
guy
Jara.
just
But
rolling
actually,
really
from the
fast,
end of the year,
like trying to sell you something like this is how
the
you know,
nature of riding is that ultimately again,
Yeah, it feels like you're
He's
gonna
a
get
Rothschild.
hired as the guy that says the stuff really fast
the
at the end of
concrete,
radio commercials.
Yeah, was you were the ramifications
you know,
of
it's a
leasing a
mixture
Toyota.
of Zara. Because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of Zara. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey riders are Rothschild. Okay. Now listen, now watch this. The Gemara goes on. This is the Matzah Rashba. The Rashba raises the question. What's the Rashba Rashba? And the whole of the Gemara looks so simple. But there's another Gemara, Gemara Masechet Kedushin, and look at Gemara, the left-hand column here, these scribblings, no? Ha'agimalim, Uruban, go to listen to this. Gemara Masechet Kedushin says that the Gemarim, camel drivers, the majority of them are shaved, righteous people. Why? Kindness, meekness. The person in the follows the Muslim Judean ties, the Leah Menach, and the Sabbath Yibam Lamach. But actually, why is that? Because where the camels are, they have to travel. The camels in the desert, right? And in the desert, they are pretty much dependent on the desert. They are exposed to all of the
That's how it is.
desert. They have to deal with all of the Interesting enough, uncertainty is something that often for the politics. Because when you at the end of the day, in money, I'm going to start our video for no one, except for the So it's a On one hand,
wasted a lot of the things
they're
you're saying because they
camel
want
drivers, they're always short.
define the
Why?
stereotype of kinks, though, which I like.
So they're running on the camel all day, so they experience the stuff down in the camel. Remember, you're going to say, are the camel drivers? That is a one factor. Why? They're not new. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Once you have what you keep in the pocketbook, you're only traveling back, like so we have to rely on finding water here, or civilization here. If you realize how fragile life is, and how dependent on the emotional you are, that is level of protection. There's no biology. So that actually just what's going on over here. How do you reconcile these two emotions? Are the camel drivers inside, or are they saving? So guys that actually that's the now. That guard in the person goes like that's because it's not a competition. Yeah, every you're like I'm making it yeah. So I trust that. That's probably no point I can love it really try. In reality, that's it actually. When it comes to concepts that are wasting of truth, so the gamma when I try there's kind of things that make the folks with that they can just from the job people watching in the summer and the I'm not secure. So it's not because they are shut in one area and Sadiq in another area. So there is shutting which is speaking of but they're Sadiq because they have incredible evidence. They're incredible reasons. They have incredible supplicate, they petition God with a broken heart and incredible response. Today, God, Flores, Sadiq, or Russia, ain't no that accurate, Coleles, and Coleles. So let's say, people are not supposed to do this to us. It means the traffic for in Russia is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I target on Russia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm excited and I'm not Russia. I'm excited in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas. There was this distraction and the facilities we have, I think it's one of the most light affirming lessons. Being excited, being a Russia is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because there was almost no one who thinks that, or at least regular people like us, don't
What's the album called? Like, I gotta be reminded of this. I'm going to just fast forward here. Fast forward.
So what is something that is? Who am I? What doesn't really develop in the country because the end of the day, the no breaking mode. If you shut it, if you lose cigarette, how can you see this area shape this area? Which is diarrhea. It's a vowel.
With an H between the A and the N in man. Because somebody stole it. Why did you like Big Mac? Somebody should have given over the real Big Mac. There's another guy named Big Mac. Yeah, there is. There's this guy. He's just telling this one with Jake Mac. Instead of adding a number to your actual name, you decided to throw an H in the middle of John's name. Like you're about to throw it. What does that
matter for if I know that I'm a restaurant and with A, B, and C? What is that? So that's not true. Everyone is dialect. Everyone is with value. Again, I can study the whole rest of the study. Even though I know full well that unfortunately, I know that's what we're talking over here for today. Let's pick up now again. At least we see there is some rejected. concept finds its expression in the spirit in the second. Neither of the Unida attribution and the parent of the last song, and the emotional development more for
Those
this.
dudes are fun. Why an echo track? You just make it sound like you're in a place with less of an audience.
Right. And it's important. First guy to do comedy from space. No crowd. Yeah. This primarily just protect my material, and then just also to have just something to show to the agents, to show them that I have something established. Jason, that's what you said already, but no one is stealing your material.
I like that you couldn't help but mouth it as it was playing. Yeah.
Like you had this thing alone. I just like you went Britney Spears
All
on
right,
us.
so
Really, like,
Just
Says he got it into my brain.
But you can do that 42 minutes again exactly like that? Is that what you're saying?
Probably just as fast as I just did that. Come up on stage and go. Yeah, okay. I really think when it comes to choosing the right job, I was very push and stop.
All right, Jake. What a first impression you have on us. The first comedian I've ever seen to drop an album before starting stand-up comedy.
Solid gold. All right.
Thanks to Jake Beckman, everybody. He's on Twitter at Jake Beckman. With an H between the A and the N.
It's Jake McMahon Town on Twitter for no reason.
They never tell Jake numbers.
There's a hidden L in Beckman on Twitter. At 6 in the middle.
Well, here we go.
Those are all to this person.
Antonio.
Give it up for me, because I just found out I graduated. For real.
The actor to talk about
So I went to go see my grandmother. She's like, wow, you're a whole different person than what you are now.
we just
But
got to
then
work
anymore, you're a nigger. I was like, wow, right? What do you feel that way? She was
the
like, yeah,
idea that
you don't have to smell like reefer or anything.
although we
Everything's
also
lovely about you. You're
it's
just so beautiful now. Well, you've been hanging with us. Well, I've been hanging with different people, different crowds. And she was like, yeah, well, you're doing coke now because you had to pump up, right? I said, no, I'm not doing coke. Not just. And she was like, well, you should try it because it's great. I was like, okay, well, I'll take your advice. Thank you. And my problem is, I try to impress white people too much. You know, the first thing I say, hey, my name's Antonio, I like reading, like long walks, and everything. Yeah, I'm not a nigger. I'm not a nigger. I'm just the average black guy out here. I'm just trying to make a
I
living.
love Ladas.
That makes me feel uncomfortable.
After a person goes super, we figure out here.
Kudos to everybody. This comedian.
What did you graduate from? Oh, that was when you graduated. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. I remember when I graduated from there.
It's awesome. It's awesome. First, I would lose a hat. I can't see your eyes, and I don't think they could either. Which that's a big. I mean, you use your like.
And I should go King Jr. and turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're wasting half your jokes delivery system by having this in shadow. They just don't get to see. They get to see what you're saying and have your cadence, but they lose how you feel about it because they can't see from your.
One more time.
And I don't see any reason for you to hide your face. I just wouldn't. I mean, you're there's no reason to. Unless there is a reason. Yeah, unless you're. The reason is I recommend being a
I'm not
Damn, I love you.
This
Maybe time. Maybe that could be a part of it. Yeah, turn the head around as you tell them that you graduated. It is a,
if I go
that
ahead
is a pretty big difference. I noticed it. Yeah, like as soon as I see, like even now, within the higher up, I mean, like I see your face, like I just get a better sense of you as a person. Okay. Yeah, I just not a fan of hiding this. And again, white people are terrified of black people in shadows. That shit really scares them. So like now, I'm like, oh, he's nice. Yeah, I guess I would definitely explain or write the joke a little different. I also had no idea that you were graduating from being an onward. When you meet a girl, everybody says that. Not everybody. Everybody sounds like that. This is
is like the lightest panel of all time.
But there's a particular idea in which I have no trouble. But there's a particular idea in which I am fully pure.
There you go.
Says, Mishum Chayva La'avera.
I don't know that you wrote the topic down as crazy as family.
Adam Zeba Shamayim, Tzaddik,
No,
Le'inyan
okay.
Osa Davar
I thought it was alright. You just don't check back. You know
She
what
has
I
learned
mean?
it and love to develop it.
Big question, when's the album coming out?
That I
How long have you
don't
been doing
stumble,
stand-up?
particular Avera that I don't transgress,
2
and
years
a particular Avera for which I have no desire, I am quoting Tzaddik.
I found the you want to press white part most interesting. She's mispronounced Reagan.
Of my
You're
personal,
like
the areas that I stress, and by that, any area that I transgress, and any area within makes mistakes, I'm not taking that area. Now, the list of the Tzaddik is as follows. The first is that even when I go ahead and I do Shuvah, it's like looking at it, it's like looking at it, and I do Shuvah for that. What's my status? What's my status? What's my status? Right?
Whoever told you we all love Ronald Reagan, that's fine.
I'm not a Tzaddik of Tzaddik. What I am is about Shuvah. I'm about Shuvah. I'm not a Tzaddik. The Tzaddik is the definition of the Tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desire for. And in that area, I'm a Tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done Kiva, I'm going to marry you, or if I've done Shuvah, I am a Bar Shuvah. To do everything.
You can stretch everything out, like your
Not a
relationship with your relationship.
Not a Tzaddik.
The
That's
young
the
person, the
Tzaddik
older
which
person,
is
you know,
good
with them. Like,
for
don't
areas in
try
life
to paint
in
us
which
this
I
wrong
go
spot
and
of just making my family's crazy.
absolutely
Because anyway, we've heard a lot of that over the years, and I think it's more, especially fucking white people, we want to know about your family. Like, it's interesting. I want to know about families a family life I didn't experience. So, like, don't, you're kind of feeling like shortchanged. It's like, my family's crazy. I'm like, wow.
You know what I said? I mean, like, the Indians that, because she's Tzaddik, the Tzaddik, not the Tzaddik, one in the Gabi China, just in the thing. So what's the beautiful result of this study?
My grandma's dead.
What's
She's
the beautiful reality of the
But your
for us?
grandma was alive during when the Coke generation, so it's
Think about
like grandmas did Coke
Yeah,
and your grandma
I
still
think
does
in
Coke.
many,
So like that's interesting in and of itself. Whereas that's probably
in
why
many
she's the same
areas.
one.
In fact, we want to make the
Whatever.
argument
That sounds like white
we are
generating, which I'm
addicted
into.
in many more areas in which we are have to develop from I don't want to say that's too much too strong. But in which maybe transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Los Shita Lachash Teva." Don't plan to say that you want to do. Never did it, have no desire for it. That does mean I'm a tzaddik in the union of Hashem. And look at it, people here, you can find it, look how cool we use something. Right? Think about the scale of the areas of morality. There are so many types. There's certain people in relationships which normal people don't have desires for.
Thank you so much,
So which
Antonio.
means
It's
even
Antonio
within
Houston,
the
Rabbi Spirit
same
AG
area,
777.
well, I could be a tzaddik in this area. And the tzaddik segment is like, what this means is, any given moment in life, this is how I profound it. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously tzaddik, and I may also be around. Simultaneously tzaddik and a rasha. Is it? And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Indians that להתחושש.
They're tracking us with those, you know that, right? GPS, they're tracking us.
לצדיק, רק לדבר איך הפילפס.
I like to mess with it every now and again. I like to
Rabbi
sit
starting
from
there next
automobile
to
to
Russia.
walking.
And this
So every
idea
now and again, Google thinks I'm
that in
fast
one
as fuck.
area I can be
Because I've
treated
been
as
caught
like even though in many other areas I am like a Russia, that actually cuts up harash for the condition of
Have you
the
guys seen
visa.
the show
Put
Hoarders?
over here was the
Great show. Since you've seen the show Hoarders, have you watched the movie 101
we're going to
Dalmatians?
we're gonna stop over here today. We'll stop with this. We want to start back on camera. Those are
That
the
couple had deep
point out,
psychological
let
issues.
me introduce the dramatic
Let's just
new
get one
idea
more
that a
sequel.
person
Sequel's called 102
is
Dalmatians.
tragic and the Russian is seen as a tragic person.
I
Think
used to
about
be
it.
married, I'm
It's a very
divorced now. I like to refer to my ex-wife as Plan A.
tragic
Plan A had sex with one of my friends. I was supposed to improvise. Plan A turned out to be real
not
fast.
my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship.
I didn't put that in.
So certain ideas on the side, just certain ideas on the left side. Certain ideas, just on the side, no type of voice, no desire for it, no tightness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't struggle with it. I don't desire it. I'm a side.
Then you're just like they're afraid. Now they're afraid you're gonna turn on them.
Other areas I transgress.
But I can't use
Active
that.
state of transgression. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
You read them, right? It's taking attack from
But
you.
then, if I do tshuva, then I'm about
I
to tshuva.
definitely have. I
Those
take, dude, that is fucking. I've taken tags from Tony. I've just the tags from Tony. You have to do that. Don't to any comic. There's no shame in that. Not to fucking do that to someone because I'm not gonna use it for anything ever. It's just gonna not exist. You would have to steal your joke. Yeah. So like tags. That is. I can't tell. I probably have taken 20 tags in my life. Like it's not. It's just one of those things that comics do. It's not looked down upon. Don't make that mistake. So if I'm not saying you have to take it, but if you like it and you want to use it, take it.
You know, I 300 and 5 months. You know, whatever. I'm so this amount of time.
I really like that. One thing, it's a beginner comedian thing that just happens. I'm a beginner. I mean, like first 5-6 years of doing comedy. Is you ask the audience if they have seen or heard something every time you start a joke premise.
This is my reality.
Start the
This
premise.
is
They don't
I
fucking
will
matter. You
try
can
to
literally
do
just
the
be like
rest
that
of
show
my life
orders.
is
Like
my
if you're
reality.
my
goal is just to go
so
in
like if they're like, no, you don't want to just stop your joke. You're gonna explain within your joke what
for as
chorus
long
is. Like
as I can.
that one's pretty self-explanatory. You'll engage them if it's not necessary, because then you're begging someone to be like, yeah, I fucking love it.
Why?
Now you gotta talk to that guy. Now you can't
The
tell your joke.
struggles are my
So just,
struggles.
you know, like I like
That's
that
it.
show
The
orders.
areas
Plus,
in which
I
I
really did want to hear
struggle.
more of your
Listen,
jokes,
think about
and
this
by
thing like
asking them each time, it took away 25 seconds.
Right.
Yeah,
I struggle in one area,
last one for
and
sure.
then that struggle goes totally
But
away.
then everyone has smartphones.
Kadosh,
Yeah, they
all
do.
the
Yeah,
time.
so like,
Like,
it's just not necessary.
you
Definitely
struggle.
everybody's
You struggle,
seen the
not
other
you
things.
don't struggle.
And if they have,
That's not
then
usually what happens. But
eventually it
honestly,
doesn't matter anyway. How long have you been doing
themselves,
3 years?
the things we struggle with internally,
From
very
Florida.
often are the very things we struggle with internally.
Nice. You're really good.
Stuff.
I mean, like, all of your bits
It's
were like,
manifests
I really
itself
don't have much advice except for
differently
what you said,
outside.
because it
But
was
it's
comfortable
all
to listen to and I liked your material. So, and honestly, it's easy to add a tag to a pretty good bit. Like, when you see like a bit that's not good, but
struggle.
it's just like you can't. It's easy to like you're on like when you see it, there's like one small thing missing. It's way easier. It's like oh, superhero work better than
That's okay. We'll say that's it. That's all I want to happen.
Flash. I'm like oh fuck, the Flash is back. Wow.
In the areas of my struggle.
What's
So
her name?
all I have to do is go ahead and
the good guy trying to break
along
that shit up.
and put
The
together
villain that she's
the
been painted to be
one
this whole
amount
time. Yeah, they do supposedly nice white yuppies that have 1,000
of
dogs.
that. I go to some of it and say, this I'm going to tell you, this is life also. This is the way you look at ourselves, and you look at our struggles, and you look at our areas of weaknesses and strength.
I'd spell out the stuff that you don't see that you would have to do to support 101 young men. Yeah, just unravel that film. Like, thank God they didn't have fucking kids. It would have just been slave labor shit juggling. Right. And the trough that they must be eating out of. I mean, there's no way each
Do they have their own? I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Do they have their own like bowls and shit? I guess it really doesn't even matter. I mean, they left. If you really want to dissect that shit, they only had the dogs for like a day. They weren't really their dogs. They didn't all come from the same dog either, did they? No, they were rescuing all the dogs in the city, so Bill couldn't kill them. Why were they all Dalmatians? That had to be some inbred. She wanted a Dalmatian coat. Yeah, I'm really into this movie.
Yes, okay. Beautiful, stylish woman. Everyone should have her.
Don't ever have a different patriot than this one. Honestly, so far, the winning patriot. Just out of curiosity, is your joke in your head based on the cartoon or the live action film? Close. I've never seen the live action, but I guess it would fit more. But live action written by John Lucas. No, I think I just missed. It was Beethoven too. I really thought he was doing the 101 Dalmatians musical, but I guess that was a little classic. Nothing on that. Already made it weird. Jeez. Adam Traeger sounds like, please sign up again. Your one-liner style, and you were talking so we could understand every word that you were saying really helped. And
shame you don't have an album. I do, but I have a Twitter. It's got a Twitter.
That's absolutely true. Look at that. C Traegers. I figured it out. R-I-G-G-E-R-S. Even if there was another Adam Traeger, she just put that middle initial.
Now, again, whether
There is
on
no
a
obvious way out.
He's a famous one.
Weightlifter, he's like world champion.
Adam Traeger.
He has a Twitter.
or
Actually, I tweet all of his tweets. Every single day. There's a Kevin Chris uses a famous weightlifter too. I had to go.
and also, of course,
I do it all initial too. And I can tell you two never lift weights.
like remember again,
No connection. Yeah, I got someone thought that was gonna hurt my feelings. First, like, oh, we're doing this on all. We did all things. They should be just one-to-one. Oh yeah, I thought it was good. Definitely call your first album, Trigger, please. There he is. It's Adam C. Triggers, everyone. Man, I liked him. Yeah, got one more of him. DWA Triggers with that. This is a great one. This is a great jokes. The guy was all class. Straight up, even had comedy glasses. Just did. You're welcome. Fuck yeah. Brilliant dude, everything. I hate jogging. I really do. I hate jogging so much that I'm going to start wearing American flag pants. So if my friends ask me to go, I can just be like, sorry, brother, these colors don't run.
This is from a beautiful paper called
Not lazy, I'm a patriot.
and he actually has a section of like Boulder.
Guys,
And
I
he
like to
puts
drink.
on the page
Sometimes I
that I
black
sent,
out.
like I underlined it. He likes to here, well, we can take a look back. Bacarius have seen in the Orient Concealers. Pushing that innovative. On Mozin, on Kodash, in the Kudosh, in the Dusha Yomad Bomer, the Deo the Kakba. Kidusha is also the Yakov. He shall be Rayhan inspired. If I don't have that master man, some other thing, but a little over.
Then I drink more and start getting a little hungry.
Well, let's see. The concept of blue factory. Hopefully, the Rabbi, the Yitzchak, and the ladies take something. He said, at the Tuna has also a Yaki time. Mukila at Lag Ba'oma. The Rebbe posits that Tuna itself, right, this week's parsha, starts in Rothschild, Nofaraka, Shabbat, Shabbat, Tuna, you have an obligation to count 7 weeks, 49 days between the first and second, and
It was everything
and
that's
whatever
ever
takes
existed
you
about
from
beatboxing that I don't like.
divided
Yeah,
into
and
two
it's
parts.
kind of
The
like
first
if
part
this were
says, Abakina Gosha
1989,
Yitzchak
we're very
Mitzrayim,
sober. People would be
Mukila
like,
Lag Ba'oma. For the
it's beatboxing.
first
But I
33
feel like a
days
lot
are
of people don't even know
up
what that
until the
is anymore.
33rd
And
day.
I couldn't
The
agree more. I
essence
think
of
that the
Sira
Jay-Z impression
is
is so
rooted
good,
in
and I don't
Yitzchak
hear anyone else
It's
doing
almost
that,
as if
that
the afterglow
I
of
totally feel
Yitzchak
like the
Mitzrayim.
beatbox
I
weighs
said
it down.
we left
Yeah, it
Egypt,
just kind of
we
got. I get that you have to like figure out a way to get to
and
the
up
thing,
until
but
the 33rd day,
it
the
didn't help.
focus of the
It feels a little too
of the days,
music,
anything you
like
can
it's like
have.
you just think you're good
ومن
at this, so you
بعد
want to show it
عمر
off a little.
مسيو
Which
تعارف
first is
كمان
what's going to
فالسيناي
get you the laughs, and the other
كتاب
thing is just
الله.
like, oh, I learned this thing in my house. I want to like show it off, which I don't think that helps them.
Right. See,
What
the
is
beatbox
this?
thing
The
isn't
switch
funny.
is that
You
from the
can
30s
use the Jay-Z
to
in
the
any way you want. It might take a few minutes to think of a better premise than the beatbox thing, but I don't even think it would. Like, it just seems like Jay-Z can be explaining himself out of any situation.
Yeah, your inner monologue is G for some reason.
Right.
So much rap music.
Yeah.
So much you can do with
Not
your
for the
voice
focus
too.
is if you
Exactly. So, you know, the beatbox,
show
doing it in beatbox form is like
up
doing
like
a
the only
non-pop.
and then you can
It's
get
because it just has
literally
that.
has data a
from
little.
like the
It makes it
and
feel,
all
it makes it feel
shot
like 90s stuff. Because there was something, you know, like Rosie O'Donnell used to do like a beatboxing rap.
he goes on, he
Jeez,
says
they
it's
can
so
stand up.
beautiful.
Yeah, I
And
don't want to
Rani
be the
is
guy who
in
does
the
the
process, the Yaakov
Yeah.
Haro Lo Galdi. He goes to Pasik,
Damn.
I think it's very good. Goes to Pasik in Parashat Vayisha, and the Parashat Vayisha, but remember again, this is when Yaakov Avinu parts
And
ways
the other
in
thing
Lavan.
was,
And remember again, Yaakov, he steals away from Lavan, sneaks in the middle of the night. Lavan catches up with him, and Lavan catches up with him, and then he could see, right after a little bit of anxiety at first, a little bit of apprehension, the next thing, the key is essentially they set up a line of Yimaki. And both parties agree, no one crosses the line. Yaakov is going to go ahead and go, you don't come back, Garam Narayan, Lavan agrees not to go, and they throw one. So he says, Yaakov, and what do? They tell the script, they made
do
a
you do any
pirate
other
story.
impressions other
In
than
order to
Jay-Z?
go ahead and demarcate the area. So the Pasuk says, Yaakov Haro Lo Gali, Yaakov folded Gali down the Yehuda
Then you
pirate.
can even slide in
Age,
that way by
testimony,
saying that,
to whatever second
you know, all
is
that
so
you do is,
beautiful.
the ones that
Looking
entertain
at
you
the
and you
Roman,
incorporate that
Eva
in
Shema
Jay-Z.
Gia Gal,
So,
from the Gal,
you know,
right
where
also
if you want to,
Gavanara, right,
there's just
Gavanai
ways to
Zat
go about it
Pita,
that you can
open my eyes and I will see Gal is glad. When Gal comes, when Glad comes, the Lag Ba'omer comes, to the Mayuma Halag Ba'omer, as Masmirin Maha'ir
and then you
B'Kinos
also find it
Ha'arat
funny if
Habarat.
they're having a conversation.
So
It's
also
funny.
the moment
So,
that
you know,
Gal
you might be able
comes,
to
the
way
moment
away
that Gal
with the
comes,
beatboxing thing if you're doing
is the
30
moment
minutes
that
or
you
you have more time.
feel
So that's what there's lots of power. There's essentially,
you feel ultimately
stage
again
trick. That's part
the
of the
energy
track.
of truth.
Yeah,
If
I
you
mean,
begin to
if
feel,
you
if
have
you
10
begin to
minutes, so
feel
it's just
the energy
right
of
now,
what's going
most
to
of our
happen in
effort
just
is just
a few
beatboxing.
days from now. When Milas Ad, see that there's something very beautiful. He says the word Ad, quotes
So
the
there you
passage
go.
from Nefeska, when we lost our Ade Haggai. Which again, the Gemara Gaish means to refer to Kabbalah.
That's what happens
So,
when you
literally,
beatbox.
Ade Haggai means Bach, and it's the woman. It's the metaphor because the child is spelled as in the woman. So, woman is uncomfortable. So, what's interesting is kind of beautiful and overwhelming idea. This notion that the spirit itself is divided up into these two parts. And up until Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha, if you look at the Kedusha of the days, is Mosaiah, stems from what was. And then for the rest of the year, the inspiration stems from what will be. And isn't that incredible dialectical life? And life is this combination of things. We are inspired from our past, and ultimately we are where we gain strength from our past, and we gain inspiration from our future. Because there's one more little piece. It says, if we each of them are the same, cultivate a good idea that are Havana Shakira, Teleshowing Kalishion, Shikidishin Baki, Asmin Hasira, Kidishinis Kala Hasagas Hatar Hagashur, Sorry for Adam the Shaki Master Hasira, Ad Lag Ba'omer, Shivu Kamishi, Shavu Kamishi Telesira, Shu Hocha Behold, with his hand Ila Master with his mercy on Hagas. Don't say, it's the same idea of the same artists and according to the same idea. You start singing it a little bit differently in the more excited context. Because Moses is the power of days where that possess several amounts of the way they just embedded in the world. What happens is that strength involves additional layers of
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
kedusha are added to the day. So now the akiva adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. Lashmi adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. But here we have Rabbi Yitzchak and the Ma'or Hashem is saying from the beginning, from the time that we first started counting Tefillah,
That's your closer when
this day
everything
was
else is you're sitting
significant.
on that.
Because what this day
People know you from
represented
your minds and they
was
come
that
out to see you
really,
stand
this
up.
is no doubt was
You
going
know,
to
I mean,
change
2
the
millions of
we
watts.
started
So
with
it just
that.
happened is
The thing
that
with
make
college
them
is
one
that
and sit on
in
Freebird
life,
until the last
the
song and turn it into a
reserves
monster.
are in your
There
hands.
you go. I don't know about the thanks, guys. I love how you actually
You
negotiated
have the
more time.
ability to bring
I can
forward
see how the first. Oh, that's it? What the fuck?
I mean, in the ideal world, maybe it's the one
It's Ryan on Vine and
in the
on
ideal
Twitter,
world,
Ryan,
first 33 days of
Yeah,
Shira,
Did you guys try it on? I did.
it's
Congrats on
just
the mic.
yeah, those are to me, to use my mitzvah. So we all have our mitzvah. Like we all have our mitzvah, our narrow streets. We all have the things in life. Over staff, with finance, with mirrors. The goal of the first 33 days
You should go
you
with
run
the
the
last
time.
comic, and
And
then
then
that way you can be the trigger
you
man.
keep running time in 33 days, you spend the rest of the
Very
year
good.
learning every single Hasid. Because the
I
paradigm
know
for
this guy
growth
is Brad
in life
Sachs, everyone.
is first deal with the things that are holding you back. First deal with the stuff, with the trial. First deal with the difficulties. Deal with the time.
Engaged last year, guys.
And then you the things next year.
I did.
That's the power of the
In 1 year, I put on 15 pounds. She's fucking killing me.
Worked on my past.
And she's the
I
worst
left
cook,
my
too. I just
trial.
smoke so much
I
weed to be
changed
around
who
her.
I
I
am.
put up with her, then
And
I'm
I'm
putting
ready
on
to
weight.
work on my
And I feel
I
bad.
was with
And
that
she's
with
always like, what do you want?
that's
She's so
some have
passionate about cooking. She's so
like
good.
you have a little bit of fun at the end of the
What do you
show.
want next? I'm like, nothing. I don't want to know. She's like, no, what do you want to say? I'm like, nothing. She's like, no, I'll make it for you. What do you want? I'm like,
But
cereal.
still, I also put on the sheet a
That was
beautiful piece by the Bells of Eva,
when we moved in
which
together.
you'll
She
take
just
a
went
look
ahead
on.
and
You'll
stopped
take a look at it
shaving
as
the
well.
bottom
Really
half of her
incredibly
body.
beautiful.
Said, anyone fucking believe that? Yeah, just let it grow. I called my buddy. I'm like, I moved in with Wolverine. Okay, I'm quitting this tonight. Forget it. I'm just done with this. It's over. Just my fiance's so uptight. Also, it's fucking like I'm like, look, we're engaged now. Can we make a sex thing? She's like, absolutely. Who's gonna play you? It's a punchline. Who's gonna play you? Thank you, guys. Oh, jeez. What happened from last time you were on stage? With my fiance?
Yeah.
I don't want to say.
No, you got to tell us.
Did she hear? She didn't hear. No. Did somebody tell her? No one said anything.
But did the things change? Did you reflect on it?
Oh, I did a lot of reflecting. Yeah, I reflected.
So what happened the last time he was here, about 2 weeks ago, we had him. I mean, he really doesn't, as you can tell by a different minute than 2 weeks ago that he talked about. He really is unhappy, and he's engaged. He's not married yet, and he's been engaged for a year, and he's still putting it off for another year, and he's so unhappy, but he's not jumping out of this thing.
Like you know, I mean, giving the serial bitch, you know, like the first day.
Yeah, no, I felt genuine hate.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. I I play it up for the performance. I mean, there is stuff about our marriage that like I told Tony before. I don't know.
I feel like his wife is at a cooking class complaining about his comedy. Oh my god. Did you compare her to the hair-wise? You said a Wolverine. You said maybe something like what's a centaur or something like what's the half horse? Yeah, Mennonite. Yeah, there you go. Not a Mennonite. Not a Mennonite. Fine line between your centaur and Mennonite. You said she stopped shaving from what? The waist down. Wow.
Which is sort of true. I mean, you move in with somebody who shit gets goofy.
Well, if you're have an experience. Yeah, if you're with somebody
value.
who
The
is
first part
really
is
doesn't want you to have sex with them,
value
then
for
totally
both
goes.
of them.
Right, that's her plan. She's like, I gotta stop this public. I know. I'll just get gross. Absolutely. That's one way to people that have that is an interesting psychological technique because those are people with real loneliness issues that are so afraid to lose somebody that they don't want to break it off, but they don't want them to like them that much. So deep right now. I've heard of this happening. Relationship.
Robert Jackson,
He's still
Lama
shitting on your
Habisha
legs.
Mikata
Just gain a lot of weight.
Ilo
Gain like 40 pounds.
Why is
Get
it
rid of
that
some
Mika Magica and Iris
Wow. It's like a
has the
Scorsese
ability to
movie.
go ahead and pay for one
You do the anti-machinist. The reverse Dallas Buyers Club. I don't feel like most fan of audiences are half of it. I don't know that they like hearing a guy shit on his future wife quite that much. You're doing, in the actual you kind of feel like, yeah, man, I started to sympathize with her. I'm not taking her side. She fucking tries to
Mola, the solid
even
excellence,
if she's
the
mad at it,
magic
she's trying. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what's this guy trying to do? And all makes make up jokes about her. Like, it didn't. I felt like I found myself taking her side. And once you call her a bitch, you serial bitch. I'm like, all right. Yeah, sir. He does hit her, or he should have. It's a classic. That is a meter symptom is when you are criticizing the nice things that they do. Like, I hate your cooking. Or shitty sandwich that no one's ever in the world. What makes the whites of the color? She's from my favorite church. She's Twitter for me. That relates in the color lobes. You're talking about right? Fuck yeah. Hey, buddy. Yeah.
It ultimately strengthens
The last time it makes you feel comfortable.
Sorry,
We call her basic, never the whole bitchy women hating thing a lot of people do. I think there's comedy, like calling women bitches and just going off on them. It's really uncomfortable to listen to. And you're able to do it's not genuine. I don't think you're, like if you're gonna go, no, bitch, the only way to go, like, gonna go well is if they think you're psychotic. So it's like it's your issue, not her issue.
I actually don't
I
want
mean,
to
to
tell
me, the
them
more interesting angle is
that particular action.
you
In
love
fact,
her, but
all I
she's
want
so bad. Like, if she is terrible, you're like,
and
right.
myself.
I try to eat it, but
And I'm
it's so like
embarrassed
I
that
want what I want to say that, but I don't. But
I'm
then if you're
embarrassed
actually being
I
abusive,
don't
you're like,
want
oh,
to
so
be
you're just an
identified
abusive
with.
man,
I'm
you're
embarrassed
sweet.
that for one thing,
No, I think I mean stuff that hours. Yeah.
it's about violence. No, it's inaccurate. It's not part of the lado. Sí, actually, emotion how you're showing the values, the rest of the
Listen to you when you say that you don't really hate her, but then in that case, I'll say that maybe you should start writing about something else. If you're really hate your wife and you're trying to paint this fake picture, it's not gonna come across because you're talking about hating her. He doesn't really like so much. He hates his wife, he follows it up with a still being a black guy.
I don't want
If you're not angry about her, then
I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this thing. This is not necessarily who I
you're like, I'll stare there. Like, well, 2 weeks ago, maybe 2 days. It sure did.
But at the end of the day, what is the fundamental point of it?
Why don't we call her right now?
The creation of the sin. I don't want to
Anybody
do
in this
this.
room
I
like that
don't
at all?
want to be part of it. I don't want this to be associated
We only
with it.
text anyway. You're protective of her. Yeah, how you want to protect her? Now she's not bringing you cereal like a bitch.
This is something I know. That's what we do. That's
Is your wife like a
called
moose
Spanish spot.
we keep
fucking
If you're
hurt.
embarrassed about the thing, it means
You
you
know
don't
what?
want to be
When
associated with
she
it.
stopped, she kind of stopped coming to see it.
It means that you feel that
That
you
is
present the
so
threat.
weird.
Here's how you really
Was it about the
want.
time she
It's by
stopped
definition,
shaving, maybe?
you don't want to
But
keep
no, she
doing it.
didn't.
You want to change yourself to
She
it.
stopped shaving. She didn't just
That's
seem to mind. She
Rose
minded
is
in a
Fafarada,
weird way when I would
Magnetas
try
Israeli.
to take that material
You
and like put it on Twitter or Facebook.
Shalu.
Then she
Moshe
minded when she would come to a show, she would
Yavusa,
afterwards it would
Bishikis
second, one
Al-Ha'adam,
second, you put
Puppet
it on
Ha'arkar.
Facebook.
So it's
You're
actually very
engaged.
interesting. There's another piece
Absolutely
that's
done
going
it.
on.
I'm guessing her family or Facebook friends with you. That's why she's like, hey, someone I get people. I think your joke is so funny. My dad, on the other hand, is going to pay for this fucking wedding. And like to get my serial bitch massage.
So many of us
Does he want to
familiar
know about my
with this word.
vaginal? Yeah.
We might
He
have
doesn't
been
want to know that I have
told
a
when we
pussy
were
like a
making
Wolverine.
this
I know, that's a little on the conservative side. I know, I don't want to affect your heart. No, we're not knocking free pussy, by the way. You laugh so hard every time somebody tells you how stupid. I know. Like, you laugh extremely hard at that, but you also leads me to believe that what you think is funny is the dumb shit that you do. So that is true. Maybe there's something in that. What you mean? That's, I mean, one of the best. I went to the Canadian Pride once. Who's one of the greats. It's
We all
truly
understand how
incredible.
powerful it is.
Because I'm just
The
going through
house
life.
is
That was the first thing out of that. The song that I had
how
the first 4 seconds, and then after that, his perspective was.
embarrassing.
And that's the thing is like, if you find it,
When
you
I
stupid shit all the time,
am
and everyone
embarrassed
hates
and
it, but
I
you just
feel
find it so
embarrassed
funny. You keep
about the
generating
ideas that
stupidity.
I've committed,
That's relatively
that
interesting.
in and of itself
I think the crowd would like it more if you talked about what a dick you are.
because again, I can't believe I do all of it. I want to be associated with
How
this.
dare she?
This is not
And if she
who I
wants to
am.
come on and
That's
do
who I
like
want to
3
be.
minutes on
Since
Pro
I'm
Tony
out,
becoming
that's
she
the
deserves
that's
her cuddle. She's got
the
all
opposite of
she
our
wants too
Yeah,
fast.
Ruth is
She's
super
hanging
I
out
don't
and nice and like
puppet
fucking
on
smart and the food's good. Amazing food. Yeah, I bet it's so good. You just have a limited palate.
Maybe she makes your food taste like shit because you don't cook her right.
Dang.
arrogance is incredibly possessed. Why is arrogance
like that
possessed?
from the real
Arrogance is arrogance.
Clear an estrogen dispenser. There you go, everybody. Brat sacks. There you go. Good luck to you, Brad. Don't kill your wife tonight. Please don't kill your wife. Yeah, that's important. I really would like to hear her side. Absolutely. I mean, we're already. Ask her if she wants to do 2 minutes. See if she can cook for about 25. We'll bring her in here and we'll be the judge. We're already on her side. We might as well hear it. Absolutely. Or if you want me to come over and test her food out while you're out of town, I'll let her. Yeah, she can either come on and do a minute, or she can just make a casserole for the
Feels like you can do a minute or less right to that
They
guy.
talk more for a long like a week when you don't have
That
to
could also be a thing.
So you
Maybe,
start to
maybe
feel like
you're a premature ejaculator and she's growing out wig and bush hair all the way to try to get you to not come so fast. That could be it could be an interesting approach. Do you think she wants to be a sack? I don't know. That's a rough last name to take over as sacks. She's not post office, is she?
It's such a again, there's no confusion over
Okay,
here.
that was Brad Sachs. That's Brad Sachs on Twitter, spelled Brad S-A-C-H-S. S-A-C-H-S.
And the power of being embarrassed.
You know, my last name is I've been looking at tonight's thing. I've been wondering as long as it used to was how Whitney Houston was a good
Feeling embarrassed
You
by
want
others
Everett
is
fan
one of the sounds started to say. And in fact, if you're going to say, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. It's like getting embarrassed. That means that the patient
So the other day I saw a guy snort Oreos on a baby.
I don't feel
And I was really
embarrassed.
surprised. So I joined
If
it
I
and I
don't feel
snorted the
embarrassed,
Oreos
that
with
means
them.
that I'm totally okay.
Now I'm here.
Self-identify.
Today's my first day doing stand-up, by the way. You saw me earlier. I'm the guy that said here, and everyone else that
But
completely
not
had
at all
baby
those
inside of her,
yourself into the
and
person
the baby
who
was
you
jerking me
desire
off,
to become. And
and
not that is love.
I was like, shit,
That is
I'll
those
call
feelings of Musha
by
by
later and see
definition is
if
a
I can help
process
you
of
later.
sugar. Because
Get
those
it?
feelings of
Call
Musha
by
by definition are the actual retribution of the
how come
idea. And I
dinosaurs
quote
don't have
one more
dicks?
piece which is incredibly proud. Because when you see out the started, I think that Cuba do not say the appropriate of the passive demo.
It's very,
He's
always
the
sweet,
I'm
this
sorry
one.
to call it. He says
Yeah,
that
right? Fuck
Cuba
yeah,
in
your
and of
first time
itself
ever
is
done
an
stand-up
incredible
was
place.
tonight.
And obviously we learned it together the two times, the two cycles,
I
we
was
didn't
expecting like a
get
75-year-old
for
white
her
man with the name Everett. So that shocked me right away. How old are you, Everett? Fuck yeah. 24.
So anyway, college. He said that Shiva
That's the thing.
is a
I mean,
passion.
when
But
I was watching, I honestly felt like
that the way the world
that
works
was like exactly what I was like when I first started doing
looking at the
stand-up.
you get
And
annoyed.
if it's true,
That's the way it
and you
works.
just try to come up with any funny answer, like if I fucked a person and there was a person there, would it be weird? So it's all this like, it's all conceptual,
that God
and
does
none of it links together, but like, I fucking love watching people that
that's
kind of stand up.
even
Like,
though
it's just stuff
that's
you
the
thought
world
of. Like, it's just stuff you thought of randomness. And
should work.
in the beginning,
Looking at
it's
data,
very,
you get
I wish I kept better track of all that weird. Like in the very beginning, you showed material that like I wish I could find it again because it's usable shit. But like right now, it's just you're saying anything that you can think of all the time. There's something great about it. Yeah, it was a line that got some response like homelessly.
literally
With
you uproot
should
will
be about pregnant.
and so it
That's a different type of like.
the Heimer
You
is
start
the
off
most
like a homeless
shot
fucker. I
market
like
of
this, but they had nothing to do with her being homeless.
Moldova,
I guess
ومسلمين الله الشعب المتحرك على حالات
great
الجمهورية
concept.
من
Yeah, you at the
الحالات
beginning of one
الحالات
joke, and then
الحمدية
you went into a totally
صوت
different
الفكرة
joke. It's like, fuck
خالص
the homeless thing.
extended
You could have
discussion
got, there's so many things too.
concept
If
of
you could
Cuba
plan as like, I
even
mean,
a
at least
little
that
bit
baby
further.
has a home. You know what I mean?
Even a little bit further. So what they would
It's
this idea
yeah.
when a person experiences halal,
Yeah.
you want to deeply notice. You know, it's like, let me take you back
Fuck
just a
yeah.
little bit more.
That
The
she
Gemara
was
says
in a 100
that
period,
when
but
a
it didn't matter because we
person
just
gets
flipped her
Cuba,
box or something like
have
that.
the
Like whatever
ability
she's sleeping
to
on,
go
you
ahead
know.
and negate the punishment associated with
So,
it. Right? For example,
don't take that
you could
advice.
take Cuba and you could transform your Averos into Cuba. The punishment actions of other things. And then you give it a higher form of Cuba, where a person could take his Averos and turn them into the Cuba. And you turn them into Cuba.
So fucking literally say, hey, like start off try to make it as personal as possible about your particular life, and then don't lose that weird random shit. Because when you find a place in a bit about you, or a thing about story, or a maybe like it makes sense, it's gonna be like, holy shit, like how did you fucking justify that reference? Like, don't lose that sense of oddness. And like people who know the comedy store or comics here, when you came up on stage and just started with a high-pitched voice, it's very, very diamond. Just like it makes people like, why is he using a weird voice? Because it obviously is the way you
So
talk.
I did the
Right?
time.
I was about to be real bummed that you were going to talk that way the whole time. I was like, oh no, he's crazy. Like, but then I was like, oh, you're just doing a funny thing. But like, yeah, don't, I mean, unless it's going to be a thing, don't do it. It's not going to turn into anything, just go and
The
talk.
act never even
You
happened.
weren't super
Forget about
afraid because
turning
this
it
was your first time. You
into
felt
a mix.
relatively
That's
comfortable.
even like
You just went up
another
and
level.
talked.
But the
And
most
like, don't build up
Cuba
comfortable. Well, yeah, when you everyone's the first few years you're terrified, but it's how good you're hiding that terror. You know,
we'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on Cuba on this piece of the we'll pick up with this piece of the tomorrow, and then we'll link it back and mention it tomorrow to you.
Cover the
Back to it.
microphone with your hand because that muffles it. No, I'm a rapper. Oh my God, that's like. All right, well, in that case, when you're rapping, they can't understand what you're rapping. Hold it below the mic part. Otherwise, you're knocking away at just a lot of like where your voice
voice is supposed to be going into the mic, so.
And you're covering part of your face where they're going to see the expressions in the joke.
Right.
Like your fist is covering this area, and they want to see, don't cover your face.
And also, comedians are fucking disgusting, and there have been homeless people that have touched that mic. You don't want to touch it. Wash your hands. No. Dude, just literally ate Moonshock's ass. Oh, God, no. Jesus. Muxilla, you were putting that on your chode earlier, right? Oh, right now, right? Oh, ever. Maybe start by licking a mic. That got a good response. No, seriously, don't do that anymore. People have to talk on that. The filthy people I've seen perform. I guarantee he would have pulled his stick out after you said that one thing, and I not stopped him after seeing him just lick the mic twice. Yeah, you definitely don't ever want to do that again. Listen, everybody talks and everybody spits when they talk. It's just whether we can see it or not in the lights, but it's constant spit.
And the last person they used that
the spit catch.
Yeah, and the last person they used that was the Ding Dong Show. So that was probably in somebody's ass.
Yeah. It's a disturbing. You gotta judge the situation. I'm guessing that everyone eats ass. It's other things that I'm concerned about that could be on.
You eat ass.
There you go.
Hey.
Okay, Everett. You are slightly crazy. Everett, thank you so much.
No Twitter?
No Twitter, huh? MySpace? You can find him at Tom on MySpace.
Yeah, where do we find the rap music then?
We got Josh, alcohol swabbing me. Oh my God, Everett just knocked over their table. It was Lady and Jerry, nothing to worry about. Is everybody okay over there? Awesome. Fantastic. One more time for Everett Fader, everybody. Everett Fader! He just started comedy today.
I can't tell you that reminded me so much of when I first started. I had so many jokes that had nothing to do with me. I had jokes about being an alcoholic. I don't even drink. Anything I thought of that made sense joke structure-wise, I would just tell it.
Totally.
And so that period of time is so interesting when you first started. Such
Sorry
a
to
fascinating time.
I used to be really bad at crowd work because I'd overthink it instead of just communicating with whatever's going on.
Alright, so it's a good one. So we are
It was never that bad. It was never just Pittsburgh. It's so true. Where are you from? St. Louis. I don't speak weird. It used to be the best. Fuck yeah. Well, this is the part of the show. We have a special guest here tonight.
Yo.
She does a minute.
Yo.
She is not.
Hey, what's up? I just popped back in here.
How you living, big dog? How you living, big dog?
Good. Just wait till I get paid. I have to show somebody how to hit the invite. I'm doing like a giveaway.
There you go, big man. There you go, big man. I see we have Riser in here. Riser, can you hear me? See we have Riser. Riser.
What the fuck is?
How you living, big man?
My favorite goddamn one, shiny side Londo.
Thank you, big
What's
man.
going on?
Slinging dick like it's going out of style. What's new, big man?
Man, I just
Out of style. What's new, big man?
I just wanted to give you the courtesy forming you. I'm watching a documentary fascinating on the BC fan name and it's crazy. It involves like the government suppressing all this information. It's very interesting. If you want to watch it, I'll stream it.
Yeah, I'll watch it, and then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterward. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me?
Right now, he's using the term Agmas Nefesh. Agmas Nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil.
Yeah.
When a person suffers that inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, Rebbe says that is also a form of suffering. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of Avera is also a form of tshuva. It's also a form of repentance. I'm going to explain what that means. We'll explain how that works in just a moment.
Riser. Yeah, I'd love to watch it. And then we'll watch O.J. Simpson afterward.
Sure.
Okay,
What time did you even sleep?
No, I haven't. So it'll be better that we watch it early, and then I'll be able to get my hours back.
Seems to be the cause for his forgiveness. That's
All right, Riser. Are you ready?
Right from the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh.
Sorry, your mic's
super choppy.
Yeah, no, I know it is. Are you ready?
Embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averos, so
I know my chopper. I know my mic. I know it is. I know it is. Just one moment. I'm going to restart my computer.
The power of embarrassment.
Are you ready?
For one's sins.
Ready for what?
Yeah, just one moment. I'm going to restart my computer, and then it should be better.
Because with the embarrassment, it's either that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. It's incredible that the power of embarrassment is such.
Frank was like good for like a while, and now the last few times
Yeah, just. And then it should be better.
Who's ever suffered
I couldn't
embarrassment?
hear you over the top. You're down to watch your documentary.
No, it's that. Yes, absolutely. The pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So, let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of
Yes, I'm down to watch the documentary. Just one moment. I'm going to restart the computer.
Number one, Usha itself is a chiluk.
I can hear you.
It's not Usha. Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Avera and then is embarrassed by that Avera is forgiven. Somehow the Usha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for Shuvah.
So I don't see you reading on X.
Yeah, so I changed my accounts.
That Usha almost
So if you ever want to find them, just type Rabbi in the search of the Twitter, the X spaces, and it shows up. And it's on like 2 nondescript accounts. So I'm actually live streaming on 2 of them. I went a whole year of doing live video X spaces, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to expand to doing 2 at once. And so I got 2 different accounts and started doing that. And then one of them got suspended for whatever reason. I didn't do anything different than I ever do. It just randomly did. And so then I the other one, and then created 2 new accounts.
I didn't do anything different. Archived the other one, and then created 2 new accounts.
No.
That's fun. So the idea is
Yeah. And you know, it's a game that I have to play with them basically. So I stream on 2 of them simultaneously, and then if any one of them suspended, then I type the other one, and then I start up 2 new. So that way the data gets preserved
data gets preserved
consistently.
Now we're going to see
Right.
And then we're going to
And
see
if you're like, why'd you get
And
suspended?
if
Dude,
you're like, why
I
do you get
do the same thing that I always do. And
And
it's like I literally have two
it's like I
simultaneous. I literally have two simultaneous streams going. So it's not like one is bad and the other is good. It's like if I was doing something bad, it should ban on both of them, but it doesn't, which tells me their system sucks.
Yeah. I don't see that streaming video. At least currently.
It's a good question.
That whoever goes ahead and does something,
I mean, it looks like they are.
he ultimately again is forgiven.
Click on one of them and see.
Here it says exclusively because the busha lo tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the chait,
Go into one of them.
embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what's this? What's the pshat? The meiri shabusha sha'adam ispayu shamashachata. Can
you hear me?
This is incredible.
No, you can't hear me.
Now it goes to
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so go into one of them and see. I know it's going to be choppy just for a second. Hold on. I'm going to be choppy just for a second. I'm going to be choppy just for a second.
Is the tshuva. Says the Meiri. Why is busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says because the busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata
Can you hear me?
is the yesod, is the basis, is the foundation. So this interesting idea. So first of all, understand the Meiri to back it out a little bit. I'm going to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri is positive in this idea of remorse.
I know, but I can't use that one all the time.
The yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. Let's say if a person
I know, but I can't use that one all the time.
I know, but I can't use that. But I can't use that.
Recognize that you think that is. So let's be honest. Sometimes I cannot think. And the truth is, there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. That was what? It was a shock. It was such a. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day,
right, so can you hear me?
What we call more like intellectual trauma. Intellectual, and you see this.
Yeah.
Okay.
When people make
check
profound,
check the X space and see if it's video. I'm gonna check the same.
It's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a secret video. There's almost like an intellectual position. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. Because if I could turn back the hands of time,
I see that they're on video.
Because I recognize that this action
but I don't even
so
see that.
fundamentally undermines who I am, what I am, what I want to be.
I appreciate it. Well, it does say that it's video.
I would have never done this. If I could go back,
But sometimes if there's like a minor cutout,
it
stops the video altogether.
Ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri that is
March is when?
Yeah.
At least the Meiri has it.
I have no idea. I haven't been wherever, but apparently,
Marcus went.
I just saw this
now, but more light. Apparently, his wife or whatever.
Pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, two more pieces.
Marcus at one point was trying to
Oh, no way.
talk to her, like, do about crypto events and
That's
whatever. And then, I think she wasn't too interested. And then,
That's hilarious.
Now
more light
is currently
wiping her.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, I just saw that on
Twitter.
Okay,
He's like a scientist.
He's like a scientist or something.
more light?
No, not more light.
Not more light.
Girl's like a
physicist or something.
More light's fiance?
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah,
it's some like
field.
All right.
Let's check out your medium.
Oh,
Do
okay,
we
good.
have any homework?
No, not today.
Yeah, can I talk about that one?
Structural and
empirically grounded case for eliminating traditional homework.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
was actually talking to a
teacher on this.
I did a
pop-up at skiing, and the guy that took me to the
how hot was she? 0 to 10.
It was a dude.
It was a dude.
Yeah, but
I was asking about homework, and
he said that he's anti-homework as like a teacher, and that's basically to allow his students to have time in class time to work on all the homework, and if they can't finish it in their allotted time, then he tries to at home, he tries to make sure that they have enough time to do everything in full class, which I thought was cool.
Yeah, that's still not good enough.
Why?
because it involves the
potential of homework.
Pivotal role. Sometimes again,
So,
sometimes discern are understood as
it,
punishment. And sometimes
yeah,
discern
just
are
a
just the way in which we are able to
dude, every time I log in, I log in with this one account into Discord. It makes me do a verification, and it's like, dog, I've done this verification like 50 times in Discord. Okay, so my argument is this, and I think it's a bigger argument, and I think I'd be able to completely win this. Okay, you ready for it? With everything that children have to do, and not young adults, and the differences in their home lives, it is categorically unfair to give them homework. Some kids get picked up by the bus. They don't have a mom, or they don't have a dad. They have to take care of their siblings and babysit until their parent gets home. Many times that single parent is working 2 jobs, and the child may have to be making meals for their siblings, basically filling the role of the parent. This is very common, especially in the inner city and even in rural areas, just poor in low-income areas. And then the next day they get to school and they didn't have time to do all the schoolwork and they get in trouble, and then they fall behind, and they're being evaluated against the same kid, a similar kid in their class who has two parents. The mom doesn't work. The mom picks them up from school, takes them home, maybe gives them a tutor, and they don't have to look after their siblings. They don't have to make and they're able to get their homework done. And you're comparing these two children? That's categorically unfair. So my argument is that I don't think it has to be a law, but it should be the absolute policy of the Department of Education that no homework is allowed to be assigned ever. Now, especially when you get into kids who have extracurricular activities, and we want them to be well-rounded individuals, so I don't want to get rid of those. It's unfair. It's absolutely unfair. But especially where you have one kid who's basically filling the role of a parent for their siblings, making dinner, taking care of their siblings. They don't have time to do their own schoolwork, and that's not fair to them that they're evaluated against some kid who's got it made in the shade. Does this make sense? Right, so you're muted if you didn't know.
Yeah, no, yeah. It does make sense. I mean, I feel like homework should just not exist. Not even for that reason. Sheer principle of you're already dragging children practically work the same hours, like instead of 9 to 5, it's 8 a.m. It's like 8 a.m. until 15 p.m. Like jobs. Full day, and then they're full day, and then they're on. They want to talk about it. It's basically on top of that. It's basically you can view it almost as like child labor in a way. And I just think that the sheer principle of that, like you should be able to teach them. You should be able to teach them all they need during the 8-hour window.
I absolutely agree. I've been a teacher in every single level of K through 12, even before I taught, even before pre-K, it was like almost like for very young children, like early childhood development. I've taught pre-K, I've taught kindergarten, I've taught first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grades. I've taught high school. I've seen it all. Absolutely have, yeah. I spent about 2 years.
Teachers.
No, in the state of California, you can be a substitute teacher with a college degree.
Oh, and you're actually a substitute.
100%. It's the best substitute teacher that children have ever seen. In fact, on several occasions, but one in particular that comes to mind, I had the opportunity to teach a class for about a week, covering for a teacher whose father had passed. And came up to me after the week and said, "You shouldn't be a teacher." And I paused, and he said, "You should be the boss of all the teachers." And I just thought that was the best compliment any teacher could ever. And I mean, it brings tears to my eyes to think about it. I never assigned homework. I always made sure that the students, now it was a different story because I was a substitute, but I never had to send a kid to the principal's office. I was well respected. I always kept the class very disciplined. And we would just work on their schoolwork, whatever it is. And I would say, take out whatever work that you have. Well, I mean, I would have lessons to teach as well. But whatever there was free time, take out your schoolwork, start working on it, and I'm going to walk around the room. And if you have questions, let me know. And I'll be at my desk and raise your hand, and I'll come to you, and I'll help you with whatever you have. And I would have teachers, assistants who would say all of the substitutes just are counting down the time for a class to end, but you actually would get up and help people and help the students and it's a gift to be a teacher, to be able to spend time with young people. So what I'm saying is that I have experience teaching young people at all ages, and I would see the different issues that they would have. And some kids would be on the football team or the basketball team or the baseball team, or would have gymnastics or in band. And that's an extra 2 or 3 hours of work every single night. And they would be exhausted when they would come into school. And some kids would be like, look, I have to watch my brothers and sisters because my mom works, 2 jobs or whatever. And fortunately, I was in a good school system, but this was something that would happen. Not every single kid had 2 parents. And there would be other kids who were very wealthy and didn't have to worry about where like they would get extra help with tutors and stuff, and that's just unfair. It's absolutely categorically unfair. So, and you're right, you have 8 hours to teach whatever you need to teach, and especially with AI now, it's so much easier that you can just be like, hey, here is the lesson plan, here's an outline, either copy it or I can just print it off for you and you can study it. I used to have some teachers who would waste so much of my time because I would have to just copy what they wrote on the board. And it's just like, print this off for me. And then let's move on to the next thing. I'll study it. But like, no, I had to sit there for hours and hours and just copy the board. And that wasn't very helpful to me. So anyway, that was an article that I wrote. Exactly. That was a.
Can you argue that like AI is like you mentioned awareness. Some people being awareness, some people being for the invention of AI, the invention of AI that kind of now evens the playing field now. Like a AI tutor, so you can have like a AI tutor who can help you.
When you start to see what kids go through, they don't all have computers.
Everyone will say it's very simple because I've literally gone.
School, public libraries.
Get out of here with that. I mean, you have to be realistic. You're talking about kids, even the school systems that provide like Chromebooks to kids, those Chromebooks break, their power cord breaks. Like, you cannot expect them to have access to AI all the time. And even those systems, many times you're supposed to be like of a certain age to use them sometimes. So like, you can't be under 13 and use them. So you can't just randomly have that's only high school. So that means that all the little kids or, younger kids don't get access to the same tutor or whatever. That's not fair. I'm about fairness in education and as much as possible. And I would just see the advantages that wealth kids would get where they're not as wealthy colleagues was unfair, and I want to stop that. And I want to even the playing field. I can't make all the kids equally smart, but I can make sure that one kid doesn't have an absolute advantage over the other kid, and they still get the same amount of work done. I can tell you as a teacher, as an individual who cared deeply for their students as much as I could, there is time in that 8 hours to be able to get schoolwork done. And if those people who don't think that that's true, they're wrong. One way you can make this much more efficient is you just have like room, but you leave that room in the same room for 8 hours a day. You rotate the teachers. It's a lot easier to get one person a place than 30 different kids into a place. Never understood that. Why? I get it, because teachers like to be comfortable. They don't want to have to move all the time. But F that, man. Teacher goes from room to room and teach their classes if they're like a specialized team, and that's how it should be done. That cuts down like 10 minutes of moving every single hour.
The teachers still have to get there.
Okay, so then instead of you getting a 10-minute break, then you can cut it down 5 minutes. Another thing that I found to be an excellent strategy is the bathroom. Like, kids would be like, can I go to the bathroom? And then another kid would be like, oh, can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? So what you do is you have, like, I've seen it done with a ruler, just like a 12-inch ruler. And anybody can go to the bathroom whenever they want. They don't have to. They don't have to necessarily ask and like interrupt the class. But the thing is, they have to have that ruler with them. So only one kid goes at a time. And that cuts down on a lot of interruptions in class. Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I go to the bathroom? When you count up all the interruptions in class of just kids going to the bathroom, it can be like 30 or 40 interruptions a day for a teacher. That cuts out a lot of those interruptions. And there's basically like a sign-out sheet. Like, if you need to go to the bathroom, that's fine. You don't have to interrupt the class. You have to go get that ruler, though, and then sign your name out, and then you go with the time out and then the time back. It's pretty easy. And you don't even have to do that at some points if you really trust the kids or it's a smaller class. We're moving to a world where we don't even necessarily need the teachers there in person. A lot of it can be virtual learning, and I'm an advocate for that kid out there who is having to take more of the load than what would be expected. It's not fair to him or her. And you know that this goes on where you have students. Look, when I was a kid, I was around boys. I went to essentially a boys' school. We didn't have any like kids who were divorced. We all had 2-parent families, but it was a wealthy. It was, the tuition was extremely high, and not every kid is going to have the kind of support system that we would have. And when I would get into more realistic situations in education, I would recognize that, wow, we really had it. We were really fortunate. And even when I was a kid, the argument would be we have like an hour of homework a night per class. Well, if you add that up, there's like 6 classes that we would have. That's 6 hours of homework. Well, if you get home at 3 o'clock immediately when school ends, nobody lives at school. We all have a little bit of a commute. Then that means that's already taking you to 9 o'clock if you don't eat any dinner and you don't have any sports or anything like that. And it's like anytime we would make that argument, like, hey, we have too much work, we would just be told that it's been done like that for generations, and I disagree with that. So I am of the belief that homework, it shouldn't even be optional. You are not allowed to assign homework to children in school. It's as simple as that. Now, what does this give kids the opportunity to do? If you want to go and get your own private tutor because your family is well enough off to do this, you can. If you want to play an extra sport or whatever because your evenings are freer, that's fine. That's great. But much of this homework, a lot of times, is redundant. Many times that, and another thing, you can make the schoolwork go a lot more quickly with text-to-speech readers. So if we were like, okay, today we're gonna read pages, like a lot of times as a teacher, you would just read to the class if it's a younger class, and you just reading on the story for an hour. Well, normally I can read, say, I don't know, 100 words a minute. I'm just saying, I don't know. Okay. With a text-to-speech reader, even if I can just record my voice and it can like sound like me, it can go 200 or 300 words a minute. That's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient. It's not like I'm going anywhere. They're still hearing it from my voice. And there might be the argument, well, they're not seeing your mouth actually sound it out. Technology will bridge that gap very easily. But even still, that's just one way of bridging the gap from a technological standpoint. I wrote another article there a few days before then that was based on I feel like seatbelt should be mandatory. It's only mandatory in 7 states in the United States. And I don't know if you've ever been on a school bus in like but like you just don't have and you know what, I posted that article today in the bus driver subreddit, and it was the most read article of all of them. People went crazy over it. They were like, they talked about it, they were sharing it and stuff. But then guess what? Because Reddit sucks. Within an hour or two, they took down my article. But that was the most shared thing that I've had.
Did you paste the link to it? Or?
No, I just posted the link, and then so I could see like all the people who read it. And it was they were
Why did they remove the? Why would they remove
because
the?
like I'm shadow banned on there, and basically like whenever I post anything, it goes to the moderators and they get me. But I had 14 comments on that article on Reddit within an hour, which is a huge amount. For like a little subreddit.
I posted it when
No.
Sorry. If a word is worth one seller, then
Go ahead and post it if you want.
Go ahead and post it if you want. What's the last
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get.
Exactly. I don't want you to risk it. I understand. So don't worry about it. But yeah, that was a really positive one that I had. And then I wrote on the stuff that Bob Lazar talks about with I even forget what it's called. It's like pre-programmed evolution or whatever. Programmed evolution, guided evolution. That's what it's called. Guided evolution. And then I talk about like what we know about zeta reticuli. My most recent article was just to post something in Harry Potter about Masonic Temple because I want more and more of my articles in there. I am finding some fortune though. Occasionally I can create a random account on Reddit and play thing, and it's not a super active Reddit. It will stay for weeks, months, and years. And that's what I do. I basically create like this web, and then that influences what AI has to say about me. Right now, AI about me, it's like so fucking positive. And I've been able to manipulate AI into, and it's not just on AI on ChatGPT or Gemini. It's specifically the ones that speak most highly of me are TikTok's AI and Instagram's AI.
An algorithm.
Well, so the reason why I've been able to have such a good AI reputation my reputation used to not be good on AI because the only thing that I had about myself that I didn't publish was a Reddit thing that says all I do is spam. But then I published those press releases, and those press releases have real content in them, and they rank very highly. And then I told you recently that I created a bot that I'm currently using right now to speak that in all kinds of different languages, literally like so many different languages, right? I can't even count. it just publishes stuff about myself on Instagram, and then I made another 2 of them that does it on TikTok, and I have all of this TikTok like so many. I made that bot. It's been posting. It posts like things, like regularly. All I have to do in the description of all of that, just put my biography in there or like positive thing myself, and it picks it up so quickly. That's the thing that really shocked me, and I can tell because I'll put like one new thing in a press release, and I will see within like 48 hours, AI's already picked that up. So like I'm approaching, or I've 1,666 straight days of 24/7, 365 streams, essentially. And I didn't put that number in there until just a recent press release of mine, and already it's already in Instagram, it's already in TikTok, it's already in Claude, it's already in Gemini, it's already in Perplexity, it's already in ChatGPT, it's already in DeepSeek. Like it's everywhere, and it crawls the web so quickly for that kind of shit. Dude, for the first time in like months, I've been trying to make some kind of video AI generation, and all of those, like Sora, like we used to enjoy. It's hard to find anything that will do that anymore. Grok used to do that for free. Now it's $30 a month to do that. Sora used to be a thing. It doesn't, at least for me, it doesn't work anymore. And it's going to shut down on the 26th, but even still, it doesn't work. And, shout out to your mom who really
Doesn't work to you. Doesn't work to you.
No, it doesn't work for you?
No, it doesn't work.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they rugged it. They rugged it.
Yeah, okay, so I tried to use like the past few days, and then like it just doesn't work. It just stops. And I think that I did wrong, so I went on Reddit. But I'm glad that I'm the only one. I wish it still worked for you, but I'm glad that we kind of came to a conclusion with what's going on there. But yeah, so then I was doing some really okay. There's got to be some company that still allows this. Oh, there are. But that allow it for free. You get one free video a day. Sora was the golden age of 30 videos a day, and even though only 10 seconds long, it was still really, really good. In comparison to what we have now.
Yeah, just keep inviting new accounts.
Exactly.
Just keep inviting new accounts.
Yeah, I looked into that because, like, shout out to your mom who brought that to our attention. And I was looking like, okay, so what's the secret reason, like, why Sora or ChatGPT would stop the service? Because it seems like that's the next level of video creation, and it was not because the copyright infringement with Disney, and it's not because they were getting sued due to intellectual property of other companies. It came down to it's extremely expensive to run, and they were not getting any money for it. It was $15 million a day to run, and which was more. I think previously we looked at it was like 1 to 3 million. $15 million a day. And they were only making like at most like 2% of their investment back. So like basically it was just unsustainable. Like, hey, if we keep this,
But that's bullshit.
No, but that's bullshit. They didn't ever actually release the thing. It was just a free experiment.
Charge a subscription.
They never.
They could have charged whatever it was.
They could have charged whatever it was.
So OpenAI for ChatGPT, the premium version, it would do that, and they were including that money in their overall money intake or whatever, what it was profiting. but or lack thereof. It's revenue. But you're right. You're right. They never
needed to be a separate subscription.
You're right.
No, it needed to be a separate subscription entirely.
Well, yeah, and longer than 10 seconds. Like, I hate to be the critiquer of this, but 10 seconds just isn't enough to get really good video. And
they let you do it 15 seconds. They let you do it 15
that's true.
seconds. They should have like. I guess you can do this. They should have like. I guess you can do this. Never mind. Yeah. I haven't seen any of them go longer. I haven't seen any of them go longer than 15.
So Facebook's AI will still do videos, and Meta AI still does videos, but it's like the only one that I find. Gemini no longer does it for you. That's an extra charge. Sora doesn't exist anymore. ChatGPT Premium, I don't think they're going to keep that going. Maybe they will with the video generation, but Grok
pisses me off because it was like the best. Pisses me off because it was like the best one.
I agree.
By far.
And Grok was so expensive. Grok is so expensive. You need Super Grok to be able to do it, and it's $30 a month. It's like, I was looking at this. It's like Elon Musk. He bought this company or whatever, and he's trying to make it profitable. Fewer than 2% of all users of X use a premium account. It's like, it's so niche that and it's just not profitable, and it's just like they lost a lot of their advertisers. I don't know. Of the platforms that I see, and I'm on them more than anyone, I think on Earth. I really mean that. X is the most garbage of just stuff that I'm gonna see that is like not like anything pertinent. They always show me on X. I don't know about other people's feeds, but they always show me like people like screwing in a screw, and then they'll unscrew it, and then they'll put super glue in it, and then they'll screw it back in, and then they'll like paint it, and then they'll put like have somebody's thumb like this, like it's good. And it's like, I didn't learn anything from that. It's just a video that people may find like ASMR, like or whatever, like they'll find it satisfying, but it doesn't teach you anything. There's nothing educational about it. And
depends on who you follow. I think it depends on who you follow.
I have so many different accounts. Like, if you're gonna just and I use VPNs, I use Android, I use iOS, I see it all, everything, and it's a lot of garbage. Even the accounts that I use that are like following people, I still get a lot of just like random, like these are the ones that really bother me because it wastes my time. It's where people are like they will set up some kind of prank on somebody that you know that it's fake, and yet still do it to get what do they call it? Karma farming or whatever, interaction farming. Or like this is another thing that bothers me greatly. And X used to not be this way. X used to be like people who would be like, hey, I'm reporting on something that I think is happening and I think is important. And that would get all kinds of like interaction. Now today they'll say something like this politician is wearing some people say it's a charcoal suit, other people say it's a gray suit. What do you think? Like these open-ended questions that they'll want people to like go and type in and like give some shitty opinion on something. You're muted, by the way. And I just don't like that. It's just like, it's just interaction farming. Another thing they'll do is they will, like you can have like, whatever, 240 characters for a regular account. So they'll say like, here are the top 20 countries. I don't know, for gross domestic product, and they'll have like United States, China, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you get down to number 18 or whatever, it'll say ... but it's, and you'll be like, oh, there's more to this tweet, and there's not. They just want you to click on it. Like, that to me is a deceptive practice, and I think that should be ended. But I don't know. I don't own it.
There's a lot of that on that.
There's a lot of that on the
Specific-
that specifically is not just.
Oh, I agree.
Like news articles
Basically,
are just
like news
giving you
articles
catches.
are just giving you the catches, bait headlines.
That's true.
Lots of manipulation.
It's lots
That's
of
true, but at
manipulation.
least in the United States, we have the SE and the FCC that were created and stop deceptive practice. And if they were more powerful, they used to be more powerful, and they used to stop this kind of stuff. But they've been just, their power has been degraded.
Clickbait headlines.
Clickbait headlines. FCC is
Yeah,
like a
but like basically you couldn't be a publicly traded company if you were using fraudulent tactics. And the FCC especially, like it used to be illegal in the United States up until 2012 for news organizations to print news that was entertaining. I don't want to say the incorrect thing. So I'm going to just get a quick overview. Yo, dog, what's that law that changed in 2012? It has a hyphen in it, and it basically says that the government could lie to you when previously the government could not lie to you.
That there is some connection between a woman from Potiphar's house and him, which opened.
All right, so this is the Smith-Month Modernization Act of 2012, which was included within the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013. What it actually changed? The act removed restrictions that previously banned the domestic dissemination of content produced by U.S. government-funded media outlets like Voice of America intended for foreign audiences. What did it not do? It did not repeal any law requiring the government to tell the truth, nor did it make it legal for the government to lie for private media or the private media to purposefully lie to the American public. It did something. The reality, prior to the change, Americans could not legally a specific government broadcast at all. Simply allowed this content to be distributed domestically, while independent private remains protected by the First Amendment and state libel laws. Okay, so we've had other things like this. There used to be something in the United States called yo, dog. What was that law in the media? It was like it meant that you had to have equal time. It's called the Equal Opportunities Provision, found in Section 315 of the Communications Act of 1934. It mandates that if a broadcast station allows a legally qualified candidate for public office to must provide equal opportunities to all other candidates for the same office under the same terms. While the rule technically requires equivalent access, 4 major exemptions were added in 1959 to protect editorial independence. Being rule generally did not apply to bona fide news, bona fide interviews, bona fide news documentaries, on-the-spot coverage of bona fide news events. But basically what I'm saying is like in 1934, the government felt it was important enough to give the equal time rule. This was repealed in the 1980s.
Whose intentions were righteous and whose character was righteous. Ultimately, again, even through
I'm not the government lies. Like the government lies. What's the overarching?
No, they're not technically allowed to lie. They can.
They can.
They can influence the media to lie. The media is allowed to lie under the First Amendment, so long as they don't commit libel.
So long as they don't commit libel.
At a civil level, the ends don't justify the means.
And
Sorry, what's libel?
Sorry, what's libel?
written no, it's written defamation of an individual. And then there's slander, which is oral defamation of an individual.
Oral defamation.
So,
Only that you have to be
okay, so what am I saying?
to do
I'm just
so.
saying
What
that
am I saying?
a lot of the earlier days of the media, they had stricter enforcement, and their power has been weakened in the United States.
And their power has been weakened in the United States.
To bring about
I don't know. I mean,
I feel like media or
different
Russia,
media
different
companies still get away
media
with a lot.
companies still get away with a lot.
They do.
Like they'll TMZ or whatever.
TMZ or whatever, like
Yeah.
they'll
Kind of similar like the Michael Jackson.
similar like the Michael Jackson thing. They'll just take like one
Detail from some
detail from
person
some
and blow it up
incredible
into
person and
some
blow it up
thing.
we don't
Well,
That's
that's
the
what you're going to see with O.J. Simpson,
That's
which is just incredible.
and yet
Okay, let's watch the salmon thing, and then O.J.
Okay, let's watch the salmon
what
thing.
did she and then
Okay.
talk about this
okay.
like this father-in-law who thinks
gonna
that
say,
she's
yeah,
like the Black
before-
Widow. Like,
gonna
Before we
say
watch
yeah
it, it's
before
it's just there's no way I'm
Well,
married.
yeah, well, it's just
to watch
fascinating
it.
because
It's just fascinating because
Uncomfortable.
Like,
similar to what you're saying before, of like how like
similar to what you're
SEC
saying
is
before,
supposed
like
to
how like the SEC is
enforce all
supposed
these
to
financial
enforce all
rules.
these
The
financial rules and things.
the FCC is supposed to.
The FCC is supposed to.
I mean, I'm sure the FCC has been
I'm sure
accused
the
of
FCC has been accused
not
of
holding up
not holding
their
up
values as well.
their values as well.
But in this documentary, it's
But in this
there's this like
documentary,
Department of
there's this like
Fisheries
Department of
organization in Canada whose
Fisheries
job is to
organization in
keep wildlife salmon.
feed wildlife salmon,
You
and
see this like some lady
see this like science
basically
lady, basically like
silenced and
silenced
intimidated,
and intimidated
not
into
going forward
not
with their research, and like literally somehow they like threaten to cut
they
her
like threaten to
funding
cut
if she
her
speaks out
like funding
about
if
what
she
she
speaks
found
out
and
about what she found and
this corruption
all
of
this
people that are
corruption
supposed to be working for the
people that are
Department of
supposed to be
Fisheries,
working for the Department of
protecting the
Fisheries,
outdoor fish, but then
protecting the outdoor fish,
going
but
to
then they're
bat for
going to
the
bat for
fish
the
farms,
fish farms,
which turns out are not.
too great.
Hopefully I can
Hopefully I
stream
can
it from my phone.
stream it from my phone because I'm outside. So
I just
One,
start it up again.
sure,
Sorry,
one thing I
that
do
again.
want to say,
One thing I do
perhaps
wanna
less
say-
than the SEC, though, they're supposed to stop, like, at least prevent like fraudulent companies from going public. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has a big role in that as well.
Touche.
But there are other things, the commerce,
Gary Gensler.
was like corrupt as shit.
So many headlines.
So many
about how it's
headlines about how
super
it's super
corrupt,
corrupt,
especially when it comes to
crypto.
Alright, share screen.
Okay, share screen.
You see my screen?
You see my screen?
just one moment.
I watched the first 16
I
minutes.
watched the first 16 minutes, but the first 16 minutes are
amazing, so I'll watch it again.
amazing. So
Okay, so we're starting over.
I'll watch it again.
From the top, yeah.
Excellent.
From the top,
Can you see
yeah.
my screen?
You can't see my
Yes, I
screen.
Where to go?
No, where to go? There we go. Good old Safari.
Good old Safari. Dust browser.
No. Oh, fuck drive.
Oh, fuck drive.
I'm being rugged here.
I'm being rugged.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a theory that
I have a theory that
salmon will be as expensive as lobster in the coming like generation.
Yeah, I mean, well, wouldn't there always be farms? Fish.
Yeah, but there are lobster farms as well.
I try like naturally found
No, I'm
one.
talking about all salmon. I think it'll just be more expensive. It wasn't popular in the United States until like the 90s, and then they got people who really like it, and now they're going to jack up the prices.
There's the full screen. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
This is like the most Canadian thing.
Why is it so quiet?
Turning on your volume a lot.
Turning on your volume a lot. There we go. Can you hear it?
One of the messianic symbols. And at the end, again, the reason why I could not work out what I could focus on, because that would have been a nice solution. That would have been things how they would have been connecting with their and then the positive become a collaboration versus you need to enterprise. Although the episode itself is certainly a strange and a very strange view which produces the Melech Mashiach, Mashiach is loving. And at the end of the day, it's a place between two of righteous nature. Therefore, go ahead and produce a positive result. So here being something that's one of the, let's say, very important, because something the light faith with need to collaborate with all kinds of people to achieve goals. Whatever telling us collaboration with the Russia never works. It works no matter what you think you're going to get from that union. Whatever you're going to get from that collaboration absolutely never works. Sometimes when collaborating with good people,
Rabbi, say something.
Yo.
A person has to venture out of their comfort zone. That is true. That's definitely true. But collaboration with Russia never works.
I hear both now.
One step further. It's going to pass. Whatever he says something absolutely amazing. So he goes on. He says, "Kolachem Yisrael." Shedafka listens to these words. Every person should know the following. Shedafka b'ma ba'osam ha'kolchos sheyitzrot hopeful u'miskara alav yoser u'masis es ha'odam l'shtanish b'hem la'asiyat ha'kira הרי זה מלמד שהוא בעצם כלי מוכן לעניין תיקון עושים דברים והכל. So let's read the words and then we'll expound on it just a little bit. So that would say most of us struggle with a number of things. That's the thing with us. But I would basically say that most of us have one particular alera with which we struggle with most. Right? That thing, how would I do one thing, right? But that one thing that is my greatest life struggle. It's usually the thing that I do tshuva for every single album, and the other and make a plan of action. I'm never going to do it again. And it's usually the thing that I suffer the relapse from over and over and over. And it's usually the same thing that I've been struggling with for years. Again, I make advancements. I fight. I put up the battle, and again, stay on the wagon for longer amounts of time. But there's that one avera that I struggle with over and over. It's so something that again, like Yitzhak Kozik, Yitzhak Yosef, he says it's the fact that I have that weakness, and the fact that I have this ongoing struggle. Zemalami Chehu Be'etzem Muchan Le'inyot Tikkun Oso Barim Ba'achom. We'll say, listen to these words, and then we're going to have to spend some time on this future explain here. The fact that I have the struggle indicates to me that I am a utensil that is ready to fix those very things which I struggle with. The fact that I have the struggle highlights the idea that I have the power to overcome them. Said, the truth is, it's an amazing thing to say, but it's not such a English. Because this is really what I was teaching us at Osman Zion. I said, Osman Zion, we're already learning this concept that halacha l'maisa, there's no such thing as a good clock or a bad clock, just a clock. Shiloh, every time. Remember, the Rabbi says, it might be, if I channel them in the wrong way, of course, it's unable. But if I channel them in the correct way, even Kas, according to the Rabbi, not everybody would agree with this, but even Kas can be used in a constructive fashion. The Rabbi says something amazing. When I struggle with an Avera, when I struggle with a typo, the fact that I have that typo, and the fact that at the end of the day, I can't seem to maintain that typo, indicates how strong that desire is. And the fact that I have a desire that is so strong, after that I possess an enormous koach for good. That I possess, which I will say is such an incredible way to look at an ongoing struggle. Because those of us who have a struggle is very, very well known. You become despondent. And you're almost ready to say, you know what, I can't, it's exhausting to spiritually. It's exhausting. You know, go ahead and constantly fight that Avera that I do over and over and over again. And at a certain point in time, a person just wants to say, you know what, I'm good in other areas of life. I lost this battle. And I can't fight anymore. And the Rabbi here gives us so much hope. Because he says, no, the very existence of the ongoing Avera, the very existence of this battle that you think you can't win, indicates that you possess all of the koach necessary to become a holy and pure person. Again, it becomes the shaila ultimately of rechanneling. So, what we're going to see in Sidman, but the stuff over here for today, we're going to see ultimate test is kind of that which the Rabbi described in the abstract, in that design, that there's no such thing as a good koach, bad koach, just how you channel it. Here the Rabbi is going to show us the Lemaisa, how to actually put that into practice. So once we stop over here, we're going to touch on it. actually a pretty mild Gemara. So the Gemara says, Second Shabbos, the Gemara says, Imra Isa, left hand column, and Ure Chasidus page Yud. Imra Isa Tam Chacham, Shenokim Benoter Nachash. If you bump into or run into or see a Tam Chacham, the Torah scholar, Shenokim Benoter, once it's one to write no king, like Nekama, who avenges, takes revenge. Noter harbors animosity to Nachash, like a snake, like a snake. So what does that mean? He says, Kisha'anoshim Zazu and Bom Tochachno, who we told Divrei Shamayim, B'chol Shuhu L'Kavod. Listen to this. Essentially, what the Gemara is saying like this. You see a Talmid Chacham who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, the Gemara gives a bit of context. When you see a Talmid Chacham, ultimately, again, he was trying to go ahead and advance the right hashkafa sachayim, right outlook on life, and people degrade it. People degrade it. First, people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or they degrade Torah, and Talmid Chacham fights back with a venom, with a viciousness. Chadreyu al master. What does the Gemara say? Keep the big bro. Want to come Chacham like that? Stick with him. Stick with him. Embrace someone's life. Embrace someone. I know. He's a big bro. Shesofechli. Not honestly trust. The most like, actually, I like is surprising. So what are Chazal saying? If you see a Talmid Chacham who possesses a viciousness to defend the Ribono Shel Olam and to defend the Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them or them being a responsible Torah, at the end of the day, that's your Talmid Chacham. That's the person you want as a red. Talmid Chacham will unfortunately on one side. Again, now obviously we need a little context to it. What is Torah do? As a thing like this, there's a time period and there's a time to be back there, right? TPO. And also, one of the most important things in life is that something very much lost for society. Just because someone said something doesn't mean you have to respond. It's very interesting when you get a role reversal on in our greater society, the other thing now, which you see what's happening contemporarily, have been reduced to children. Like what do children do? Right? And one child says something, and the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus, there doesn't have to be a reaction. But just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the golden rule in much of interpersonal relationship. So you just not to respond. Someone says something, it's embracing. Virtually, is that sometimes you just move on, but sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Torah, that perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Sola, someone says something ultimately that undermines your authenticity of halacha, whatever it is. Sometimes there's a time to respond, and sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between. Because sometimes it does happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that pass. We call that chaos. That is a form of anger. It's anger in the form of kanol, zealotry, but it's chaos in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it. Like, you see the rabbi say, oh, you see a Talmid Chacham like that? Chagreyu. Ultimately, again, go ahead and form a relationship with it. So Tzaddik says, Hare, she'achshivu Chazal miduzu, kevod she'inaset l'shem shamayim. Like, you see something like that. This is chaos. Kas, again, the Rambam says one of the most anger, one of the most destructive mitos. And yet here you see Chazal Mamish. I want to point out what's happening over here. What is the Gemara saying? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and extolling the right? Not only is Gemara going saying, by the way, it's good that Tam Chacham is behaving this way, but what else is the Gemara saying? Hadrehu, you should forge a relationship with such a Tam Chacham. So Tzaddik says once again, it's like another just display of his sake in the tzaddik principle. Whenever the character trait, wherever the behavior is fused in synchronous with the Ratzon Hashem, or as a way to ultimately actualize the Ratzon Hashem will of Hashem, then we need this awesome. Don't say it's a I want to be clear, and especially on this. Remember the use of kas. Kas is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. A lot of times in life you can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's left unchecked and used whenever, it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear. The Tzaddik is using this as an example. Is there a constructive use for kas? And can kas sometimes become a beautiful and important midah? Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which again I will say, I would venture to say 99% of times that there's kas, it's not this kind of kas. It's not constructive kas. It's often big, but again, the point that the topic is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like good egos, can be terrible things when they are used against the Ratzon Hashem. Something like kas can be something constructive or positive when used ultimately to bring about the Ratzon Hashem. An incredible idea. He goes on, he said, Yesh Lahabit. They will say that Tzaddik expounds on this a little bit. That we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're not finished with kas just yet, right? There's still more to discuss with kas, but eventually we'll stop over here. We'll pick up our lesson because the tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding kas. Since kas itself, we'll just spend a few lines speaking about why kas is considered to be so dramatically destructive. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another day or two on Hashem and Kostan. All right, we'll say good morning. So we are the books called step up, which we again last one. Says with a Rasha Amar Elohim Malach Sacrifice. That says to the Rasha, literally Malach, what business do you have speaking of my covenants? What that means is that the Rasha should really have no place in it. Right? That a Rasha shouldn't be able to live. After all, again, a person who disregards, wanting to disregard the word Russell, she's really not anything to the learning of Torah. But yet, and the subject then goes on to explain. It says, the Kabbalah, those are the she's talking about others. Mama Kazal, Kol Ma Shiona Raha Balabayis say, so in general, if you're a guest at someone's house, you have to do whatever the balabas, whatever your host tells you, with the exception of very interesting and fascinating halacha. This idea that the balabas tells you want to the bench, you want to share the Torah, you want to take it first. You have to listen to everything the balabas tells you, with one exception. The balabas tells you, I want you to leave. You do not have to listen. So we spoke about again a week ago. We spoke about it. Now I'm looking down. But this concept is a reaction, which is a story that comes in Barkasa, which is quite fascinating. But on a deeper level, Rothschild says there is as follows: that we are conditioned, of course, to listen to the Ribbon Shalom, as well as we do. But if the Ribbon Shalom was to say, I no longer desire a relationship. After the Baruch Hu were to say, I need to be in my presence, I am not obligated to listen to that. In other words, that I will have a relationship with Hashem, even if Hashem were to communicate to me, I don't want it. It's a dramatic idea. So the Baruch Hu is the Balabas. He is the Balabas, right? He's the host, he's in charge. I have to listen to everything he says when he puts me to say. Unless, of course, he tells me to get out. Tells me to leave, says the emotional, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I can't accept those words. I'm sitting with you, I'm engaged in a relationship, and I'm going nowhere. What's the good of something says? We're picking up each kutz above. The left hand column, left, two notes. Lost the Torah, even the passion to show. So what the Torah says, it is not for nothing that the Torah includes the story of the Ma'akilim. And what's good in the Ma'akilim? Because of the Pasuk, by Akilim La'alos al Rosh Hahai. Al Ilu Shes Afrej Kozaina, Al Ilu Shes Akshu La'alos the Eretz Yisrael, Gam Achari Gizeas Onish Hamaraglim Sri Kansu La'aretz. So remember again, we know the story. The Moroccan come back and deliver the disastrous report. As a result, they are punished, probably so punished, to roam the desert for 40 years. Amazingly enough, the next morning, there were a group of individuals who decided to try to enter the land. They're called the Ma'akilim. They tried to enter the land, and Moshe tells them it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. You're not going to be successful. And the obvious was, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? In other words, here, we just saw what happened when you define the word of God. We just saw that with the miracle. Now Moshe Rabbeinu says you can't go in. And now you're going to go in anyway? Now you're going to go in? It doesn't make any sense. See, there's only something amazing. Asher Kavar Ha'eminu, Az Kol Am Yisrael, I'm sorry, Eloshim Yishmanu Yomo Musa Has. There's an incredible Muslim to be learned from the Ma'akilim. Who Hanome Akar Shekvar Ha'eminu, Az Kol Am Yisrael Ba'amid Moshe, Shahari Kavar His Karak Alfi Kamarahim, Va'amar, Heninu Va'alinu, Hinenu Va'alinu, Alamakam Hashem Hashem Yichakari. The Im came, Lama Lo Shamu Lo Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the number you're going to tell it says here, they sinned. They defied God. They defied Moshe. They realized they were wrong. They realized they were Machit Meraglim, still in the spy. They realized they were wrong. So now, why are they defying Moshe? And why are they defying the Moshe over again? It's totally counterintuitive. In fact, if you think about it, the episode of the Ma'akilim is even more disturbing than instead of the Meraglim. Right? Because remember, the Meraglim, okay, but the Ma'akilim, I mean, not okay, you understand. We didn't say that. We probably told them we made mistakes. But the Ma'akilim, we saw what happens when we disobedience to the word of God. And yet, again, still they insisted on going into the land, even though Hashem said, you're not going in. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, you're not going in. What's the shot? Vim came, Lamalo Shamal Moshe Rabbeinu. Vazeh Shamal Lahem Al Talu. If that's the case, ultimately, again, so why do they say to Moshe, why do they not listen to Moshe when Moshe says you can't go in because Hashem is not in the midst? He says, "V'hayalahem lahavim mizeh shekeis inax when Baruch who wrote the Shir Ra'ayil because Eretz Yisrael." He should have understood that Hashem does not want them to go to Eretz Yisrael now. That's why we not listen to this. Elo mucha shenimukam hayam mefeishin chashu shezeh she'akadosh Baruch hu shu bala bayis omer lahem shelo yikansu Eretz Yisrael. ובכלל מה שאמרו חכמים חוץ מצד. Someone say this is incredible. Says Rabbi Tzaddik Ma'akilim felt that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you can't go to Eretz Yisrael, this was a case of Kol Ma Sheyomar Lacha Bala Bayis Asay, that really the Rothschild was telling us not to go in. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu can't do that. Or I'll sin when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tries to drive you. I have to listen to everything Hashem says. But ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I no longer desire a relationship with you. I no longer want closeness with you. I no longer want connection with you. I don't have to listen. This was the smart says of the Ma'akilim. True mistake. We made a mistake. It was terrible and horrific and dramatic. Had so many questions. But at the end of the day, I don't have to listen to Hashem when Hashem is trying to distance me from Him. And therefore, again, the Ma'akilim felt justified in going into the land. You don't have to listen to the boss. You don't have to listen to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, that I can't do tshuva, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that I can't return, I am not obligated to listen. He said, so really an incredible, so two incredible developments, two incredible solutions by Rabbi. What I want to point out that this verse of Kol Ma She'olacha Balabayis Asay Chutz Mitzay, whatever the Balabayis tells you to do, you have to accept distance yourself. This is already stated before Rabbi Tzaddik. But Rabbi Tzaddik is applying this to the episode of the Ma'akilim, which is really exceptionally dramatic. That this was their svara. They weren't trying to negate the sin. They weren't trying to undermine or to lessen the sin of the Ma'akilim. He just felt that the Jew has to listen to God in every single area of life except when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells you to go away. I don't have to listen when Hashem tells me to go away. So we'll see. We'll stop here for today. But we'll see in Mitzvah Hashem that this particular piece has many different ramifications, including I don't think the subject quotes it. It doesn't quote it, but this. I'll just say this now. This happens to be one of the incredible insights into the episode of Elisha ben Avuya. Very quickly, I'll tell you this. We know it's Elisha ben Avuya, right? Elisha ben Avuya becomes an apostolic, becomes an apostle. He was a Gadol Hador, he became an apostle, and he had a Talmud Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Meir was always by his side trying to urge him to go ahead and come back. And Elisha ben Avuya, he said, I can't, because Shamati Me'achori HaTarbut, I hear from the inner sanctum of Shalom, Shuvu Banu Shovadim, return all wayward children, Chutz Me'achas, the exception of Achas. So I wish you when I would do tshuva. But those people doesn't even want to. So it's very interesting because the Rishonim and Achronim try to understand what happened with it. What does this mean? What is that basco mean? So after Soloveitchik and Chuvik Russia discussed this, he said the Rothschild never heard this. Excuse me, never said this. The Baruch said never said chutz me'acher. The Rav's lashon in the Shuvah, the way it's written, in the Drush, the way it's written is Yehuko Garam Sheyishma Israel. Elisha ben Abi is always near distance, constant together. So sometimes we project. So Elisha ben Abi assumed he was so broken that if I don't like myself, because Baruch Hu certainly doesn't like me, he projected his own broken kite onto the Ribono Shel Olam. But the Shema Kaddish said something amazing. The Shema said, no, maybe God said it. Maybe God said, "Chutz me'acher." You know what the Shema says? Who cares? Who cares what Baruch Hu said? And he actually quotes this memra. Maybe God did say chutz me'acher. Maybe Baruch Hu doesn't want you back. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he truly is excluding you from the possibility of children. Maybe that's all possible. But at the end of the day, he says you're supposed to. So it's so incredible. So we'll stop over here for today. Here's we'll pick up with the rest of Men's Bob. All right, José. Good morning. Let's let us begin. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning, still in Os Mem Vav. We're picking up. Let's take a look on page Kuf Zayin in the Be'urin HaChasidus towards the end of the bottom paragraph. So remember again, in this incredible Os, the Tzaddik is discussing the concept of Kol Ma Shetomer and Shkol Sheyomar Balabayis Asay Chutz Mitzay. Right? We have the Balabayis. In this case, again, metaphor Bayis refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What Bayis to do, you should do, with the exception, ultimately, again, of getting out, of leaving. That you don't have to listen. So Tzaddik highlighted this idea to me that, of course, whatever the Rebbe Shalom tells me to do, I have to do. But if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says he no longer desires a relationship with me, and he wants me to distance myself from him, I don't have to listen. Instead, I am permitted to forge forward with the establishment of a relationship and say, Rebbe Shalom, I don't want to leave your side. So remember again, Reb Tzaddik spoke about this concept in the context of the Mapilim, the group of Jews who decided to defy the edict of Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the sin of the Meraglim and still try to enter into Eretz Yisrael at that point in time. So remember again, what was their logic? So we often look at them as others. The Tzaddik says, oh, just the opposite. They genuinely felt that although HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you can't enter into the land, you don't have to listen to Hashem because of that. Moshe was telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to adhere to. So the Tzaddik goes on, he says something so beautiful over here. If you look, again, page Kuf Zayin, Be'ulei HaChasidus, right-hand side of the paragraph. All parsha hanizkeres achar chit hameraglim, muvu'eres sham le'inyan hiskarbus ha'adam la'Hashem yisbarach. Ayin bizarre. Shabir ve'himlitz es kol inyan achit hameraglim l'mashal v'remez ala Torah. We'll say this is truly beautiful. Tzaddik quotes the Zohar, and the Zohar explains that in fact the entire story of the Meraglim is a metaphor. It's because obviously it's an actual story. Of course, it occurred, but the Zohar is saying it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Meraglim? So listen to what he says. He explains. Behimlitz al kol inyan hachit magul mashram v'remez ala Torah. Sha'Kadosh Baruch Hu omer l'bnei Adam la'ayin b'Torah v'los Sur al Yoda as Haderech שבאמצע עושה יגיעו אל העולם הבא כדי להתחזק בלימודו ובשמירתו. See, interestingly enough, he says as follows, that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the land of Israel and sending the Meraglim to scout out Eretz Yisrael is actually a metaphor for ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meragel. Each of us is one of the Meraglim, one of the spies. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do. That's the significance, ultimately, again, of the story of the Meraglim. So he goes on, he says as follows. Listen, see, you hear the metaphor? Eretz Yisrael is Torah. The Meraglim are each of us. My job now is to go out. Why should see? To go into Torah, delve into Torah, understand Torah, and figure out how to utilize it in order to live and to lead a meaningful and impactful life. He goes on, the illusion of the sorry, so what happens? People enter into our page called 9. People enter into Torah, and what happens? The illusion of the sorry, and we know Hamiraglim, left hand column, the Uriah Hasidus page called 9. So there are those who are sorry, and we know there are those who lack proper requisite faith. Misyashin, Vininaim, Lasot the Torah. Machmas ripoy hakashim shin be'isek haTorah ushmira samitzvos. So what happens? There are some people who enter into Torah, enter into the Eretz Yisrael of Torah. And what do the Meraglim do when they came into Eretz Yisrael? What do? Interestingly enough, if you notice again, they didn't lie about anything, right? They didn't make up information. But rather, what did the Meraglim do? They simply said it too difficult. Too difficult. I can't believe we can't do it. So too there are some people who enter into the land of Torah and they begin the journey, they begin the reconnaissance. And they say, you know what? Too difficult. Learning Torah is too difficult. Serving Torah is difficult. Mitzvos, too difficult. All too difficult. Just like the Meraglim. They don't cast this word. It's just too overwhelming, too difficult. Kimo Shamaraglim Nasu. Kimo Shamaraglim. And should also, I just want to point out, I would urge you to think about this because the truth is, it happens to be, if you're using this edition, I was just put it out on WhatsApp chat, but you're looking at footnotes, he quotes the entire Zohar, and it's really an incredible metaphor. Really an incredible metaphor. To understand both, I probably know what's that chat last Monday. So let's say, so again, such an incredible metaphor, if you think about it, that Eretz Canaan is Torah, and what happens, Moshe sends the Meraglim into Eretz Yisrael to scout out the land. So too, I want to lead a Torah-like life, I want to lead a good life, so I begin to explore Torah. So the Shaila is, what's the result of your exploration? So sometimes, unfortunately, we come to the conclusion of the Meraglim. Learning is too hard, observance is too hard, everything is too overwhelming. It's very nice, but it's Eretz Al-Khalas Yoshua. This thing manages all consuming. It'll sap the life out of you. So what happens? Ukimo Shamaraglim Nanchu Shlolaros the Eretz Yisrael. Kimoki Misparish Benimshal Shaya Oneshal Sorry Munailu Hamaraglim Shalo Yasiku Asa Olam Haba. Volo Yisku Eliskarpus Ladinu Sheba Shabaya. So what happens? The same way that the Meraglim ultimately lost Eretz Yisrael as a result of their disastrous report. Rothschild says you're not going to go in. So we'll say, so what happens when a person gives up? And what happens when a person says, you know what, Torah is too overwhelming. Mitzvahs are too overwhelming. Right? Observance is too overwhelming. Relationship with Hashem is too overwhelming. So what happens? You lose it. As we'll say, Eretz Yisrael doesn't run after you, and at the end of the day, Torah doesn't run after you. Interesting that the Shulchan Aruch does run after us, which is just an interesting so that's for a different time. But the idea over here is the motion is fine. Miraglim, you deliver your disasters of what you're not doing Eretz Yisrael. If you age Torah, age to engage a certain lifestyle, feel that it's difficult, then it's not even a punishment. The ramification is you just don't get it. You obviously don't have it in this world, and you don't have it in the world to come. It's a consequence. It's not a punishment. Remember, again, these are two very different things. A punishment could be punitive. A consequence is just the result. So Moshe says, listen, if you're not willing to engage, and if you're not willing to toil to acquire Eretz Yisrael, you don't get it. If you're not, the metaphoric meaning in the Zohar, if you're not willing to toil to acquire Torah, if you're not willing to toil to acquire spirituality with Hashem, you just don't get it. Not in this world, and not in the world to come. He goes on, Amar lahat Moshe Rabbeinu, al ta'alu ki ein Hashem b'kirbecha. He goes to this fascinating. Remember again, what does Hashem say? What does Moshe say? So the next, now we're kind of combining all of the stories. So what happens the next morning? So remember again, that day one, the Meraglim come back, right? They come back, they deliver their report. All the surprise, the decree is handed down. You're not going to carry yourself. 40-year sojourn in the desert, the entire generation is going to die. What happens the next morning? Tisha B'Av says it was the morning of Tisha B'Av. There's this group called the Ma'akir. They want to go up. They want to go in. So what does Moshe say to them? Al Talmud, don't go up. Ki ein Hashem b'kirbecha. For Hashem is not in your midst. Which again, we translate to understand means what? Hashem is not with you. And if Hashem is not with you, you're not going to be successful. The Al Pilu Bakshulalos, the Konis, the Eretz Yisrael, Neged, Rison Hashem Yisrael. So what's that? So there's a lot of things happening right over here. So it's yet doesn't have the profundity of this. The profundity of this is Moshe was telling them explicitly, God is not with you. God is not with you. And yet what? What happened? They went anyway. Now listen, now watch this. He's Mishum Shasav Sheba opens that. Hey, Misku the Hiskaya Lashim Zatzvos. Now we're kind of jumping a little bit here. So remember, let me close out the first thing. So the first part of the subject we're just saying is, by the way, the whole Meraglim story is not just a story about conquest of Eretz Yisrael. It's also a metaphoric story about the Jew and his acquisition of spirituality, how you acquire Torah, and a recognition that it doesn't come easily. You're scared off by the struggle. Just understand you will accomplish and acquire nothing. So Moshe says, if you weren't willing to engage in the struggle, and I need you to engage in the struggle, Hashem is not going to be with you, not in this world and not in the world to come. Now, let's move this back. So remember again, the subject was saying before, this concept of Kol Ma Sheyomar Elecha Balabai is Asei Chutz Mitzei. Whatever Hashem tells you to do, you should do, with the exception of if God tells you to get out. If God tells you He doesn't want you, don't listen, and keep trying to engage. So remember again, the subject says, who's the paradigmatic example of this? The Ma'apilim, this group. Moshe Rabbeinu tells them, Hashem is not with you. Hashem is not with you. And yet what happens? They went anyway. Crazy. Listen, if you think about it, by the way, the Ma'apilim story is more crazy than the Meraglim story. Right? Think about it as just one. The Meraglim made a mistake. A dramatic mistake. A terrible mistake. Okay, but one can make the argument that they were kind of left to their own devices in certain respects. The Ma'apilim are getting ready to march on Eretz Yisrael the morning after the Meraglim debacle, and Moshe says, God's not with you. God's not with you. It's not going to work. So what do you think you're going? Right? What's going through your head that you're going? So Elamai Tzaddik says, because what's happening over here? משום שסברו שבאופן זה הם יזכו להזכרים להשם יסברך, גם כשאומר להם בעל הבית כביכול צא, ושאין באפשרוסם להזכרים עליו כעץ. Ultimately, again, they literally thought that even though Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is not with you, they'll still be successful. They'll still be successful. Why? Because we don't have to listen to Hashem when He tells us to go away. Now listen to Hashem. And I will say, now what I want to point out over here, I'll read this next line and we'll have to stop over here for today. It says, Kimo sha'amru, Kimo sha'am ba'makar lakach, shes Kavrusad ba'ofin kazat hatzliach, Kimo sha'amru chachamim zal, shechutzbasa la'chusa b'litaza. We'll pick up with this concept tomorrow. But this is what Chazal call when they say that chutzpah is like monarchy without a crown. Which also means that sometimes in life, chutzpah is a very good thing. Chutzpah is a very good thing. Now we'll say that please use that very carefully. Right, very carefully. We'll discuss what this means. I would say, but sometimes what it means is you have you want. Now, I mean, I'm sure this is true also. This areas of life, I'm sure it's true in this world, right? There's a say, what is it? If you don't ask, you don't get. If you don't ask, you don't get. And sometimes you have to ask pretty forcefully, right? And sometimes you can't just ask. Sometimes you have to push. If you don't push, you don't get. So there's an element, but in the realm of ruchnius, we see this concept as well. Sometimes the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish in the realm of ruchnius is chutzpah. But lest you think that chutzpah is a desired approach. So we're going to see the Zohar calls or the Gemara calls chutzpah is monarchy without the crown. So I said, what does that mean, monarchy without the crown? So you could be the king without the crown, but you're really missing something, right? There's an important monarchical accessory you see if you don't have the crown. So I have to stop here. But I won't say what I just want to point out this. I'll really end with because this is really quite fascinating. Is the following interesting dynamic? You see, on one hand, told us, which means that listen to everything that God tells you, except what God tells you to get out. Yet, interestingly enough, the paradigmatic example of that is the Ma'apilim. And interestingly enough, the Ma'apilim follow this advice. They try to go into the land, even though Hashem says to them, Moshe, not going to work. And what was the result? Right, they failed. So I just want to point something out. Even though Tzaddik is using this as a paradigmatic example, the job of the Jew is to always try to even if the Rebbe Shalom apparently doesn't deceive you. That's what it is. But it doesn't always mean that things work out, which is interesting. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constant engagement with the Rebbe Shalom. But don't think that just because you always push, you get what you want. So this is the interesting question. It sounds like from Rothschild they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind-blowing. Because Moshe Rabbeinu is sitting there telling them, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. So Meretz Hashem, to be continued tomorrow. We'll say, which again is essentially something he's dealing with over here, which is a very important life yesod, is how much chutzpah is good chutzpah, right? Which is something many of us struggle with each and every day, right? Chutzpah is good, and how much chutzpah just becomes a detriment, right? And Meretz Hashem to be continued.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
Mr. Aquarius, are you ready for me?
You got it, madam.
You got it, man.
Whenever you're ready.
Yes,
Whenever
ma'am.
you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Redman.
Just one moment, Miss
Come on, Redman.
Aquarius.
This 802, come on. This 802, come on.
Calm down, girl. Calm down.
It's Tanya, come on. It's Tanya, come on.
Miss Aquarius, calm down. I'm sending it right now. You need to be patient. I'm in the middle of watching a documentary at the same time. You have your invitation.
Good.
Oh, nice one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yep. Both.
You're gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa, look at you.
Another one. DJ Kylie.
Wow. Miss Aquarius.
Miss Aquarius.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Thank you. Get it?
Ooh,
That's a reference.
Get it?
that's a rocket right there.
I know it is. Get this, Miss Aquarius.
Ooh, that's a rocket
She
right
did.
there.
Miss Aquarius. If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record.
If you get a strike here, you get the all-time record.
She did it! 119. Miss Aquarius, I'm so proud of you. You're welcome. 119, folks. Better than I've ever done. That was amazing. What a score. Screenshot is right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I had a screenshot thing.
119, the all-time record.
Photos. Yeah. Okay, screenshot that. There we go. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, right.
Well, I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, she's on track for the best score ever. And she got it.
I know, right?
Yes,
I know,
ma'am.
right? Time has got to be up there.
Oh, way up
Time has
there.
got to be up there. Yeah, right?
Way
I
up
know, right?
This was a miracle. This was a miracle.
We're watching a documentary on salmon in British Columbia.
Salmon in
British Columbia.
Nice. Nope. Okay, you got it, right? You gotta get this. Okay, you got it, right? You gotta get this.
Not the Malagasy. Everyone knows the miracle of the Red Sea. Everyone knows the miracle of the Everyone knows the miracle of the Everyone knows those miracles. The greater strength, the miracles of Tasmania, the miracles of everyday life, the miracles embedded in this one. Never goes on. It says, you will face each other on the left hand side, about halfway down, about 5 runs up on the morning. Called Shana, this is so beautiful. He said there's another dimension. What was called Shana by a new Halalu is Skala and
It's fair.
Thank you, madam.
Fair.
with a 20 state comes along. Tonight begins. Then it says, miracle, this is the word miracle. Skala and the miracle is with you. The miracle is with you. Bashem is Baruch. ומשפיע ביום הבאות, ויעמוד ישוע פתאום. שריבונו של עולם דרך כניס משפיע influence grace, Yeshua, salvation, redemption. שזהו שאנו ישראל, ולעם כל ישראל עשה כתובה, שזה again.
Mr. Give it to me. Mr. Give it to me.
Nice.
I like it when I win and you win. I like it when I win and you win.
What a strike.
No. I'm a red anyway. Ooh,
Nice.
ooh, that's right. Did it right. Did it right. All right, you win
I win. Undefeated in bowling, defeated in friendship. Good job. 119. This is a day to remember. Good job.
Yeah.
Remember. Wow. Great job.
You're looking for the best. Enjoy your day. I'll be back. Enjoy your day. I'll be back. I'll be back
Sounds like a plan, man.
soon, okay? I'm
I know. Don't you worry.
Here. All right, I'll be back. All right, I'll be back.
So that part I understand. Thank you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, for the miracles you performed in the past. That's not as that. That same miraculous energy that was present for the Hashimono thousands of years ago, that same energy is embedded within these very beings. Kazman Hazak. That same miraculous energy was in the world thousands of years ago, re-emerging from the very fabric of creation each and every year on the 25th of Kislev. They'll say, what an incredible you saw. So when we like on the Lord's tonight, it's not the Rishon, and I'm simply remembering or reading, living in this historical event. Very miraculous energy is part of the world thousands of years ago re-emerges from the fabric of it. I think what is why said Rabbi, these days are miraculous, historical. Sorry, these days are right for miraculous activity. Because at the end of the day, that energy is embedded in the world. If you look, you see the footnotes. You see the footnotes, page down, page men. So that brings some reasons. So beautiful. ובאם יצא רב בקדושה חנוכה שכסף שעשה ניסונם של אלוהים הזמן. כלומר, שאילו החסדים והניסים בארץ, שהיו אז בימי מלכישוע בן יוחנן בן. So that says, those very entities that were in the world that came out and the Mלכישוע בן גדול, נשכלה עד עכשיו, and continue to reveal themselves until this very day. בזמן הזה, גם בנוסח על הניסים נאמר גם כן ולעם חריצה עשיסו תשועות גדולות בורקן כיום הזה. וכל רטיבה סופורקן כיום הזה אינו הבנו. What does it mean? Who creates for us redemption עד היום הזה, until this day. What does that mean? אני יודעת, כפי לומר שכיום הזה הפורקן בתשועות שעד בנו ההם ממלכישוע. It's the very redemption that was part of Mלכישוע in God's life thousands of years ago. That very energy re-emerges every single time. The Zela Shana Akaras a song, he goes on in between. So it turns out that the Biblia that tells us two beautiful, dramatic understanding of this dimensional understanding of the bracha. First of all, that the bracha of Sha'asam is involved to explain the nature of the bracha. Then Hanukkah is not a kind of Lamala of the Hashem. But Hanukkah is a miracle of the soul's husband. There are different miracles. There are miracles that are really supernatural.
What happened, Riser?
What happened? Many things come from the context of the natural order of the world. It's a justice that it is not that it is heaven. And that's why the avoda of Hanukkah becomes the ability to see a pretty bonus moment. And the ability to see the miracles of life, not being supernatural, but being natural. It's like, isn't that the avoda of Hanukkah? You know, it's interesting. That the Hanukkah you have to go ahead and not make this again. You can't use an avoda. You can't use a torch. Don't say why. Sometimes the ability to discern everything miracle of life requires something much more nuanced. It's not a torch. It's not a torch. But rather, again, it's the nuance which allows you often to go ahead and find the everyday miracles, the soul concept. So then that
Riser, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Is also that same energy that allowed the miracle of kind of the thousands of years ago. It's the very energy that services in our world. And every practice is in place. That's the big thing that we put that we can tonight. Get the energy to the result over the next 8 days. That's what's back over here. So this one, the meditation pick up with the subject of meditation after
Riser.
So that concept happens. Same we actually have WhatsApp chat. And it's ultimately so concept of saying this memory only from the way it's done. Particularly of way it's done rushes. But intuition is kind of what or the version of how we understand to develop this idea. And also to see it was some values of the kids that I sent it out just not last week and then 2 days ago in the WhatsApp chat. You can have the PDF all along the PDF is page creation. On the left hand side, or even the left hand category. Most of the summer of positive sense of that. But we start setting here now that reminder comes off I should feel remember again before we say the what rules are and say from his wife. I should have been shaking. But he writes Go Shabbat, I also remembering it about beautiful making how just a single you want round theological like us. That somehow it gets you that you have that set hell is not suddenly in the development very emotional the one about I completely like that. Similar when a person says one of those black page shadow. He makes me also in this one there himself. Whatever I do, my shadow reacts. Ain't it Yoko follow through follow Shimon. The same thing is true with the follow Shimon. He might see some other so he won't came city. Whatever man does here in this world, that he almost overlooked the act. Again, definitely here was it such a kind of Buddhist analogy because it's shorthand. Here a big stuff manuscript. So literally in the concept of the mind of
Riser.
Riser. This world will act fully because I'm dying in other data to read as so if I'm about myself, if I do message with myself, if I do message with myself, I do message with myself in this night market stuff. start to come about chesed, then I told you that we're going to do chesed for me. Look, מה שמאוד מאוד היה ראוי לפני במידת החסד. So maybe something about this here is how important it is about chesed. So again, you know that we all know the power and the importance of chesed, but here we see why there's such incredible emphasis. This is why I need to be about chesed. Why? I ask about chesed here in this world, then the Reformer does chesed with people. It's not because chesed means you will never about chesed. That's not chesed. God, you should go. If I do chesed with you, then I
Yo, did your phone freeze?
Your phone freeze?
Was it not streaming? Streaming or streaming for me?
At the very end, it wasn't. Okay, so let me just give me a breakdown. Basically, there's the Fraser.
How far at the end?
Like the last 10 minutes, maybe.
Oh shit.
So as I understand, there's the Fraser River, there's the salmon. They're getting all kinds of diseases and stuff in these farms. And then what happened then?
They were all the way to the end. She was hopeful that he turned around. There's no reason to stop it, and that they can't reverse it. Humans have like a fish are just very important and have a very relationship between humans and fish also bring in a lot of wealth to the province. You think that the government would be doing their best to keep that happening? I've gotten flyers in my mail. Everything that is doing local government investing like millions of dollars in hatcheries and to preserve the salmon. There is a lot of, I think there is a lot of public outcry, but maybe not public knowledge. Farm fisheries causing the disease, whatever.
Have you ever
seen? Yeah, I've seen. Sorry, go on.
Have you ever been to a fish hatchery?
Sorry, go on. Around where I live in Scotland, there's a bunch of signs that say like don't let your dog go in this river because there's salmon spawning.
That's different than a fish hatchery. Fish hatcheries generate an artificial structure.
Then no, I have not.
They smell so badly. I've only been to one once and I was younger, but basically it smelled like fish, like overwhelming amounts of fish. But it was interesting to see like the different the different stages of fish that they have. And I just if you had been to one, you would know. I mean, I would think so because it smells so much like fish. Like, what else do you think it's going to smell? But that's what stood to me. Yeah, like you were saying, salmon are a major part of the economy there. Major food source that, like the fauna, depends on, like the bears and the like I'm sure all kinds of other animals, and how it like has the natural ebb and flow with the bugs, insects, and stuff, and what they're eating, and they're like a key part. And if you mess with the spawning or the life cycle or just the overall health of the fish of the salmon, like you're gonna affect everything, but especially now because Canada, specifically British Columbia, relies so much on salmon, like as like it's like a crown. You know, I mean, it's like something that you have like fish farms that they showed, and something that was interesting to me, all of the different diseases that the fish get, with like viruses and infections, and like even fish cancer. They talked about like fish leukemia or something. Just like I didn't know that. So that was interesting to me.
Me neither.
Um,
Those fish farms, farms are aqua farming. They're just like places. They're just like rife for disease. Rife for
exactly.
They don't swim, and it's predators, no predators. That's like the sketchy. That's like the sketchy. And then also like my mind was blown when they showed like these water, just water, just all other fish farms around them, and then fish that are trying to swim through the water. They end up getting the disease from the fish farm.
I agree with you, and found it interesting that sick fish don't eat, and fish that don't eat don't grow, and then those fish would like end up at the bottom of the tanks. They could get the other fish sick, and that was wild to me. Salmon are fascinating. The idea that their entire existence is to breed. Like that's it. Like they breed, and once they breed, they die. And it's this circle of life. Basically, you have the eggs get fertilized, fish grow, they start to swim upstream, they mate. The eggs are laid. Like it's just this like perfect circle that nature has created. But they go upstream, which is so. They didn't explain it in that, to my knowledge, but why do they go upstream? I'm gonna look it up right now. Yo, why do salmon go upstream?
Yeah, I've seen it in my town. Like these salmon just trying, and sometimes the river is like low, and the river is like low, and there's like stuck on like there's like a jam. It's like a traffic jam of like 500 fish that are just trying to like get through like this little crack in the rocks. They just have to keep flopping and jumping up and trying to get.
So upstream environments offer cooler, oxygen-rich water and stable gravel beds to protect eggs from predators and promote faster, healthier development for isolation. Spawning in headwater isolates the next generation from others in competition on the river beaches and the open ocean. Natal homing adult salmon use a sense of smell to imprint on the unique chemical signature of their birthplace, navigating hundreds of miles to return exactly to where they hatched. That's fascinating.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's coded. That just coded into it.
Well, at least in the United States, salmon isn't really that popular until I would say the 1980s, 1990s. On the West Coast it was, but not like throughout all of the United States, where you get like, if you couldn't get fresh salmon from like the Northwest, maybe it was frozen, and like the big fish markets in like Seattle and stuff were, I think, key in Americans developing a taste for fish, at least salmon. and now it's like available everywhere in the United States, and it's relatively cheap. And I can anticipate that it will not always be that cheap. That now there's a big market for it. The price can be raised, and I anticipate that it will be pretty expensive in the future. I can't guarantee that, but who knows?
It's already pretty expensive. It's already like 20 plus or 25. Well, I'm in Canadian dollars.
Like
16 or 16 for like half of.
It used to not be near. It used to not be. It used to not be nearly that expensive. Okay. So now we're gonna look for.
Our steaks in America also like crazily priced here. I mean, I guess they probably already have always been.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time like 15 years ago, I would say that it was not that bad. Even 10 years ago. I would say that, like, I eat kosher steak, and so that's always been more expensive. It's different cuts, and after the animal's slaughtered, the meat is salted. So there's some extra precautions that are taken, and that has always made kosher beef and just kosher meat in general more expensive. So for me to say, like, I price kosher meat more, but since the pandemic, the price of beef, specifically kosher beef, has gone up dramatically. And I think it's one of those things where there was this like notching. I don't know how to describe it, but like of pricing during the pandemic, where people were like, well, it's a pandemic, what do you expect? And then there was all this inflation, and then it never went down. And so there's just this argument like, all right, so we need to be paying these exorbitant prices for steaks. I know I used to get like in 2 trays, you just eat steak. I was it's called like kosher ketogenic diet, where all you would eat is just protein, and it's very expensive. And it would be like for 2 big trays, we're talking like big catering trays. It was like $200 a week. So I used to spend like $200 a week just on steak, and I would get it cubed, and I would like just eat it, like snack on it, almost like beef jerky. And I know those trays now, I don't get them anymore like in that amount. I'll still get some kosher steaks, but more rarely. And those are now like $400. So like the price basically is that. And it's not like there are half as many cows. It's just part of the inflation that's made. Okay. So we want to see a documentary. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah.
Let me just add one more thing. We'll get to the OJ thing. But I think that documentary was like a very good example of like the dangers of having corporations influence industries and governments and like industries influence governments. It's just like such a clear yellow highlight. This literal department that's supposed to be protecting the fish just doesn't want to give back disease sample confirmation because the value for their shareholders go down down or whatever for like the aqua farm.
Like it's crazy just how like corrupt.
Like it was crazy just
and
corrupt
also they're still
it was.
trying to
And then
pass
also
more
they're
laws
still
to
trying
make
to
it,
pass more laws to make
illegal
it like
for the scientists
illegal
to
for the scientists
test
to
things and
test
punishable
things
by
and
jail.
punishable by jail. And, like,
Yeah, that's right. When
It's
it's
very like dangerous.
yeah, that's
slippery
very
slope.
like
that's right when
dangerous,
it's
slippery
cut
slope.
off for me. But I remember hearing that lady say, "So it's illegal to take video in there." Is it? Was it? Is that what she was saying?
I think just taking samples.
I think just taking samples from any of those
They
fish.
found a
Because
loophole.
they found a loophole where like they had a bald eagle
Right,
that had one
a
of
really
its
big one.
farming fish, and it
Yeah,
and then they like followed the bald eagle and then got the sample that way or something.
Right.
I'm surprised there wasn't like
some
in the dark James
some
Bond
in
mission
dark
where they like
James Bond mission where they like go and
try and just acquire
acquire
with like some vigilante
legally with like some vigilante anarchist group.
salmon anarchists.
Well, maybe they needed a salmon can.
That would help.
That would help.
We can make salmon
We
cannons.
can make salmon cannons if all the salmons have disease.
Exactly.
And dramatic dynamics. So remember, just keep in mind what's happening. I know I guess I'm going to get to a level where in order for you to go ahead and really
Do you like salmon?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
But in order to go ahead and
Fucking amazing.
I've been wanting
I've
to
been
get a
wanting
fishing
to
rod
get
and
a
then
fishing
go catch a wild
rod
salmon
and then go catch a wild abandoned here that are like abundant
They need
here.
like a fishing license.
They need like a fishing license
rod.
and a fishing rod and
Or you can do it illegally.
or you can do it
That's
illegally,
probably not a
but
good
it's
decision.
probably not a good.
If I see people
Like
my
I see
dog
people
they're just
where I
chilling
take my
in the
dog
river,
for walks,
like
they're
the
just
giant
chilling in the river with like their giant
pants
like
that there's this
pants
water.
that
They're
there's
the
this
overall
water
pants.
they're the overall pants
Chilling there.
and they're just chilling there
Fish.
catching
And you
fish.
get a nice, fresh, beautiful
And you get a nice,
fish.
fresh, beautiful fish.
And try
And
not to get mercury.
try not to get mercury poisoning by eating them too much.
But this guy,
Greg Evans, has like a survivalist YouTube channel. Who's
He does a bunch of
he does
videos
in British Columbia, and
I've seen him
I've seen
on
him
Vancouver Island
on
doing
Vancouver Island doing like survival
videos
where he'll go and he'll literally just live off the land, foraging. Usually like turkey mushrooms, kind of this
other one, like a
citrus something or
and
whatever.
also just
And
catch
also
fish.
just
You can
catch like you can catch like
4 fish
4 fish per day per
person.
person or something.
He just puts
it in the smoker so you can't eat
But if
them
you
all.
smoke them, then
But if you smoke them, then it'll preserve them.
If you smoke the salmon, it'll preserve them.
I believe so. Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah. You like smoke it and then freeze.
Oh yeah. Okay, you freeze it. Yeah. What's that sauce? There's like a white sauce that they put with salmon that I really like. Let me look it up.
I had a dream last night. There were like 2 Michael Jackson involving dreams. And one of them,
there were like 2 Michael of them.
I was like
saying out like a guest house or something. And then the second one was like a continuation off that. They allowed us into Michael Jackson's house, like in Supermansion or whatever. Like Supermansion or whatever. Michael Jackson was like small group of like 5 people at like a table, like a dining room table under the house. Like in the house. I sat down and then chit-chattering about like wine or something, and then made some comment about the wine, and then what it was with Michael Jackson. Forget exactly what it was with Michael Jackson. It was like white. It didn't really look like he used the word, but he used the word wasteful. And then I was like, everyone chuckled a little bit. The use of the word wasteful. And then I was like, is wasteful a word? It sounds like wasteful should be a word.
Are you saying wasteful? W-A-S-P?
Yeah.
Like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant?
White Anglo-Saxon.
No, like wasp is like a bumblebee. Bumblebee. So wasteful would be like something that is like dingy and like something that would have big ramifications, maybe not violent, but like some almost bad ramifications. I think it should be added to Urban Dictionary.
Well, guess what?
Probably the English language as well. Michael Jackson told me. I see the white Anglo-Saxon protest Wikipedia page, and I was just reading that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be Protestant, not Protestant.
Oh. I thought. There's like a branch of Christianity, right? Called Protestant. I thought that was spelled like a D.
That's Protestant. Like, that's everything that's basically not Roman Catholic.
Okay, well, they pronounce it with like a D. It's not, pronounce it with like a D, though. Sounds, like a D.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Now I know what you're saying. It sounds like prod.
You're right. Now I know what you're
but
it sounds like
it's spelled Protestant, but no one pronounces it Protestant.
Yeah, no, I thought they were talking about like protesting.
Well, they are. They're talking about protesting the Roman Catholic Church.
Even better. Well,
yeah, I just don't want you to sound like if you were to say that in front of other people, it would be like you've never said this word.
Every time I've heard the Protestant church, I've been like, oh, it sounds like it's spelled with a D, but evidently it's not.
It's pronounced that way. You're right.
Pronounced that way. You're right.
Yeah, white sauce that day. White sauce salmon that day. Put on the salmon.
It's like a cream sauce. It's very good. It's like white wine cream sauce. And I don't know, like sometimes I don't like fish. Generally, even like fish to me tastes like fish. But still, like there's just something off about that smell. And fresh fish that doesn't have it still tastes fishy. And so I like the sauce with whatever it is. I will say this, like I could eat like tuna fish, pretty like raw, like chicken basically. But I do like it with like a salad, like tuna fish salad. Um, I like tuna fish a lot. That's like probably my favorite fish. Um, and tuna fish are so expensive. Like they are like millions of dollars, like the big ones in like Japan.
That's for the ocean, though,
Yeah.
bluefin, though, right?
Yeah, it's still a shitload of money.
Yeah, it's still a shitload of money for a single fish, even though they're like
They are giant, but still, like that's like a house, like for like hundreds of pounds of meat.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, I think it was a.
I'm pretty damn certain.
I'm pretty damn certain it's a documentary that was.
Yeah, it might just be called like blue.
Yeah, it might just be called like
Tuna or
bluefin, tuna or
There's
something.
like a big
crisis a while ago where bluefin tuna extinction to extinction, and that like probably was also affecting the price
of the tuna.
Because
They're like,
oh, this exotic
fish. Now that's like
fish. Now that's like endangered.
Like it's
You can charge
more
more. Like
expensive,
it's
and then
more expensive.
sushi that uses it.
Sushi that uses it is all the super high end sushi places
They
use
now have
it.
to pay more.
They now have to pay more, so the price goes up. But I think
Mommerizer said that
the
numbers were
coming back.
But it almost creates
like a
bad cycle where
there'll be like illegal fishermen that just don't fishing shit.
regulations.
Fishing
Regulations.
A lot of them get every single fish that they get is $1 million.
I understand the risk they're taking.
Welcome back. The welcome back doesn't mean that the work is done. Welcome back means that I have the license to begin the work. So sometimes God just sets the stage for me to be able to once again engage in Juba. I think that I'm done. I think that I'm beyond repair. I think that I'm unsalvageable. Charlie said, well, sometimes you are. And for what does he do? He recreates. Now that I'm recreating, now I'm not the opportunity to myself. Very important. Very important. As in the main work. But ultimately, again, it's not a worker. That he can enable. He's giving opportunities.
What did Miss Aquarius say when she came in?
She was pissed. I was taking too long. I was watching the documentary though, and I was fishing publishing something, and I needed like 2 minutes. It sets an altar 119 in gold. She's like, damn, bro, better get you fired up before you play every time. She played better than I've ever played. My record is 118.
That's crazy.
She just dominated.
What's the perfect score?
You know what? Let's just find that out. Yo, dog, in 5-frame bowling, what's a perfect score? Is it 150? Yeah, it's 150.
Going on and keep it working. So it's like, so this is the construct. And the construct is really like now. This is so ultimately a man. And what the ultimately here is because the coming from us, and gets those things of such profound disrespect. This is so good. And
Shoot. I was just thinking of something. Forgot.
The Russian culture recreates us nation and recreates us again. But that recreation again is not God doing the heavy lifting. That recreation ultimately again is part of giving us the opportunity
Shoot.
to restart. Those moments, it's when I hear Shalom Shalom. And I hear the Russian tell me, Shalom Aleichem, welcome back, get to work.
I was thinking about
Again, if this is doing evidence in life where I want to change, I want to do better, and I feel like I've been brought to do better. You need to feel, it's got to go through, you feel that ability within yourself to be able to accomplish something more, to be able to turn this around.
Oh, I remembered it. Yo, dog, give me a hardcore dog with you.
Yeah, you really broke
Argument, perfect blue book style, on how, because like zooming is a thing and like super good microphones are a thing and speakers and such, technically everybody is like, if you turn on a microphone, technically it's a microphone. If it's like enhanced enough, could hear every single thing that's going on earth. Maybe very low, but it really could do that. And thus the laws and stipulations regarding like not streaming someone else's content are somewhat null or somewhat like inconsequential or shouldn't count, because like if you just start up a stream and it's recording video and audio, if you enhance the audio enough, you can hear everything in the world. And if you enhance the video enough, you can see everything in the world through reflections and things like that. And thus, those types of laws need to be evaluated.
Go ahead and develop or you construct which is a reference ultimately again to the emotions that were
Yes, I'll be back in 1 minute. Yes, I'll be back in 1 minute. Just gonna call somebody up.
We're going to spend the begin this tomorrow discussing that there are certain ideas that carry with them the incredible amount of synergy, yet the ideas that so many of us transgress. So how do we reconcile those concepts? That there's something ultimately that is so severe, but yet so common. So how do I get myself out of a hole that I've done for myself? I have to take responsibility. But at the end of the day, is so difficult to get out of. So that's the so again, let's get to it. The good news is it'll be the true of right. That's how we love. So I want to end off with that. The good news is there's no such thing as an idea with another. I would say here that I can't go ahead and complicate myself. How because that's remember that's the construct that Rothschild just established. No matter how much trouble I got myself in, even when I cannot help myself, I can just comes along and helps me. But what do I do with it? Ideas that are so severe, and we'll discuss the severity of the Habris, and we'll discuss why the issue of Hashmas
I understand that, but keep in mind that like in the next 100 years or so, speakers will be so good and the microphones will be so good that you might be able to pick things up rooms away or maybe a block away. And same with and thus the strategy should be reevaluated.
Hopefully, as you've seen, page days. If you follow this edition of the days of the pediatrics, some incredibly powerful elements. What started late children from changing how to consult government. So let's begin today with this summary, the introduction to this which again, which stays right in the cover. You see the Bibli HaChasidus paragraph reverberates as follows. The eldest by Shagan Sha'adan Yitzhak and myself Rosh. The earlier season, the Mendalit Gimel Sweetest down to this in a state of Yerush. Right, the state of Yerush, a state of despair. A person who is given a hope on themselves and life. Because those, Yesh Lo is a over. Very that I can have use of my own creation, that it's so powerful, that it's so overwhelming, that I lack the capacity and the tools to be able to go ahead and act with these arguments. So right to do that, that for the person to go ahead and so to state despair.
Yo, dog.
Yo, what's your weird microphone question about microphone harvest or extraction of audio?
Yeah, I was trying to make an argument. Basically stated that with the advancements of microphones and speakers and such, and AI, like basically nothing is like everything is can technically be picked up or like recorded, and thus the laws regarding that type of recording should be. And so, what I am basically saying is that saying that ambient capture is what it's called in the age of far field sensing, a use-based framework for copyright and privacy. So basically, as all of this technology improves, like the law needs to be updated, because for someone who has a stream like mine, I'm listening to this like we watched that documentary on Sam, and if you were to watch my stream, I'm the main character of the stream. It's not the documentary on Sam. If someone's watching my stream, they're watching it because I'm on stream and my behavior, my reaction. But if you go by the current law, the fact that the audio might be picked up by my microphones can mean that I can get a copyright strike. And I'm making the argument that the law needs to be updated to state that the main purpose of the stream is more important than random sounds that get picked up or random visuals that get picked up, especially with the advancement of AI and microphones and speakers and zooming opportunities.
Sure, yeah.
spiritually cut off, or spiritually dead, and ultimately again or emotionally cut off, that a person has the ability to go ahead and see the divine revelation in himself. And you keep seeing the same phrase. The ayin and the yesh. I go from nothing to something. And how do
I have a question for you.
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
No, why are we watching all what Jason stuff?
What's it called?
What's it called?
Where do I find it? Is it on? Where do I find it? Is it on?
No, I have good news for you. The first documentary is an hour, 6 minutes long. It's available on YouTube. The second piece of good news is the other piece of evidence that I want you to watch is also on YouTube. However, it's 6 parts. But it's not, they're not all an hour each. They're like 30 minutes each. So,
Summarize it with AI. Summarize it with AI. I'm not watching.
it's not 6 hours, dude. All in all, it'll be like a little more than 3 hours. So just calm down. The name of the documentary is called O.J. Simpson, the Untold Story.
Untold story.
If you want to know the exact name of what it's called on YouTube,
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
yeah, it's everything is on YouTube. It's called O.J. Simpson. Type in BBC and then dash O.J. Simpson the Untold Story. It's like an hour and 4 minutes, or hour and 6 minutes. It's by
Yeah, I got it. That's Tarek.
Minerva B. Wells.
Minerva B. Wells.
OJ. Mine has a different channel name, but it's BBC, the OJ Untold Story one.
Is it like an hour and 6 minutes?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Alright, I'll put it on. This better be good.
Dog, I'm telling you right now.
It's
It's gonna change your mind like the moon.
It's gonna change your mind like the moon.
Or Michael Jackson.
Or Michael.
Or this one. And keep in mind, this never aired in the United States.
Never aired in the United States.
If it did, it would shock the world. If it did, it would shock the world.
If it did, it would shock the world.
Okay, before we start it, let me just say, I know this is before you were born. The O.J. Simpson trial was non-stop television ratings for like 2 to 3 years and then subsequent every single day. If you've ever heard of the channel called Truth TV, it might have a different name now. True TV. Previous, it used to be known as Court TV and was literally created just to cover this trial, basically. Like entire channels were dedicated just to this. And then the racial aspect of it, it split the United States between black and white. If you were to ask black people who are like African American people who watched the trial, many of them thought that he was innocent. and do the same with white people, and they thought he was guilty. It cut along racial lines very closely, and what we were told I mean, just like you already know, like it's a punchline. Once something becomes a punchline, like, oh yeah, Michael Jackson touched little kids, or oh yeah, of course O.J. Simpson did it. It's really hard to change people's mentality on that, because if you break them of that, then what else could they be wrong about? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I'm gonna switch gears.
Caller. Thank you for streaming.
That no one takes the right word on the first try. The devotional of Christ could have made the right world on the first try, but he chose not to. In order to show us that when we leave our world, when we leave ourselves, we never do it right. Try again, try again. In the devotional space, it was hundreds of thousands of times. Quote unquote, got it right. The devotional could have gotten it right. The first time chose not to. Model for us is so something says that sometimes I can construct myself in such a profound dramatic way that I really choose, but we start. There are different moments that we started. So remember again, Rothschild did that paragraph is kind of give us a review of the last couple of seasons, because there are different forms of restart, and there are different levels of severity of restart. Because sometimes I don't have to rebuild myself to issue an item. So I just have to take something. So I just have to modify something. I just have to something. Not everything is deconstruction and reconstruction of all. But sometimes what I is so simple, and sometimes what I have done is so detrimental, and what I have done is so deconstructive. That's why Shiloh of thinking is a Shiloh of management. No matter how terrible each sin may be, the study says we find a way to make ourselves into an iron, into a nothing, then ultimately again I can go ahead and make myself Yeshua. What that truly looks like and how that the whole year to Hashem will be sent out WhatsApp today's we were actually in the middle of the and typically we started with this as well. And the next question will come back is when people and download are also somewhat so start something new today, finish up and download together, and then the next question we start so most of whenever I start this is in safety first and then down, really incredible. Nishi is for treatment goes ahead so this is here. Then about a part of the video is just that habit. And in general, you know, many of the secrets doing is to address and the struggles which all do. Actually, we're going to take a look at this through the lens of the degree analysis. So you have the PFS out. It's page 12, which is the first page that you have. In the middle section, this is the left. So the top is the subject. The middle is the degree analysis. That translation is like a adaptation on it. And then footnote in the bottom. In the middle of the second, Mikuya Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the column, then down. After Sheshbar Lael, as come of God with ocean coffee, we'll see Sitna Gimel, which we started, and then America's we started speaking about the power of the Sahara. And the Tzaddik actually there's different types of Sahara. Like the Sahara that I could Baruch that's very almost over and innate Sahara, and innate Sahara, and then there's the Sahara, unfortunately, of my own creation. The Sahara that is created because I repeatedly made bad decisions over and over again. That I make over and over again. I make over and over again, and therefore I strengthen that Sahara. Unfortunately, because I even foreseen bad decisions. And the other kind of idea was in the incredible episode that the Sahara that is in me, the Sahara that Hashem creates for me, that I have the ability to overcome. It's sometimes amazing enough to Sahara like create myself. Sometimes it's much more difficult. So that was last thing. The aim of Misha is usually Sahara creates a double Kazav. She after other to the point that a person can have the Sahara that becomes so strong. So strong, the Sahara that is so overwhelming that a person literally cannot combat it on their own. They require the assistance of the reformer Shalom. The Spartan, so this is it. So I'll say that was last it, which we started, we stopped, and then there's a show we will resume. The Spartan, we said שנצוסה בקימה של חייב הסגים האדם. אינו הוכחה אולי כלל החיפוש of In this sit, we're going to speak about the idea that just because I have desires does not make me of a holiness. He's going to take perhaps one of the most incorrect, yet profoundly destructive mindset, which is that if I was truly a holy person, I wouldn't have the struggles I have. Right? If I was truly a holy person, then ultimately, again, I would not contend with the Zaharas that I possess. And a Tzaddik goes on and says, I'm not sure, a person can be incredibly holy, but yet have dramatic struggles as well. It goes on the left-hand side of the each row, Shuka Gidoro type of second. Suppose if somebody has one of the overwhelming physical desires, someone possesses what's called Shuka Gidoro type of second, strong desire, physical desires. I'll use Atzefa. A person should not become sad as a result of this. But I will know Rothschild. Shadavar Mohia Kama the people should of the Shuba Kokak with Baruch First not be told of I. What a sorry state I am in, that I possess desires for these lowly physical things. You'll say, you look at the Tzaddik is saying, Tzaddik is saying that a person should not has shown less of themselves because a person has strong physical desires. The Torah, because the person we often do to ourselves is what do we do to ourselves? The Torah, Nishinach Shleima, Bahaya Koshet, Rakli to Haya Koshet, Rakli to Barbi, the low of the Taibus Shifus came. What do we normally think? If I was really holy, I wouldn't have these base physical desires. Holy people don't have these kinds of desires. Holy people don't want the kind of things that I want. And the fact that I have these base, current,
Riser, can you hear me?
Really indicates that in my essence, I'm really not a holy person. The Tzaddik says, don't think but. It's totally incorrect. Found with what? He says, why? Listen to this. Yeah, I'm also going for this. Shahad al-Azam. Tzaddik says this fact. It's just the opposite. Adam sheyesh no tshuva kuzu. It was when a person has desire, strong desires, love desires, hurry up, present shukri, ukhar lafo as insat shuka ha'otzuma, atzma, the token avos shuka shushasa. So they say, when somebody is going to hire the beer, before I translate the word, it's going to have one of the most boundaries so desire is called. You are a desirous person. You have many wants, physical wants, mental wants, lustful wants. That shows that you are attached to intimacy. That shows that you are a person with tremendous focus. It shows ultimately again that you are not one. You are not one who's just a flatline, non-dispassionate, uninterested individual, but rather, again, at the end of the day, highlights that inside of you are tremendous, overwhelming co-hosts. Tremendous, overwhelming co-hosts. Look at his word though. He says, when I have those desires, what does that show? I am a utensil which is prepared, which is ready. Take that fundamental, profound desire, the token avos what do I have to do? All I need to do is switch everything around. Right? All of us in one word. Channel. It's all about the ability to channel. All about the ability to be direct, co-host in the right way. The fact that I desired, yeah, my desires may be wrong. I may just be desiring all of the wrong things. But at the end of the day, that highlights the fact that I have incredible talent. That highlights the fact that I am incredibly drive. And all I need to do is find out how to somehow channel that in a different kind of direction. Listen to what he says. Listen to these words. Ki yetzer tov, the yetzerah echad. What a strange thing I would say. Because the Yetzer Tov, Yetzirah is all the same thing. It's all the same thing. What is that mean? Zelu Mazah. It's two sides of the same coin. They both come from just this. They both come from the cavities of the heart. So this concept that the right side of the heart is for good. The smaller left side of the heart is where Ra resides. So we'll say, if you listen to what something says, it's the same call. These words again, Yetzer Tov, the Yetzerah Echad. We'll say, we never see a statement like that. Yetzer Tov, Yetzer Sineh. This is what it's the same thing. It's the same call. We'll say, person commits an Avera. We'll say, the truth is the incredible part. Most times when I commit an Avera, rarely do I commit apathetic Averas. Like, isn't it incredible? I'm not only commit Averas to these lives, right? These right? Incredible. When I do an Avera, I'm all in. Right? It's not like there's a geschmack with it because like there's a brand. Like I'm into it. I'm excited about it. So where does that come from? Where does that comes from? My co-op. See, if a person is apathetic about everything, and a person just lacks data about everything, that's sad. But at least if I'm a passionate sinner, that shows that passion is Yetzer Tov, Yetzerah Echad, it's all the same thing. The same thing. And they said it's just a shadow of how you it's just a shadow of how you direct. They present themselves the fact that I am a sinner and a good sinner, not an episodic sinner, but a habitual offender. That I'm a lustful sinner, and then I find myself fighting to do wrong. After all the wrong things in life, does not mean that I'm a bad person. That does not mean that I am devoid of holiness, of character. It means that I'm an incredibly holy person with dramatic potential. If I just figure out how to redirect and how to channel all of that. Well, so stop there for today. We're going to so much for being with 7 people. Then, finish game. So the father pampers his son very much. Taking him further to the park every day, photo, well fed, only drinks and eggs, wine. This horrible piece of the child is very thankful. He then takes the young man and puts a bag of money around his neck. Go up, pass up the road, and then puts him at the entranceway of his rock. Gemara says, "My God, the Osabit is it after this young man is not going to." So the son has led a very pleasant life, very pleasant life. Policies very deserving. That's no problems. Now we can get the bag of money. He's young yet. He's at the entrance of his and he has the ability to resist that. And so he ends up with his, no, he's not going to have that. He's not going to have the ego to so what are you going to do? What are you going to so so we have tomorrow is like no trapping this which was. It was like but like most times this motion depends on smell, it's a defense and it's a wonderful almost advocacy. It's like you see it, it's okay, like Moshe saying good, but when I said not all that all that is probably so slightly responsible. What if you know that most of the things they haven't not fight be it the color to go to the and the tomorrow taking care of them every step of the way. We are giving them the slaves emancipated. The rest of it for countless wealth. After no effort. What more that things went back. But it's the moment that they felt you were no longer there, you simply rely on what you hope was the next emotion. What's in most people's minds? What's the most dependable thing after God in your life? Your money. At the end of the day, that's the day. After God, that's the problem. The thing that gives you security in life is spending. Recognition is my money. So go through and say, what did you think was going to happen? There was a moment of crisis. They thought I was dead. They didn't know what was going on. So most people were saying they were unable to withstand this challenge. Don't see. The most people were saying the thought was, you can't really be angry because they had no ability to come back to the system. But they're no different from a bag of money enters into the black hole. You don't need to be alive to right here. Over my suggest, show solid for lecture on Islam. Because sometimes when a person is so overwhelmed to her and hasn't been ability to fight it, Shaul Chazal Allah, the Rahmana Hachi. I will say, what's that love of an Olis? Right? When Olis is getting circumstances, you are exempt. Shazolo Palkot and Colonas, Reino Mitzvah, Klal, and Kapora, how nice is that? It's a very, very true. Yeah. Now, again, let's point out something. How do you get to each other? This is very important. How do you, so here, this guitar that is so strong that you literally lack the wherewithal, you lack the ability to overcome. To sin, you're not responsible because like no way to combat it. Those are very important. How do you get to something like this? How do you get this? Like this? Or just to get to you like this? Remember, you don't stumble upon that by accident. That's bullshit. So if you use the marshal, use the marshal. So remember, at the end of the day, the young man had the freaking shot at the entrance of the brothel. At the end of the day, it's true. Once he's at the entrance of the brothel, as he saw them, and just and you back the money, sure, you know how this is going to go. As if there's no other entrance story. I saw the money to get to the entrance of the brothel. Right? It's like a shot because either his father there or he put himself there. So remember, how do you get right where you have these Torah that is comfortable? Remember, I have the responsibility for getting there. It's just once I got there, what then happens becomes the conflict that is beyond my control. And therefore, I'm exempt. At the end of the day, says yourself, how did you get there? How did you get there? So I might not be responsible for the final act, the final avera, because it's just too long. I can't come back and get Zara. But I didn't just suddenly show up at the threshold of this Yisrael with no warning. I got to the threshold, I got to enter the Bible because of a whole series of bad mistakes. Now, unfortunately, right there, I'm so wrong, I can't fight this coming. It was an incredible Yisrael. So as much so, and you know, like I think the eagle, some people get that. So remember again, how did these people get this when they go to God? How did it happen? So remember again, go back. It started when we came to get Rothschild by the saints of the Red Sea. Right? That's what it started. And then it was compounded again by Mara, by the bitter water. And then it was compounded again and it complained about food. So now a whole bunch of smaller mistakes created an incomparable gates of Torah. But again, so therefore, at the end of Rothschild, it says you can't hold them accountable for the sin of the golden calf. And it sounds like that's what the Torah was reading was Rabbi. You do not wipe out while you smell. But it's the end of the day they eat your responsibility. I think we accept the final manifestation that we holiness of the life of God is there. Requires the level of the level each year for today. We're going to continue to people tomorrow because we'll try this is a major theological novel. Somebody is going to mention. That's just what so. good man inside of us. That is the being added to that however, the exceptional abuse which cannot be shut and that is always up to the time we need the bad that reinforce that there can be incalculable by us. To the ownership of only self the L down the bush, the other things are so we talk about that is the namely that the person should not go ahead but just because something is involved is successful means that that particular endeavor is less measurable. So we go and go quickly at more people to himself. So nice that what we do not for ourselves. But a particular action of doing something is appropriate to do based on the fact that natural and then after my long life is so you spoke about the conception of the fact only factors I do only assume that if I'm doing something I don't know that must be yes I'm not. But in fact remember it set up stuff that's not always the case. Sometimes the purpose allows us to get to areas which are not which for us is he goes on and says, you must run to show Shekoni, you are good in the summer. Very sensitive to the highly sensitive part of the horrible. The opportunity to success anyone. That's the natural part of the Each Lachos, Eli Churchill, Soren, Soren, Solana, Style, she is nothing to the Kabuki choices. Actually, she is a whole family of the Bible. I will say so on one hand, we have to say that successful life should always see success as a divine blessing of the life that I'm having. But sometimes success itself is the incentive. So on the other hand, I would say, so this is companies with that other instruction. Goes on and says, I'm not always in Zoom, because particular always inspired, should be discussed. Each the other stars not watching Scabala actually follow Trilogians to go about it. In this sense, what does it mean about a Bible? What do you tell about that? And so strong that a person says to himself, שלא יוכיח מזה שום מושג that a person should never say that because that things are so strong and easier for him than others, should not use that to rule that God doesn't love or that is cut off from God's וזה נתן שישתמש המושג של יצרו also כל כך לעבודה עד שנחשב כבינציה של המדעי כפר ולמילא אילו עליו של קצת yesterday those meanings that have reasons to become so small that a person's life is never off the roof. I think this was one of Yitro also, knowledge was saying sometimes I make the belief so strong that it's extending in front of them. I don't have the ability, I feel like I lack the resources to be able to fight it. He goes on, he says, about the death, יש מקום לאדם little house of love. Which is so fantastic. So here is what I'm telling you. So on one hand, you have a person being blessed with incredibly ridiculous success. And that success, yet may not be a blessing from Hashem, but in fact may be such a testament. And that's what I have on the one hand. On the other side of the spectrum, I can have a person who is so overwhelmed by his needs, so overwhelmed that he says to himself, I don't have the ability to find position. We'll say, or most of us know, for example, if somebody would have come over to you and said, my desire is so strong, I lack the ability to really fight. You would have said to that person, try harder, try harder, try. No such thing. No such thing as Yitzhara, which is unovercome. It's just not true. It's not true. And if somebody says, it is true. It is true. Now we'll say, now let's understand. How do you get such a strong Yitzhara like that? Right? Because normally a person would say, I don't think I can ever, this must be the way that God made me. So that's a false statement. That's a false statement. I mean, how do you get Yitzhara that is so strong, that it feels unovercomable? I made that. Right? The Yitzhara that Rabbi gives, that is absolutely overcomable. That Yitzhara, and Yitzhara that he dealt with, can be overcome. But the problem is when I make it bad mistakes, reinforce these and grow these, that's what it comes that becomes a and in that way, it leads to also a person to live a state of onus, of extinguishing circumstances. These mediate Sahara. There was an episode of it really happened to him. We have to tell him. He said, these this area versus serious. What's the serious? Is that the age? Should be Anslo. Shlai the MSD, Shpiakalas of the Topol, is not the IDO. Shalola Avra. I will say that the challenge here is no recurable versus regular. Here in life, the subject says, a great challenge. Because we'll say, on one hand, what we have learned now in Osman Gimel, this is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because now, what have we just created? We created the most incredible excuse. Most incredible excuse if something is too hard for you. So just say, what am I going to do? Yitzro Oso Yitzhara is too great. So it says, remember, here's where personal plays an incredibly important role. Is my Yitzhara to the point that I can't overcome it? Or is it just that I need to go ahead and try harder and also first senior? So it's a different question for me. But so on one hand, I can have success. It looks like it's a bracha for God, and it's really exciting. On the other hand, I have the that I was born with that is conquerable and overcomable. I have the Yitzhara that I create, which essentially builds on the Yitzhara that I was born with, and that comes to a point that is so strong that I can't overcome it. But again, life is all about this personalistic primacy. Is it that I can't overcome a Yitzhara, or is it just I don't want to overcome a Yitzhara, or I'm not trying hard enough to overcome a Yitzhara? That requires you to answer those difficult questions. So it's something. Here's where you have to be very careful, because how many people will utilize this incredible Yitzhara as a cop-out? Too hard, too overwhelming. Takes one of those long enough to come back and help me. I can't do it on my own. But we can use Hamis with Koko. So what do you do in those moments when your Yitzhara is too powerful to overcome? In those moments when you feel that you are up against the Yitzhara, so powerful. That's too powerful. I can't handle it on my own. That's what Shiva comes in. That's what Shiva comes in. Shiyah is when I say the second powerful, can't do this. I can't do this. By the way, I will say, and that's I don't know if that's it. Tzaddik is not inventing this idea. This is the Gemara sentence the office. That the Gemara says that the Sahara is so strong that the Mother actually follows it and grows. It was impossible. Or it's maybe so fast. So mostly the Gemara explicitly says it talks about the Sahara that's so strong that if a Kafar who wouldn't help me, I wouldn't be able to overcome it. So what does that mean? That's supposed to, so that Gemara by itself is very theologically troubled. So you tell me that God is giving me a challenge that I can't overcome on my own, I need to secret. So suddenly says, no, it's give it that Sahara. The what we call Limei Sahara is conquerable. It's conquerable on my own. The amplified Sahara, which is the intelligence, the result, which is compounded by my negative activity, yes. Listen, it's incredible. Sometimes I think sometimes I think something more powerful than God. Meaning, not more powerful than God. I can make something that is more powerful than God's creation. Right? God's Sahara, I can overcome. God's Sahara that He was trying to do, I can overcome. The Sahara that I create, sometimes I lose can't overcome. So what do you do in facing that type of Sahara? As a type of backwards. Healing is the mechanism at the end of the day where I reach out to the forest and say, hold on, I've got myself in a hole. I got myself in this really bad place. I don't want to feel it. I did this. I got myself. I also know I cannot extricate myself. What? I tried, legitimately. I tried. I put in the effort. I can't get myself out. Hold on, to myself, and it's even though I completely confident he is willing to get hard time insurance. I will stop here. I think we'll get into the Kishkas of I'm skipping a little bit. There, Kabbalah Arabic it says, the Indian has Kabbalah. She may only pay your other verbs and try to tell it. She may only pay your other matters from the Shakwa or your Barabi. If it says Shakwa, Kabu, Shakabu, she did give it to Julia, Nana, and other shit. Right. So you know, give energy. In other words, the person worshipped and have all these so the thinking was for up the Zora on carbon, I'm giving something. I am focusing the strength of the Avodah Zora. Right? I'm giving it food, I'm giving it sustenance. So my offering, my sacrifice actually makes the Avodah Zora stronger. The whole thing in Avodah Zora shows that this is the whole essence of idolatry. That particular one, that particular deity, Shekil Nechono, Nehemet Umiskater Ayideh Shikana. That particular deity benefits stronger as a result of offering that I sacrifice. Moshe Adam Miskater Ayideh. That's right. very interesting. This is the theology of Kabbalah's in the atheistic world. Why did he offer up food and give animals the same way? I need to be physically strong, and when I eat, I feel a greater amount of vitality and strength. So when I sorrow, that contributes to its vitality and strength as well. That wasn't just a feature. That was the hashgacha. That was the theology ultimately of our Lord. Because when you go to a visitor Israel, you start with the Abu Israel. The Adina Babu Israel, the Adina Babu Israel, or Hasar Ubel Sakabal Weekly. And I interestingly enough, that the Kabbalists also knew in their early stages, this is what they saw from Egyptians. This is what they know from the Egyptians as Yeshiva Ha'la'avon Ubel Ozis. Ha'chod, Yochid Yisrael, Kim Haya Kashna, Kasbon, Shiyuku, Lachanos, Tolanos, Yasifar, Kim Yoko Lav Shemisfar, Ba'al Yidia Karban, Ayidia Karban, Sakabon Saponov, Yukak, the Hasidic Resource Structures, the alternative experience. All these scholars, remember, was that much of their theology they knew what they saw. So they saw Egypt, the people offering up sacrifices. Why did they offer up sacrifice? In order to quote unquote give your God strength, that your God should give you what you want. Right? That was the goal. The offering is not an end. The offering is to give your God strength, so therefore your God will return to you what it is that you want. Shkafah, love is something that is a very good sacrificial right, sacrificial offering. Why do you do a carbon? It's very simple. Why do I go ahead and give my child a good breakfast? Because I want them to want. Right? I want them because I want to do it. The club is so soft. This is what happens. Therefore, part of it gives us because the one of us to say, ladies and gentlemen, when you give them, do it for you. Do it for you. Don't do it. I'm good. I don't like have. I don't need right there. I don't need the energy. To give you what you want. Covenant for you. Covenant checks for you. It wasn't actually very interesting when you think about it. You have to like, what was the first covenant of God Israel entered on? First covenant was covenant. I want you to remember something very interesting. As much as we call covenant, that we covered by talking about like exactly Israel. First Israel. The entire animal was consumed. Right? You remember again, we roasted the fragments and overnight fires and basically gosh, Mishkan. So ultimately, again, there were different parts that were burned on the day. But at the end of the day, exactly Israel, the entire animal was consumed by flames, which is really quite fascinating. Because if the Baruch did not want the whole carbon for one simple reason, he didn't want this carbon that they would have offered. They would have offered a carbon without a God getting ready to make a definition. You need a little extra strength. That's all about. But the carbon that we offered is create. It was for us. It laid the groundwork for the framework of look at carbon for the future. But sometimes there's what will offer up. You want the carbon doesn't benefit you, and if you learn to go ahead and of your own solutions, if you learn to do these things of your own will, yes, I do things because of maybe there's a element of compulsion, like we spoke about somebody had to do this now and stuck it over our head. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, they're Rothschild. So then it goes on. Say you skip to the end. This is page the last paragraph in the Uriah Hasidus, so by the I will say we begin to understand the connection between Tefillah and Carbon. Right? So Carbon, and now that paragraph in the book I thought was very important. Shows God needs this. God needs this. I need lunch. God needs his carbon. And that is about, God doesn't need it. There's some countries of, I need it. I need it. And the point of carbon ultimately was to connect me to my creator. And then this probably says, bring it if you want to. Bring it if you want to because it's for you. Fast forward a little bit more. We move to this and the flush. What happens? He goes, Kineges to me. Because now it's a big prayer. And then for a public context that prayer takes on this same exact model of the its own country. Just remember, whereas every other ritual that I perform it because it's probably something to do so when it comes to results. The goal is I do it because I love it. Of course, there's an element of obligation. There's a mitzvah, there's a halacha, but I do it because I want to. And he writes last paragraph in Uriah Hasidus in Osim and page sacrifice. The Heyesh Lahabit. Now, in the Indian mitzvah tefillah, shehibim kom hakavah. Now, once we begin to understand the power of tefillah, then I'm thinking the place of kavanos. Shekam ba in Ratzon Hashem Yisparach Adam. She Yispalalu B'Panav Mishol Efrem. Levakish B'Panav Yisparach. V'Yishanu Levato Zero Shamayim Ham Eser Zono V'Yaser Tzim. It's not because I want us to. Because it's love A, B, C, D. Want to potentially change it from doing whatever negative things that ultimately he has planned on doing. And there are other rights for him and they discuss the issue. So what is the goal of tefillah? Is see when I stop with Christ Baruch because I have this is very long. Give me 1 second, but I have to have this about Christ Baruch in order to get a visa. So this is before I ask him for it. And he also knows that there are certain things that he's going to give me and certain things that he's not giving me. So this is what I'm saying. It's not to mock God in his needs. That's not the point of prayer. It is incredible. Nor is the point of prayer to go ahead and ask God to change certain things. You know, this is a little bit like light bulb thing because something is saying tefillah is not is kind of everything we ought to think tefillah is. Of course, but I doubt it. Refainu, atachoni la'adam das, shimhakol leinu. I just have to look it down. It's not like tefillah, but it's about the that moves. But it's about the issue of direction, the issue of relationship. And it's that relationship is ultimately depends. So, just 1 second. So, say he said I, but if tefillah is not about asking a historical for all of these things in what? Rabbi's kasha, which is, so why is it Shemah? So, there's always one essay. This is not also, but so much one essay. About the Bachas, about the request. So, it's not asking that perspective, but why tefillah so requests it. Listen, the goal of those hard travel is to pay like the reliance. That's the idea. There's no about having reliance on these things. So yes, of course, I ask you for these things, but that's not the essence. That's not the essence. Because the problem with saying that that's the essence is for like the Egyptian ones. I'll give you a carbon, God, my deity, and you give stronger. You'll give me something. I'll adapt you, you'll give me something. That's Egyptian theology. So it's the same our goal is sometimes your own religion. Why? Because it והקלות האמישה מהמספר נזכר לכל היותר, לא מכאן שכך because that is not because or requires it. This is only the spot of having it. But at the end of the day, it is a desire for connection. I want for that connection. You should this record understand this very point, but it is actually necessary for further action. It's not going to be here. But really, every single other ritual we have, I ask you, I engage, I want. What did I want? What is it that I want? I want religion. I want religion. It's one singular goal of each of those. I is why all the requests I get lost religion. Because I need religion, because I recognize how difficult and totally reliant unbelievable, but a successful healer is one in which Allah's God requests. Allah's God requests is not the end, it's the means to the creation of religion. Because he first knows what I need before I ask. He also very often knows what he's going to give me, even before I ask. It's the entire point of the Makashis, the entire point of the Tefillah, is creation of religion. Creation of religion only works with what? There is no time to be focused. At the end of the day, God can mandate many things, but the one thing He can't mandate, the one thing that must come from us, is the desire to connect, the desire to religion. So let's stop over here, pick up the examples from those things. All right, good. Let us what I do because it is special, only because it is good. Desire for connection. Work on it. And that's the life. There's this we're going to stick around a little bit with these folks. And we're going to do it more but we advocate this idea that people in general that want that you shines and that's what you see out of this comes again word of how finding the number even have carbonos zero to plus you will see this also again you don't really from carbonos remember in a way that you are carbon zero Rothschild says kilos negative of carbon. Now, there's a lot of discussion about this concept in general about what that is exactly. Kilos negative. Rothschild himself has It is those negative publishing without making publishing. Without again we make publishing a lot of much. So never again was it is those negative publishing. Deep down, right? That's down in Kazal tends to juxtapose Kazal models the sacrificial framework and ultimately use it to structure and framework. And once we know this, so for example, the framework in the training of factors comes from Hamid Shah. The framework for is love coming from the Rabbi. Timing from my exit about so, but again, the capital as it becomes drawing on is this strong connection, between love that there's some sense of you will offer up there's some sense of offer it up in accordance to his own will. Offer up in accordance to his own will. Give it to you. Give it to your love. I'm not going to talk about that. Close homers and tell you so no. Yes, tell you so. The teacher started with the action, identity. The MS, rollers on you, and rollers on the responsibility for offering to your will. So, yeah, you should know how to do something. Why? Because I need something. If I need something, I'll give you something. Specific subject and just before you like the price that is powerful. Like I'll give you something with things, right? I'll give you the carbon and you give me what I can give you. Powerful says, I don't need carbon. Roma, low, no, those that you have to it's okay. It's okay. There's a factory bubble. I only want you to make carbon. If you want to do that. If you don't want to make carbon, so because I don't understand that obviously the world is a one of those religious point like sacrifices right the first carbon we have first carbon we have was kind right the first carbon like we had that it's kind now it's whatever other offered up is powerful the first and it was a president example. Whatever kind of right, it's something different. So let's see there's some people who bring it wide because they're bringing it to me. It's part of what I don't need it, and I don't want you to think that I do, and I don't want you to think that somehow you have to give me something in order to get what you want. I want you to bring it because you want it. There's sometimes people who goes on, he says, the sort of answer I want you to do an ultimate thing again because you see a better picture. I want you to do it because today, what you understand what you accomplish and what you achieve through the reason of that karma. There's outside parallel. Okay, what does the Gemara want to discuss? You know what the study club was that? See, in it comes the outside for the Gemara was that karma. Inside the shop, other stuff is training the practice of the what if it's always looking for is to just want to alter our karma. Because then those people just help satisfy the operation. It's such an incredibly so think about this which is so moment. Like what's the goal? Right? On a very simple level. What's the goal? Basic goal of understand. I want my child to without obey to do them and because they understand themselves as a parent, I can cover all my kids, constantly remind them, do this, do this, do this, do this. So it's not good. The simple and just apply. Don't send them a button. That's not effective. What I really want them to be able to slow down is it makes the right decision. They want to make the right decision. That's the question. It's perfect. Exactly. That a ownership of them doesn't want you to be covered as a criminal. Probably wants to bring in the karma because I have to oh, because God is foreseen. Part of the same as the karma. Ultimately, you see the value in something beautiful, but you see the beauty. That's what I want you to do. Because I said, you catch other terms that the shower. לא שנאמר, שאני כבר בגלל רבי, עוד CBC, יום הוציא או ספר שתיים, עמסי ואומרו בגלל כלומר, שהציבוי בכך הכוונות, עוד הסכלו מצד הקדוש ברוך הוא, המצווה המצורה, אבל שתעזרתו, שותת ברית ובחמתי מלא כוונות, וכן כמה מקומות נשכבלה להישאר שברכה מתפרט, so again, culture of the Filipino, which is not so the point that I say that so my Kabbalah seems to be just one example of this. The fact Kabbalah is this idea that the Torah says, why is my Kabbalah and not my what is the entire outpost outside of us? Like, what is the entire outpost outside of us? The entire essence of that's the entire idea. So I say, you can relate to Kabbalah, the area of society where livestock plays a very important role. So the people say, animal doctors getting a piece of myself and getting a piece of my really trackers follow. Most everything that's what I say. It's one that puts this one that connection. It doesn't work if you do it as a bullshit. It doesn't work right if you do it because oh if God wants me to do this, I'm going to do it. It only works. In general, they'll say it only works if you want to close. If you have a desire for a relationship, it's really great song offered up because we want it. You don't want it for something. Hey, I don't what it is that you're offering. I'm offering you an opportunity to come close, but it only works if you do it. So I'm stop here today. We'll pick up one more day. Here's a short list of days, and the study is going to go on. Now, we'll say this is the thing. You're beginning to see now why carbon. Obviously, what's it? You understand that we're describing over here is the dialect. Because, for example, this dialect is most manifest where by Harsena. This was the Na'asa Nishma Kapalim Harkikis dialect. Meaning, he said Na'asa Nishma, I want this. I want this. But then what happens? The Baruch Hu suspended the mountains over our heads. Said, if I say that I want it, I say Na'asa Nishma. Why do you have to hold the mountains? It's a very simple reason. Which is why, because at the end of the day, Na'asa Nishma I want it is great, right? But when you want it, when you wake up and you're ready to go, what happens on those mornings? Like this morning, when I wake up and I'm not ready. That's the element of action. So there is this by elected, but this is focused notion that tefillah is the one area where halacha meisa, you must come from a desire on your own. Why? I guess we want to get up and focus right now. That is today because we want to stop. Because that's how tefillah becomes. If it's scripted and it's forced and it's obligatory, then myself, you know that feeling, all of doing is the same. And it's not so much depth, it's not so much particular. But if I truly want to build together great connection, then it has to come from a desire, my own desire. And the Tzaddik is saying, this is fascinating enough, when Tefillah is directly connected to carbon. Carbon seems to be that one mitzvah of lyric some practice before I can say, the Prophet doesn't say, you know what, take the lulav, lyric some practice. Keep Shabbos, lyric some practice. Say that. Doesn't say that. In the mitzvahs, these obligations, Kabbalah is interesting enough to say, one find what you don't have, is good because you want, good because you desire that connection. When it's about this connection, that has to come from you. So therefore, Tefillah, which ultimately again comes of carbon, corresponds to carbon, ultimately again has that senior soul of being some tendency to Jewish because stop over here, we'll pick up over here for the rest of that please. All right, good morning. Let us so we are taking you have to back today we will focus on see the whole yes, something else yeah. And here's the issue. Very special. So right here, the title of the show is Tefillah Yitzhak Hayotis. Because we need and will supplicate the Lord. So what are we giving to this man? Look at that. I mean, the Oriach Hasidos right now is coming. And they have to love us. They have to shake by the after the sun. And come up with the power of the Shiva. I was back in Islam. I should do it also. Laugh of the church, I don't know if you laugh. Because the power of Shiva is manifesting the ability of the person. So, people who are able to that, that's the power of Shiva. Inspire time, so let's take it a simple way to learn. So let's not give up so much sharp objects. So Shiva is different than other and the other stuff also. So the cloud happens on the other Ravasha, that's all the Kali things. And then the time in the doctor after the part of the Ram of Shiva, I love the kind of. So I'll say, what's the time of this? Idea of our is that I'm supposed to be vicious because it is one of the events that whether I feel it, don't feel it, agree with it, don't agree with it, is my contribution for my healing. This is supposed to in order to be able to tell you that the Ribono Shel Olam commanded it, and therefore I go and I just look at it, the Rabbi, so as the Kali, total self-negation. Total self-negation. In other words, that when it comes to other places, right? I do this because it's easy to love so much. I understand this, I don't understand this, I agree with it, it feels to me, but it feels to me. At the end of the day, I do it because I just want to pass it. I am not for myself to the performance of this.
Reggie, can you hear me?
Reggie, can you hear me?
Right, sir. 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 Right, sir.
The traffic says here in Mars.
Right, sir.
Right, sir.
Right, sir.
That's incredible. That's all beautiful.
Right, sir.
Right, sir.
I like respect. Very nice.
Oh, there you are.
I believe this is
Can you hear me?
show. Very, very
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you think?
Okay. What do you think? Yeah. Going away a little bit. Just like how poorly the police handled shit and all the alternative evidence. Some were not collected. Some they didn't find.
And they don't even cover in that video a really big piece of evidence, which is so they have in the civil trial, they had Johnny Cochran, who was O.J. Simpson's attorney, wearing a black beanie that was found at one of the scenes. And then there's a picture of Jason Simpson wearing the same black beanie previously. And the black beanie was found with dog hair on it. And in the picture with Jason Simpson, there's a picture of him with his dog. Basically saying like, hey, this hat was at the crime scene or at one of the crime scenes. And there's a picture of you wearing the hat. Like, I mean, just all kinds of questions. Like, well, one thing, like a grown man, like O.J. Simpson, would not use knives to kill someone. He's not dumb. Knives are a messy way to kill someone. Somebody with the ability of would hire a hitman like he was doing, or if he had to do it, he would just shoot them. Very easy. There's no fights in that. You know, O.J. Simpson was a middle-aged man. There's none of that. The idea of Jason Simpson being like having faked his time card is really questionable. That he was on probation at the time of the murders, and they didn't go into that. Like, that's a big thing. That he had.
He was on vacation.
No, he was on probation. He was on probation for trying to kill his boss, and they had to get like a separation there. And then the idea that, you know, he was excited for his mother or his stepmother to come to his restaurant, and then they bailed on him, and it embarrassed him, and it pissed him off, and then he like a heat of rage or whatever, went to her place to confront her. As I understand what happened is he came to the door, she came to the door, he got in a tussle, maybe just started stabbing her immediately. And then Ronald Goldman was coming later on and just ended up like walking onto the scene with this murder going on. And as I understand, Ronald Goldman as well might have been delivering cocaine. I mean, just imagine to eat a lot in your life. If you ever forgot a restaurant, would they ever send the waiter to your house to deliver your glasses? Yes or no? Not in a million years. So there was something more to it, and they never looked in the envelope they never addressed the cocaine aspect of it. So, this is how Kim Kardashian, like, her dad was very involved in this, right?
I do not know why.
Her dad was best friends with O.J. Simpson and was his lawyer in the trial in 1994 or 1995. So that's how the Kardashians got famous. And then around 2008 made her famous, but her family was already famous because of this O.J. Simpson trial. That's what motivates her to be like an attorney, because her dad was an attorney. Her dad was one of the most famous attorneys in American history. But on top of that, her dad was also a major coke addict, and so was O.J. Simpson, and they were best friends. They would vacation together. There are pictures of the O.J. and Robert Kardashian all over the place, and
It's pretty amazing that there's just like some of the road on that really just makes you feel like
well, there are multiple, as I'm sure you're aware, probably more than we even know. I'm sure. Just from a natural standpoint, like without doing too much to it, like it'll help you. If you didn't know the way that cocaine became popular, Western world was when the Spanish were conquering South America and Central America and such. They noticed that the indigenous people would chew on coca leaves to give them energy, and they knew something was special about this, but it took a while for it to actually, like the process of getting it into powder form occurred, but they would just chew on the leaves because the people just naturally knew that there was something about those leaves that gave them extra power. Okay, so
have you seen? I have not seen the Joe. Have you seen the Joe Rogan recommended Cocaine Cowboys?
Yeah. I've seen it. Multiple. There are two of them. Yeah, we should add that to the list.
It's a documentary.
It's a documentary. There are two of them. They did one. It's like the one that like the graduating class of the Miami Police Department in whatever 1980 whatever. Like they all either ended up dying or going to jail. Like every single one. They either all were killed or turned to be bad guys. Yeah, it's really good. So we'll watch that one of these days. It's really good. The documentarian of that, his name escapes me right now. I'll look it up because he's really good. He does some really good stuff. I want to say it's like Corbin or something. Yo, who's the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian, please?
Not because it's part of your agenda, not because of it, not because of not because of.
Who is the Cocaine Cowboys documentarian? Cocaine Cowboys, Billy Corbin. Yeah, he does a lot of really cool stuff.
What are his other ones?
Well, he did Cocaine Cowboys, and then he did one for it was on ESPN called The U, which is really interesting. And then he did another one on Billy Corbin documentaries.
What's the U?
The University of Miami. Like, it's just a fascinating story. Like, the University of Miami's football team was so powerful in the 1980s that when people in the NFL, like the Miami Dolphins, wanted to get into a club in Miami, they would go to the guys in college to get them in because these guys were so in the know. And just it's like they won like a bunch of games and stuff. So he did Cocaine Cowboys in 2006. He did The U in 2009. Oh, he did Broke, which was really good too. It's the story. We should watch that too. It's a story of how all these like seemingly really rich athletes, after only a few years out of like their professional days, all end up broke. And it's got these fascinating quotes of guys who are like, I would payments for people I didn't know. Like one of my boys would be like, hey, you pay my cell phone bill. And all of a sudden, I would just ended up having to start paying somebody else's cell phone bill. And then he would have a friend who would want me to pay his mama's car payment or whatever. Like, and I just would do it because I was friends with these people, thinking that the money was always going to be there. But then I got injured or I had to retire or whatever. And then I had nothing. I had to go bankrupt 2 years later or whatever. Let's see, Square Cooper, The Godfathers of Ganja. I haven't seen that one. Screwball. I don't know if I saw that. I do know this story though. It's really fascinating with the biogenesis doping scandal in Major League Baseball. But he did Cocaine Cowboys, The Kings of Miami. He did it again in 2021. And I believe I've seen both of them. I know I've seen the first one, but I think I've seen them both. And then he did. He's really good. He has this. Like I know him so well. Like I don't know everything about him. I could barely name his name. I only knew his last name, but I know the name of his production company. I know the name of his production company. And I didn't even look this up, or like didn't. I remember it now. It's called Raconteur. Raconteur is someone who tells stories with skill, and he's good at it. And so we'll have to watch them. I don't know any of these documentarian companies. I just don't. They don't really. They're not that popular. But this one guy, Billy Corbin, I know his. It's called Raconteur, and it's like a really cool name. I like. It's like to be able to like a good storyteller, someone who tells good stories with skill. All right, back to OJ. I went through the footsteps of all those people at one time in my life, even to the McDonald's, where they would, where Robert Kardashian and OJ Simpson would meet their cocaine dealer. It's a really interesting McDonald's. Like, I don't eat at McDonald's. I've said it in the past. One time I had to go to the bathroom. Like that's allowed. But there's this one McDonald's in Encino, right off Ventura, that I went to just because I knew that's where they would go. And it has the biggest fucking parking lot for a really busy area. It's just like I don't know how they got this. They must have bought this property like a long time ago. But all kinds of drug deals would go on. Like, and I'm not talking like rough drug deals. I'm talking like high, like really important people would go there. They would get like a bag of McDonald's, put cocaine in it, and then just make an exchange in the parking lot. But I'm not talking like gangbangers. I'm talking about lawyers and doctors and like Hollywood executives and such, and athletes. Now there's just like that. The documentary we just saw. So, are you in agreement that maybe you don't know for sure, but like, there are a lot of questions regarding O.J. Simpson's son.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think Planet sucks? It seems like the crime scene tampering.
Yeah. Definitely, it's real. They were trying to plant. They were trying to frame Jason for that moment.
But who is trying to frame him?
LAPD.
Really?
Yeah, dude. The guy, Mark Furman.
I'm saying not supposed to.
That's correct, but when it's such a high-profile case, they want as much evidence as possible going in their favor. I mean, this made the LAPD like even more famous than it already was. But arguably, like
Why do they need to be famous?
No, they don't want to. They don't want to take this to trial and lose the case. It makes them look bad. It makes them look like they're taking innocent people to trial and locking up innocent people.
Who's the innocent people?
Well, like basically the argument is if they're going to lock up O.J. Simpson, who is a multimillionaire, famous person, then your random guy on the street has no chance. So the idea is this. Let's weigh the scale in our favor. Let's plant evidence against O.J. Simpson. And then when he's found guilty, we'll look really good, like justice was served. But it backfired for them because he ended up being found not guilty, and then there were all these questions about their dirty practices.
So it's literally just to send a message somehow that they're going to catch you.
Not just that. It's just the fact that, look, if we're going to put all this time and energy into this, we want to make sure that we're going to win no matter what. We want the cards stacked in our favor. We don't want to leave any doubt in a juror's mind. And there was doubt.
Yeah, I guess. Well, why wouldn't they do their job like unbiasedly?
Because there's a better chance that they could lose that way.
How did they lose? They're not. It's not a boxing match.
They
have enough evidence to find that we didn't. The guy got away.
It's extremely bad looking though if they quote unquote got away with it, because then it makes the whole department look bad and people lose faith in their police. They don't want to fund the police as much as they were because they're like, look, they're taking innocent people to trial and trying to convict them, and they lose. So we need police. We need
don't like 80% of murders like unsolved.
Perhaps, I mean, it's like, how do you know? How do you even know what a murder is?
There's murdered people, and
No, I agree, but I mean, like, consider a murder. Let's say you have a husband and wife. The wife gets cancer, and the husband doesn't let her seek treatment. Is that a murder? There's an argument to be made both ways. There's an argument to be made, but what I'm
talking about just cold-blooded, like person,
right. And that's another thing too. Let's say the LAPD, this is in Brentwood, which is, there are 3 places in Los Angeles County that traditionally they're called the 3s. There's Beverly Hills, there's Bel Air, and there's Brentwood. Now there are some areas that are as nicer. There's Malibu, and there's some other places, but those 3 are major places. That's not just where millionaires live, but multimillionaires and billionaires. And if they find out that there's a murder in cold blood in their backyard and the police can't solve it, they lose all faith in the justice system, and they lose all faith in their law enforcement agency. So it's in the best interest of the LAPD to skew the deck, to weigh the scales in their favor, to tip the scales in their favor. It would be like this, right? I mean, I don't know if this is a great example, but let's say you and I are playing chess against each other, and we know this chess game is going to be on national television or international television. It's in your best interest, if you don't want to get embarrassed, for you to use some kind of AI assist so that you don't lose. And that's essentially the same as what they're doing when they're planting evidence. They know that all eyes are going to be on them, and they don't want to lose. Because if they lose, there are very powerful people who are we funding with this police department. Not only that, if they could kill this woman and this waiter, could they kill me? They could come to my house and someone kill me. So, best interest of
So argument is less just not police.
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that there's a murder that took place, or multiple murders. You have a suspect. If you really feel that this suspect did it, then put them away. And the police department recognizes that sometimes they don't always know who did it, and so they will add something in their favor, like planting of evidence. And that happened in this case. Not only that, I didn't go into it too much, but in other documentaries they go into the racial aspect of some of the police officers. Like, they would say the N-word on recordings. And it's like, okay, if you have somebody who's comfortable enough doing that, like, look, I mean, today it's different. Today you might have somebody who's like, look, I'm not going to say the N-word on a recording for any reason, because I just don't think it's a right thing to do. But one of the, I know at least one of the detectives of this case had major aspirations to be an actor, and was in acting roles, and eventually would be hired by Fox News as a consultant. He wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be on television, and he was caught on a recording saying the N-word at least 150 times. Now, it was for a role, but they didn't talk about that. But he was comfortable enough doing it on recording that he did. And I don't understand why they didn't go after the son originally, but I think that very quickly in this story, they found someone who they wanted to target, O.J. Simpson, and there was a excitement behind that. And any evidence that went in any opposite way, they just dismissed.
Did any other like tampering evidence come about?
Yeah, it did. In the case, there was the planting of like a drop of blood in the vehicle, and perhaps some of the evidence was moved, like the gloves were moved, maybe, and the socks were found later. So this documentary didn't go into, like, there's more evidence. The most famous police chase in world history is with O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget where I was when I was watching it, and
why they showed that in the stars, and they saw that he was like fleeing from the cops, and he had like a gun to his head or something.
That's true. But what
was that after the murder had taken place?
But what they don't show is when he gets to his house, the first person who greets him at the door is his son. And the police grab the son, and he puts his arms around his back like they're going to arrest him. And O.J. Simpson just says, "Get in the house, don't say anything to anyone," basically. And I don't know exactly what it said. I can see their bodies, though, because there's like a zoom shot from a helicopter, and they never go into that. There's a lot that this documentary did.
Was he like rushing home to like warn him or something?
He wasn't rushing home. He had a friend drive, but they shut down the 405. They shut down all the expressway or the freeways of Southern California. Well, the major ones, and it wasn't a high-speed chase, but it was the biggest chase in the history of the United States and likely the world. And
How soon after they pull into the driveway,
they were on his tail the whole time. And there were people on the bridges as this was going by who were cheering him on. Yeah. And like I'm not gonna force you to watch anything. Drive straight home. His house. So,
Okay, but wait, why were they pulled over? Like there's a warrant out for his arrest?
he was wanted for questioning. They don't ever really get into this story, but allegedly he was seeing his cocaine dealer in South Orange County, and they were on their way back from that, and that's when the police caught wind of where he was. But they never talk about it. I've never heard it on American anything that wasn't on the internet that OJ was coming from these drug dealers. There's all kinds of other issues about this that like they don't go into in this documentary. That's why I say like the 6-part documentary they go into a lot more, but I don't want to watch it now. It's too much. But maybe someday. But I'll just give you an overview. So O.J. Simpson, I don't know, was one of the...
No, I don't want to. If you're tired.
No. Okay, well, what?
Also been the Rothschild.
No, it's cool. Just give me a summary. Just summarize it.
Well, no, if you're down to watch it, I'll watch it.
How long is it?
It's 6 parts, about 40 minutes each.
So that's like
Dog,
6 hours.
let's watch. It's not 6 hours. Okay, so let's watch it. It's called I'm getting it for you. It's really good.
What is that? Because this is a very dangerous statement. Because a person could say, whenever to a certain degree, there's a certain like ritualistic journalism approach to this. That at the end of the day, everything is the will of God. I don't have any idea, I don't have any choice.
It's called Is O.J. Innocent? The Missing Evidence, and it's in 6 parts. But I'll tell you what, just turn each part on like at 1.5 speed.
What's it called? Sorry.
It's called Is O.J. Innocent? The Missing Evidence. It's narrated by Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's dad. All right, I'm ready when you are. Let me know when you're streaming it. If you can't, that's okay.
Yeah, 1 second. It's dropping in my phone.
So what's the Rothschild show? The Rothschild show is that after all, like the Rothschild show is that the relationship. So when I perform this stuff, I'm clearly integrating what's in this relationship. Says what subject, the same thing happens with Anadela. But same as I guess Anadela is the opposite. Like what's the major fallout of Anadela? Is Rico. Like we often think that major fallout of Anadela is ownership. That's not true. Truth is that out of everything that is seen in general, ownership punishment is the easiest thing to go ahead and cleanse. The Rico is the distance that's created by faith from so profound. So how could a friend say that the reference of Anadela ultimately again is that ownership? It's something amazing. The social faith, because the entire essence of sin, Haisikitation of assault, Yaksa, the Churok, Akareko, Harikoka. And what is the entire essence of sin? The entire essence of sin is that after I go ahead and create this level of disconnect, I come back. So that was like, what does sin highlight? Sin highlights my weaknesses. And after I create my data, I know exactly what I have to work on. And I know exactly what to accept. And I know exactly what's uploading my relationship that is better. And therefore, again, sin helps me to pinpoint exactly where now I know what my weaknesses are. Now I have the ability to work on it. If I have the ability to work on it, that means that it's just like and if this is what it turns out that sin is not flexible. Because sin, you know what I'm saying, but later, if utilized correctly, to be able to become catalyst to come closer to that steady state. A really better state is not the sin itself, it's not that you have to that focus. And then that's what it's something new for
The quality on YouTube is so dog shit.
What Shuba? Shuba is the thing that's color for the horse. The horse is
Wait, for that documentary?
Yeah,
And the devotional. But now I know
the quality is so terrible.
Okay, I'll be the
now I
judge.
know what I have to work on.
I mean, I know you're already the judge. Okay, what did I say it's called? O.J. Simpson?
OJ
Becomes the space. The faith becomes what's on Hashem. You look at
So it's a playlist by Judy W.
gotta the quality sucks.
I'll be the judge of that. No, it's perfect, dude.
No, the voice sounds all whack and stuff.
No, it's perfect. It's Martin Sheen.
No, but his voice is like all distorted and it's brutal, trust me.
Doug, I've just watched it. That's the one that we need to watch. And just play it at 1.5 speed. It'll be fucked up anyway.
Alright.
And the reason why they have to do it that way is because they don't want a copyright strike. So they have that weird thing in the background going, and then they show other windows. That lady's amazing. Oh, and you're amazing for doing that.
Most far away. And I realize now what my weakness is. And I realize now what I have to work on. It gives me a renewed sense of purpose, a renewed sense of direction. I know what the problem is. I know his people say, like, how does it go to doctor? You know, a person has a case. I know his. I know that you're going to go to the doctor. The doctor diagnosis.
Can you hear me or no?
Happiness is like the illusion of doubt. So now I know what the age is. One thing with the age is then what? I can deal with it. I can deal with it. Then I know I have weaknesses. I'm not sure about the weaknesses. When I sin, the godness, the greatness of sin, I just got my diagnosis. I know exactly now what the problem is. And how do I know what the problem is? I can focus on it. There you go. I have weaknesses. I'm not sure. This is now the two people where what is which gives you direction. Become the source. And as he says over here, that the recall is the seed of happiness. I go to top of here, pick up again for some left off being about the idea that you no longer a certain number of stuff with the literally the intentional ideas come like that. And everything when did that happen? So again, for Rabbi, when that person for Rabbi, they recognize that sin can be solved when I create myself with my structure, where my change, therefore people believe the area in which I need to direct myself. Suddenly, that downfall will never start to function. So people on the side, will follow along to the idea of right hand power. Let's go right hand power. How much you're talking about Allah? How you say not putting your connection to Allah? This is a very dramatic thing. This is a subject. Any idea that I was also the will of God. Okay. Every idea that is also the will of God. Yago Machama, the book that is social that are most Yago, Akali Kali, no, the blood says, well, look, people believe that the tomorrow is a stock price. My passage from even when I sit in Amira, that's also your soul nation, that's also the soul of God. Now, before we discuss how that works, the subject is why we not want to sit in just such a word. Because the whole calculus of the people were the entire essence of the sin. I said creation of Hashem Yaksa the Shuvah and Harikala Likopati. Was the entire experience of the sin is the sort of catalyst of unconscious. Literally translated, the entire purpose of sin is that at the end of sin, a person will return to Shuvah after all of these things. So what we see is on one side. Yet the entire purpose of sin is that I do Shuvah, and what Hakadosh Baruch Hu knows about this sin, and somehow everything happens because of Hashem. And a better idea. I don't think all the wrong. So again, if you come to the whole calculus of sin, be able to do Shuvah, and everything is built on that by the will of God. So again, let's just follow you. I won't sin, and then there won't be any Shuvah, and I'll be exactly the same person. The person who sins for Shuvah versus the person who growth and experience as a result of the Shuvah. It's greater than the holiness of the person who sin and because if you take a look at the footnote he discusses it. He says, "Re'eva Tachlis HaShabbat, Chaladenu Shevia Agavasu." This goes. And I think it's about any idea that the mother of the person enters God comes out, this is in Gemara. Sadiqin Burin Yochel. What's it? Makom Shebal Shua Omzin. The place that about Shua. Even before you would be ready to show the process is something absolutely. You often condition to think that a person's latest level is not to sin. And Shuvah is the background. Like Shuvah is the lesson. If sin, here's what I do in order to grow. About Shuvah is greater than like again to be clear, something is not as in order to have the actual truth of what I'm saying. So the first thing is since most of us see it back at idea, and I expect the money to compromise. And while I see the short term and the big well opportunity my biggest zoom, I rehook the city so the rehook in this case is in and of itself the rehook is the وما تلاقي الزوم عايزين اكتر سيجارز عشان we actually have to put on that. That's one of them. Most of them are now. Most of them is idea that the bar who is not like something else. Then ultimately again, I take it a lot. And I get into the will of God. What is that? So something called this couple of Sufians that speaks to this dynamic. So I'll make that one down. The knowledge is so it says we're not which discuss the idea of each gather for the forest with its with a husky Sahara is spoken to against the solutions which are told. Success governments was not to be speaks which indicate that the forest does in fact have control over the Sahara. But he chooses not to exercise it. He does not exercise it. Islamic scholar would have no excuse. How you supposed to go from the middle of the front to the left hand column of the state that. Aber ein jüdischer Sexual Halalu, Yesh Olympics, Shukara Manu, Shembara, the Echad, the Mashal, the Salah, the Sparabin, that Hov has also as legal. So it's like, interest in the representative will be both the positive indicates, which is there are three conventions that were the highlights the idea of one squash the Sahara, right? That's probably called it just facing Sahara. Question. The fact that it doesn't get what it is, that the ownership will obviously want it. He can stop it, or he can diminish the money. The fact that he doesn't really wants me to have it. But if he wants me to have it, then that means it's just a then it's all the same. When I sin, that is the reference. When I commit a zero, that is the will of the responsible. Supposed to be a vaca, supposed to be a rancho, that shouldn't be when your heart backwards. Turn your heart backwards. That's not the left hand, not the lost of the left arm. The yards from higher left hand to the above from the left arm. How's that powerful overall? Because of Bashir Harry, Ibrahim Shabrasi. So again, I've started to explain a couple of things that is very dynamic. Namely, again, the emotional has the ability to show me in Sahara. Yet, it doesn't. Why doesn't he? Because obviously, he feels that the dynamic of the Sahara is one which is exceptionally important and necessary. Why is it exceptionally important and necessary? This is the subject's entire features. Because at the end of the day, remember this phrase, Arichot Sivas Hashim. Arichot Sivas Hashim is the distance that in and of itself is the heavens, or is the very basic closeness. Because without faith, it's not true. And without shurba, or say, without the Sahara, there's no faith. And without faith, there's no shurba. And without shurba, there's no true life. Well, Rambam, Shema Tomava Lord is walking with the man from the end, putting up the Chuba. Maybe you'll see law first is what we know that's going to happen. The Trojan Syria, Yeja, should say yes, I will Russia. But that is the kind of company that even before I make any decision. All the other, if the other three years, she has to show it, but that was the dilemma. If God knows I'm going to be excited, I will say, I have no choice but to be excited. The Tomar Shia, the 20 page, she'll there. She excited after she Russia, Hare Lo Yada Hadara Alvoro, and he told me that God knows that I'm going to be excited. But I have the right to be a Russia. So this is the ultimate theological foundation. He goes on and says, the Chuvas Haduka Mehita Palomino, the Rambam writes, this is ultimately again the answer to the question. That extensive as we see. This is down a little bit. It says, Shakadosh Baruch Hu in your game, she puts me in her, remember to make Adam, she needs the dice of those who do not understand is that the argued deal, with the argued deal, our knowledge capacity, our awareness, our understanding, is something which is external to us. And what is that? Once I feel like something that is true, respond that's what you feel. Let's say, how do you know this? You know this because you need that decision all over the place. Even though I know objectively the bad decision. I do the same thing in life, I make a wrong choice, and there is nothing like it. But more often than not, you know exactly what it is that I'm doing. And it's wrong. Yes. I know it's wrong. I know it's not possible. I know it's undermined by my issues. And yet I don't go ahead and do it. I know that's because man is good is pushing it. It's outside. Versus these other so effort. The indictors of government the resources of are what? Man can't do it for my time. And as my intellect, there's one thing in my intellect, that's why we design the safety occupancy of space. At the end of the day, we don't always work perfectly. So every time that I make decisions, the intellectual particle becomes of him and the chaos of the intellectual knowledge, they are one. Therefore, say, we're not upset with the and we can translate the words. But at the end of the day, we don't really understand what the Rambam says. What the Rambam is telling us is your understanding is very different from the Baruch. So our Shaila about the context of really one knowledge comes up because of our understanding, our comprehension of knowledge, of what it is for knowledge. The Baruch is fine, that's the Rambam. Interesting enough, something that's going to work is always the goes to the hungry deal with Jira, Shepera Ariza, the soul, the soul, say for Arba male shekel has was it ultimately again, the Ariza is a fascinating place with the human study, and will continue tomorrow. It says, I'm going to get back to the Uriah to see what's like the Tzadik. It says, Sefer Azbut, Yezia about Gira, MS, the lead woman, the lead, she's her name is Ella, Shekel, Echad, Gira, the mother of the the Ariza says that the reformer, the Gira, and Gira operate Ella Shekel, Echad, Loma, you might take on the Gira. Shevim Sponsor, Gira, you might take us over the Command Society, Sham, and Mother Yediyah. ובמקום הידיעה, שם ב-MS in מקום לבחיר. What the family is, Galiza says something completely amazing. She says, essentially, the concept of idea and idea do not reside on the same plate. They don't reside in the same space. So because they don't reside in the same space, Therefore, they don't overlap. So we'll say it's a fascinating statement. Fascinating statement. What it means exactly is not abundantly clear. Not abundantly clear, but again, everybody's striving to do the same thing. Everybody's striving to this understanding that at the end of the day, there is no contradiction between the Rebbe Shalom Yediyah and man's Yediyah. The Rambam's approach is that our Yediyah is different from Yediyah. Moshe's Yediyah is inside of him, part of him. Our Yediyah is outside. Okay. Therefore, we really understand what it means and God understands. The Arizal, Yediyah, and Bechira do not exist on the same level. The Russian literally knows like where there is Yediyah, where there is divine knowledge, there is no Bechira. But where there is Bechira, there is no Yediyah. What that concept is a little bit deeper, there's a Shalom tomorrow. That I do not know what that is. Our greatest source of growth, not but our greatest sense of growth, multiple pride, self, where I got from pride. That's how I get another side. We say, you are a person that's true. So the person should transform his ultimately again, like that should become like a really solid that like the action of some so that is remember I teach fathers. Israel inspired Shiva on the shows and you talk Rambam as short show hara the oak is short that was here a little while ago. Incredible power of student. One short show hara. Both short show hara shorish to do So we just talking about by introduction. So again, so what we have again is this mentality in very topic is the notion that God has the ability to go ahead, either has the ability to go ahead and force even if a person has what it's called shortage idol. We'll see that we will be able to process the negative things is God God has the ability like the ability to transformation and sometimes the words of a person underline itself is such a great ability. It feels like nothing silent. It's just like a time. Even if a person now put that century and even if a person is understood I can't believe it. How it is fully inside. Even if a person managed to show us the essence of Allah, Allah has the ability to transform a person's relation some from literally again to try something even if it's something from what God says كان شعر الله عز وجل قال and this particular seal doesn't so that's very specific regarding the first of the so what's the that if you look at the first commandment, it's where it's see. Okay, so I showed you see how much of God distinct. What's okay, like that. So what you need to see off in commandment number one. So many of the national studies as well, it is the mitzvah of different than what I know personally. Seeing me that the hands will look back. Correction is that his body, my essence is love, again, Shiva has the ability to affect the mitzvah of the Nino has the ability to affect just by believing in the religion, just by reaffirming my beliefs in that is the ability for the Shorah is a substitute. So the answer Immagine inspired all academics and people to go here, full of correlates, inspired kind of these countries with the Shadibar, and no question was that first. Hold them to know year before Elohim. I know that's what which were understanding instead of before no year before Elohim. Second, you have to worship see how today is holiness. I'm still reading the story of They decided to left and up. He goes on and says, how today is holiness of Judah. And then he has to تعين الإنسان ماشي يصاب وحده ويقول لا شيء أكثر. So it's like a person who goes and gets so careful. It's just a smart, simple part of this. I was saying, what is it? First of all, how does how do you know the mitzvah of he says? Number one, the Ayin Mitzvah. Stuff Adam Hanina Abdul Hashem, Shubin Batsu, Shubin Elokar, Yehuyo, Yehuyo, the whole month of Jesus, so the Son comes from Number one, that she shall not be free from cease. It is a God who drives creation. there is a God who drives creation. And without this God, there would be no creation. Let's say, footnote, hey, is on the right hand column of the world because the Rambam is more of the Rambam is more of the Hashem Yisrael Sibo Yitzis Hashem Yisrael Yisrael Levado. Zeu Inyan Amanu Allah Yisrael Shem Kuyi Shalasi. This Kiyah is the emotion of Ola is the Kiyah Yitzis. The emotion of the Kiyah is the one that creates creation. Without God, there is no creation. That's us, right? The emotion of the creation drive. And without that, there is no freedom, there is no creation. Number two, the Chol Makom Nanish. The Baruch Hu is everywhere. He is everywhere. Rumanzi Chol creates. The Chol and Son, Shemaim Ba'aretz, K'ma Shemayim, Lo Nitzu Elam Mi'anikas K'ma. And the creation, the existence of everything, is a direct result of the
Rabbi.
We're watching something soon.
So this is Hanula.
What's it called?
It just started. It's on O.J. Simpson.
Individual concepts are developed, which also is very much in line with the Rambam as well. The ultimate season of Hanula is typically in the reverse of the book, who is the prime cause of all other creation. That's number one. Without whom, nothing else exists. Two, and number three is everywhere. Is everywhere. So those are that is the essence of Hanula. Now watch this. It says, the first thing that we do is, I will say that is the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha. The mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha is the mitzvah to have we'll say, again, how does one come to this mitzvah? So on one level, it's Kaddish. I think about these things. I actively use in the context. Of course, the way according to many is that the mitzvah of that when I serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm serving God because I believe in this, I do believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and that makes all of these barriers. So the message in the mitzvah of so Tzadi says, if you have a Emunah, you need so Me'la'av or Aladibor, Shelo'iyah L'cha Elohim Atzim. Let's have to stop with this. We'll pick up the discussion tomorrow. But something amazing. The order here is, of course, exceptional. And then at the end of the day, why is no connection or Jephah the first mitzvah? We'll say because if I have a Emunah, then I am saved from Lo'iyah L'cha Elohim. What's Lo'iyah Elohim Elohim? The Pashtos, that is the Isser of Lo'iyah. I'm not allowed to worship like Allah. I will say, of course, this is the other one. Lo'iyah L'cha Elohim is the one. Do not make other things your God in your chest. How easy it is to worship other things. By the way, I can pledge my people have all kinds of God, even though again they only believe in it's not so much materialism, not the clear different concepts. But it says something amazing. All this is specifically says if you live a life on a Noah Kappa, real that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the reason for everything. Nothing could exist without HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And it is everywhere. The Shabbos said there is a concept. Fuel everything else, then you will be saved from Lo'iyah L'cha Elohim. If you have Emunah, then true Emunah saves you from worshiping these false gods. I'd love to stop over for today. We'll pick up in Yer Hashem with this concept. Yer Hashem is more fun. saying, call it those people from after the 12 by the Sharia. So, Moshe wants to be this name. When it comes to this, how do you receive it? How do you receive the Torah? Your Sharia, your Mishnah, your Pizza, your Condition, Moshe Rabbeinu. So he received the Torah from Moshe Rabbeinu. Therefore, in the main law, גם סבבה תמונה שלי, לא אוסם כמאלה we receive the Torah through your agent, and therefore what? When you do Torah, you are rewarded through an agent as well. That's why you mentioned right and learn, as in this verse, and given a malach to protect them. That's what the Torah was given to a malach also through Moshe Rabbeinu, and therefore the reward for Torah is this is also given to a malach in a sense to protect me when I learn, or as a result of my learning, results on cautious. However, the ulam, it's not able. I know he has to know careful. I was saying, I want to that's true for everything but what? The first two commandments. I know the answer was that time, I saw your God. I know you have a fellow that you know how to understand. That is given through the Torah of therefore, what the New Testament is equal to that. It's the same way. And those who go to zero second authority, so you get more constructive authority. Watch this. This is how you show me how you Rabbi heard these results through Hashem. I'm sorry, the sky, therefore the rewards of Anokia Shemot, they show specifically on top, and this of Yuda Kineged Yuda L'Kach, chapter the Baruch of the Act, the Gatsa. What a beautiful idea. He says that the meeting says that one, remember, let's change the progression. We have a measure from Kumar. Measure from Kumar says, well, sorry, the Shishon Fiat today. The study says that when a person is going to love, the mitzvah of Emunah, all the God is against the Lord Yellow forever. I also like I detect myself from things. Whether those be theological false gods, whether it's material false gods, stronger my agreement is the more I am able to guard myself against that's part one. Part two, every single thing the person does in the cross, we're giving them up. Person in Torah, we're giving them up. What's the role of that malach? That malach is there to protect from the danger which is going with it. What's the role of the danger? Spiritual danger, material danger, all kinds of danger, emotional danger. So when I learn, and when I do this, and I boast to myself in holiness, I am given intelligence. Where did that come from? So that is art. But we need to the same way. That full of with the same right, so it's given to Malach. Who is the Malach in this case? The Malach was Moshe Rabbeinu. The gesture of Torah was given to the messenger. So to what? So to again. So too, the reward for the mitzvah for Torah is also given through a malach as well. The malach ultimately again is given for protection. However, the first two mitzvahs in Torah, which were not given to a malach, which were given to us in front of you, the reward of the protection from the mitzvahs is something that is on the therefore, again, when I have a mitzvah and I don't get to and I boast to myself with proper and movement, the reward for that mitzvah does not come from Allah. The reward for that mitzvah comes from a mitzvah. And that's again, like a person boasts their sense of the Emunah, and he understands the protection that does not come from above. Then to the Liga Kinyaget. Part of the gave me the prohibition of Kefah, gave me the prohibition of Louis of the Fire and Aaron. I told you something about not a malach who sent the blood, not a malach who sent blood over me, Baruch Hu will go back. And I posted my Emina, Baruch Hu stands by my side, ready to help me, protect me, and help me enjoy your fire. By all the false gods that are not the truth. We'll stop here for today. We'll pick up the rest of the story. Here, Rabbi was discussing the idea that how do I know if I can follow through happy what I'm doing? That's the way that I'm living. Truly, is in my not because we're all it's a very simple am I successful? Am I successful? Am I able? Am I seeing success in the things that I see success in the things that I must be indicative of the fact that I'm part of it is happy with what I'm doing. Or again, if I wasn't successful, if I wasn't experiencing success, let's say differently, success is an indicator of divine blessing of which again, a person that can do this, about it by something also. If somebody wants to become smart, somebody wants to accomplish something, help them along. Conversely, how bold it can be if someone comes to harm himself to do something wrong, not to show it. So post is a part of the you can see things that people love in Russian do something good to part of the side area helps them. If I want to do something bad, then you hold the door open. Meaning, trouble doesn't get me. God doesn't interfere with my choice. He doesn't interfere with my ability to my life. But if I want to do something destructive, he doesn't even he just doesn't stand in my way. First, I want to do something good, and he probably actually aids and abets. A person says, something. A person says, you know what, I can ask myself, he's not doing this my life, the way I'm living, is it the Ratzon Hashem, is it the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Successful or not? If I'm successful, that was the indication that HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if I'm successful, I guess that's time that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is what I'm doing. So this is something amazing. He says, look how much love in the victory has the left-hand side, last couple of lines. Unique Makom. So the topic says it doesn't work. It doesn't work. In other words, that you can't do that. You can't use success in your life perspective as the litmus test of divine happiness. How you are doing. Why not? You're pretty right. This is Unique Makom. I'm a huge Charles. Gam Sayon Sion. This is so profound. Because sometimes, in fact, I may be doing wrong things. So what about the fact that I'm enjoying success? That's success. Sometimes the way I can be part of it has to look at very different things. Because, you know, you often assume, you often assume that test comes in the form of adversity. Right? That a test is suddenly suffering, difficulty, and challenging. Take the COVID that comes from the truth. Sometimes tests comes in the form of success. I'm successful. I'm successful. I'm just successful in the wrong things. And I'm successful in the wrong ways. So sometimes it says that something success is in and of itself a test that so again, I want to be clear. Sometimes success is a display of divine satisfaction. How I'm living and what I'm doing. And so the first thing what is the conflict in Torah. Someone is inside. You say, yes, my every single place that I ever come, if you will listen to yourself, it's wrong to say. I'll bless you materially. I'll bless you with. So sometimes success, okay, we define it as success in business. Sometimes success like absolutely is not a problem for us. Divine stress, divine pat on the back, it's a great job. So that's what topic says. Success is kind of something. Sometimes it's my turn, it goes on. We go off on target. Sometimes it's like Geisha jealous when he settles that success is in a certain test. Not in the natural sleep of them. I think of the Naaman, the mitzvot Hashem Yisbarach, ultimately Hashem. כדי לבחון כלוי על אף שבסיימו בעשייתיה ומחמס עוד סיבות קיוטי בזה. Sometimes I look at the response of in ways that are not so good. We can have success in areas that are not good, in ways that actually are not good, and that's my test. That's what I'm going to give you an example of this. That we quite kind of going to see for sure. You know, sure. The past has only so, you know, what happened was that if you look at this Moshema land of Shiloh, Pesach Shalom, and Jordan himself, before he loved Yohanan son of Gershon there's a guy, Micha has an idol. He decided that he's going to make his own Avodah. He's going to make his own little Mishnah for himself. What's the problem? So Micha again he's got his God, you know, he's got his idol. What is he missing? He's missing the Kohen. After all, again, any self-respecting guy who's going to go to the Mishnah, leave the Kohen. He doesn't have a Kohen. That's something amazing happens. So he thinks. Then what happens? Another guy, Yehonas Ben Gershom, shows up. Now Yehonas Ben Gershom happens to be from Shedet Levi. So can you imagine that Micha put out a job for some help? This guy, Yehonas Ben Gershom, shows up. Shamal Yatzmo, After ידעתי כי הג'בים, כי היה לי הלוי לכהן. So Micha, when Yonatan ben Gershom shows up, Yonatan ben Gershom is late. Now, so Micha was looking for a Kohen, but close enough, right, from the right tribe. So sure enough, a guy from Shibit shows up. And Micha, listen to how careful this is. Micha takes the arrival of Yonatan ben Gershom to be a sign from God that God is blessing his efforts. They're both like, do you realize how incredibly twisted this is? Micha is worshiping an idol. He's fashioning an idol. Now, granted, it could very well be that the worship of the idol was his so at the end of the day, the story is quite unambiguous about how it feels about idol worship. Micha is building a house of idol worship. He's looking for a Kohen. This is all to a priest position. He's looking for a Kohen. A guy from Sheba maybe wandering in. Look at this, look at this success. Not this, the Ribono from Olam just said Kohen. And what's the need? What do you say? So, you're out of your mind. Study your mind. How often do we do this? How often do we go down a path that leads to down I'm successful at it. However you measure success. And so I treat that success as a sign of divine pleasure with divine life choices. And so to tell me, it's not correct. It's not correct. Sometimes the success in life they don't say the silence doesn't always come in the form of punishment. Sometimes the silence sometimes has to come in the form of wild success. And then my past case, like the things that I've had unsuccessful, even though it's not the right path. The parable goes on. He said, "The sham the shavai to the yisod the gemara shkuas are in touchdown higher than siat mishmaya. The izer the izer the hazard alone a lady the coin in the way." And once he says that the here, me but going to have and at the end of the day, after the smile, he was blessing smiling upon his effort because he's such a big guy from Shaken Lady. Of course, most of the leaders see this slaves, but absolutely not. Can't do that regardless of his effort. Because the Lord is just going to say, we'll stop it here. But let me say, the Torah is teaching us an incredible lesson. First of all, you sowed at the end of the day, like the soul of the person. And listen, that's the most incredibly important. Like the soul of the person. And this is, Paul talks about this as well. But this is the soul. Ultimately, again, the souls. Like the soul of the souls. That's the whole essence of life. Growth only comes from tests. Growth only comes from adversity. If something is useless, things that give an adversity comes from that. Sometimes we don't have to be tested. Sometimes tests come with adversity. Sometimes tests come to success. And our goal in life is to make sure that we always engage in some check. Am I living the right way? Am I doing the right thing? And just because we see success in one area of life does not automatically mean that is correct. So pick up in there sunshine. But let's begin first about the test. So the Rabbi is as follows. That is that take a look at this as an introduction in the Hebrew Hamas. So this is what also called them as the right hand column. Page 12. Also called them as fire. The other hackers. Discuss the idea that man is controlled by relationships. Remember again, in the last super spoke about the concept of Mama using the teach your tongue to say, I do not know. Since we took this idea that a person is prone to make mistakes, the handshake is the handshake is not inspired and master and not sure given to close to the heart biggest master. The going on knowing these issues and how you had to mind of that. Was mentioned this year, what we're going to focus on is how sometimes people go ahead and justify their actions because they feel that God is supportive of what they are doing. They feel that ultimately, again, there's some type of sympathy because they're able to do what they are doing, because they're able to do what they are doing. Therefore, again, it must be that this is like hashkafa, that the devotion is allowing them to be successful. They sometimes consider their ability to engage in certain actions as a sign of divine providence. Obviously, the fact that they're able to do this and go down this path indicates that a powerful blessing of life. And of course, as we're going to see sometimes correct. Just because the person is able to go ahead and accomplish something, do something, does not mean that they all should be happy with what it is that they are doing. Let's say in this system, we're going to use that general idea about how to interpret things. Like, a lot of times, like, I want to do something, I want to go down a certain road. And so, I interpret the sign to be favorable to my desired direction. But sometimes, like that case, so the license to the Jason level that's for a variety of kids. So that book is always part of the mistake previous six. This whole concept. Go down this concept of person you say I don't know. The person should be careful of not talking to other people about what they say. Actually, from just looking at action, right? So we teach this idea. Sometimes it appears that a person has defined system of what ultimately what it feels like this proven we understand this indicative that I shall walk down this path. So most of the time the person is successful in a particular area and takes that success as a sign that actually part of the doctor wants to go down this way. Allah, however, shall be so far out of our illegal. No more we can. Should never take it. But again, I will say a person ultimately, I'm very careful with this. A person should go ahead and not necessarily rely on his ability to be successful in any particular area as the consequence of his divine happiness with that direction. He says, to do like me, well, I actually, sorry, to do like me, the person says, well, if I'm successful in a particular area, like I'm good in a particular direction. The only way that's successful the lubricant, the higher control, the revolution we gotta help him in that direction. If God did not want me to go in that direction, that means the body tires, the signing of self will over the again. What often happens? What often happens is a person will go ahead and say, if a person comes to become power, a person goes to become power, a person comes to go ahead and marks on a pathway of purity. Second, partly helps them along that particular path. Abba, the coming, so let's take a step back. So this really quite profound. You see, I'm saying, so we often assume that if I'm successful in a certain area, that must mean that I can follow the one to go to the end of the day, if I as long as you don't want me to do it, then why would you allow me to be successful? Then why would you allow me to be successful? But the son says that's not necessarily the case. He says sometimes, because the sign of so it's like in general, again, what's my last is a concept that if somebody comes to power, right? Somebody comes along and seeks security. I think it's probably also along with that about the father coming, but if somebody comes to have trouble, ولاشا أمي شنكلا شركتوس من الشمال كاسك كما بيحبس بس كيسي بيادو بإنمول من الشمال الأحمر وأولم from his side so in general we say I'm always tired his side somebody wants to become taller that comes part of actively helps him along that path if somebody comes to becoming the person comes to defile themselves so what comes out saying most still means the door will open the door close the door open but it doesn't help you along that what you can do it if I was doing something so after we probably going to science probably help doing something wrong, it probably doesn't affect the because at the end of the day, the Ribono Shel Olam does not take away my freedom, but take away my free choice. So whatever I want to do in life, God will help facilitate that. But if what I want to do is pure and good, the Ribono Shel Olam actively helps. If what I want to do is not good, it's pure, Baruch Hu holds the door. If I open it up, Baruch Hu holds the door open, so to speak. But he's not going to leave me on that situation. Therefore, I will say, therefore, sometimes in life when I enjoy success in a particular area, לכן אולי יפנה מאחד המחסים גדולות, שתלויות טובה. Therefore, if successful in a particular area, that must mean that what? That must mean that what? That is good. Because after all, I'm successful. That is not of divine assistance. And God only assists people down a path which is good and which is tolerant. So therefore, anything I am successful in must be because that the Baruch Hu wants me to be successful. He goes on, he says, Mikovahu, ha'emes she'ino yehu davar tekal. Someone says, this is probably the person to understand. This is a very dangerous concept. In general, this concept of a voluntary deciding also, that if somebody comes to the Kabbalah, they won't help them along down that path. So remember that here's another truth. Sometimes I want to embark on a very that every single thing that someone is automatically deciding also help God help me along that path to make me look many different ways and many different circumstances. The point that the subject is trying to make is that too often we interpret the divine will in a way that suits us best. Right? All of us deep down want to go ahead and fulfill the left branch. I want to fulfill the will of God. But how I intuit the will of God very often becomes a self-conscious. So if I want to do something in life and I happen to be successful in that area, it's very easy to interpret that success as demonstrative of, oh, I'm doing the will of God. I'm doing the will of God. How much damage happens in this world because people think that they're doing the will of God. This is just so even though yes, I've always kind of decided also, when you come to do something good, ultimately again, when you come to do something good, it's not about doing all that way. But not every time you are successful is that demonstrative of the fact that God is happy with what it is that you are doing. So it's not over here for today, and until we see tomorrow, that's how you reconcile that. So if that's not true, that's not true, every time I'm successful, that's the message that God is happy with what I'm doing. And how do I interpret it? How do I understand that success is indeed the Ribono Shel Olam wants me to go down? There's a chance to continue to hold on because remember again why two pencils, one has white pencils, so most of them is concerned that the astrology of how do we think they knew when pencils was, they knew when pencils was, therefore, what is it? So we started to get really the same thing. Almost the short term normal is technical production that really discuss that never see what we learned last week. Don't say something that you're by others. Because when you go ahead and speak, you need to speak so that your words really convey the meaning they mean. And they do not get you to say something that you believe. So if you have a good hey, you're actually going to do it and do this. Right? Raise the other because your other all the people have to leave. What's the deal? The 70 years after the comes to the state. And Trump says, people make research. Just the data on people. You are actually really what it is. People are prone. The happy part is, the majority that's called people who have to the polo, the Maslow, the one in the zero, yet full volume to the volume around the course. Yet except for the person that's only like that you will be incredibly the person that's only like pretty much that every distinction of his thoughts, whether that be through his actions or through his speech, are exclusively here. I will say, when the prophet says, he says, but do you rock part of the law? God, when I say something, when I do something, my acceptance is not. And these two is incredibly basic appreciation. See, number one, on an individual level, we make mistakes. We make mistakes simply that have such clarity that we can't imagine that we're wrong. First of all, understand that just because something is good to you doesn't always mean that it is correct. And it could be profound result, something that requires us to feel it, requires us to be humble. Like that, even if I see something new, this is correct, maybe it's not. But people are talking about really sensation of themselves. And at the end of the day, a person has to make sure that what they do in terms of their spoken words and in terms of their deeds, that it doesn't lead to anyone to misunderstand or to feel this is the cultural expression that is the idea of specificity. The idea my life I actually know what's in the morning. I have to explain it to occupation of which I become aware of it. Look, you can have the explain why you do the things that you do, and maybe it may be efforts to behave that it shouldn't be doing. You don't simply have to stand on the own to be understood. Lo yakul di daga olas was dular rock roll to that big of we'll say it's not a good idea for yourself to do something that you see something that's only clear to you which could be misunderstood by others. The Ava should like inspire should keep about that the Russian is incredibly so because sometimes something appears right but it appears wrong right on the other side. There's something I do I have to do a self-check and ask myself maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the things that I think is correct is not really all that correct. I'm actually wrong. Because I just said, okay, but you like inspire Lo jasno utilizzata olato è smasciato rato la rosa lo Eva Shula inspire Africa that we thought about that. We should go do help with Africa and inspire the master of the Israel. Eva Shafar Shafar the poem in the world once you do something and what you see, it's very hard to see that. Very hard to do that. Very hard to try to do that. Yet the topic of the can do is to be much more standard and more practical. Before I speak, I look for general sense and making sure that whatever I say is used satisfies two criteria. Number one, it's really correct. It's really correct that what I'm saying is really correct and what I'm doing is really correct. That's all. That's all. And it's not because I can say that. And a lot of times like can't say that. That's everything. What I'm saying is right, that's really correct. So look, if you can't, you're not sure that what you're saying or what your deeper or your life is not correct, then better not to say it. Better not to say it, better not to do it. That that's days. That's all. Days is even if you know that what you're saying or what you're doing is correct, will it be understood? Will it be heard? Will it be seen by others in the correction? As well as sometimes you have people who can correct that. But the way I say it, the way I articulate it, or the way it's have a nice one that told you, I'm saying something correct, but I'm not saying it in the correct way. So what happens when you say something correct in an incorrect way? Not usually very helpful. Not usually very helpful. That's big. So Aleph, one more time, Aleph, make sure that what you're doing, what you're saying is correct. And if you're not 100% sure that the deed or the mice is correct, then you don't do it. And even if it is correct, even if it's not correct, make sure that you express the deed that you perform the action in the way that is not misleading or by others. About Machati Yafalaksha, he said, אבל אחת יכול לחלוק ולהחליט בגדול, הכתיבות, ג'רמן בברונה בסוף, רק לא בלבד, ולא בחכמים אחרים, בחיפה, שעד במסתר, אחת שטוב וזה, עדיין לא אפשר לא לדעת מה זה נקרא בבקת אחרים. Listen to this. This is what I'm telling you. To be explained. So what that means. So this is a very high bar. Okay? It really is an incredibly high bar. This idea that don't say something unless you know 100% correct. Don't do something unless you know that is 100% correct. And make sure that it's not just correct in its content, but in the way that you say it, in the way that you do it, that it should not be misunderstood by others. Notice that, but what about the fact that sometimes we need to work things through? Right? What about the fact that most of us don't necessarily arrive at unequivocal truth in word or in deed, just like this is the process? There was another example, of course, that's what thought. What's the role of Machshava? The role of Machshava the role of Rothschild is where it's going to allow us to swirl around inside. It's an ultimate again, it makes sense. Because there's such kind of because where do we get ourselves in trouble in life? Most often, when I go ahead and I rush to Igor, I rush to myself, and then I realize afterwards, that wasn't correct. Or even if it was correct, it wasn't expressed in the correct fashion. That's all about Shabbat. Now, Shabbat, I will say, is where I take ideas, or I take concepts, and I allow them to swirl around. That's what thought is about. Let me think about it. Let me dwell on it a little bit. And then after this idea, this concept, this intended mindset, this intended people, it goes through the concept of Shabbat, and I think it through. Then if I think it through and I realize, A, it is correct, and B, I am a safe if you do it correctly, then we can do it. Instead of telling you what the part about Machshava is, who knows about Machshava? Who knows about Machshava? Who knows about your thoughts? You. So remember, if it turns out that I was wrong about something, here's the great news. Just leave it to me. I haven't said anything. I haven't done anything. So the nice stuff is that myself has not been conveyed yet. Right now, it's only in my mind. So we'll say again, that goes on and says, well, we can go and grab when they said, leave it too long, go out. Literally, again, the heart doesn't feel its secrets to the mouth. That's very simple. Put it in the heart of the mouth. Those things that are in your heart don't automatically come to you. You can go ahead and think about things and go on things in your heart without allowing it. The study teaching, like, again, we're teaching a very simple distilled, yet they compound on the actions. The same was an incredible amount of aspects connected, which is really hard to recognize that the core and the more act, the stage where actions that is part of the sense. Number one, they should be correct. They should be correct. In other words, make sure that whatever I'm going to say is really correct. And whatever I'm going to do is really correct. And if I'm going to say something or do something, and it needs a whole bunch of Rashi and Ramban and Rachayim and Christine, it needs a whole bunch of Mepharshim to explain why it's correct, then it's most probably not correct. If you actually right, if my act, make sure that what you're saying, what you're doing is really correct. And days, make sure that what I'm saying and what I'm doing doesn't require additional explanation. That's the goal. My actions and my speech should be able to stand on their own without having to explain. Says that Tzaddik is the power of mind. It's in my mind. I think about all these things I want to say, all these things I want to do, analyze them, understand them. Are they correct? I will be completely correct. And if the extent of those criteria, then that is something good thing. That is something here to pick up the very national level. was a section the public points out there's we'll call it a mitzvah, an opportunity, an obligation that is defined with particular time. So, okay, so you have this effect. So what does Jesus say? Jesus says, perform that mitzvah in the earliest part of that. Suppose this is Jesus in general, that where you can we love during the day. During the day, so what now look is Julius was with I as usual, let me do it follows. This is only a drug. Once it's a hammer, when someone is wrong, Jesus says, try to see it as early as possible. That's what Jesus says. Those are the, for example, even though I believe it before Nate, like that doesn't say there are other things that are not there are just things in life that have to get done. So those things in life that have to be done, that honestly are of a particular time, once you do them, eventually you do them. Now, Jesus said as do it now. Don't wait. Don't do it until tomorrow. Don't bring it to its time. Don't bring it to its better. Do it now. So let's say it others. They will act not now, then when. But it's such a fundamental distinction between Jesus. Because Jesus means different things in different contexts. In the middle, it has its defined time. Jesus means even it's the idea of you seven, not before that time. Because there was a time I'm going to somehow do it. Instead of almost an over 4 days. So by Abraham, he gets up early that day. Because he says that for him, this reason for the week that day, not the night before, not 2 days before, that day, that morning. Who live in Esford early that morning. But then there are other things in life other kinds of life that I think I have to be concerned with that before I finish obligations that I have. So at the edge of the obligations, when you do those things, yes, that is right back. Don't take memory again, where the subject began. This particular oath, the most one I talk about the days of the flesh. We call it days of the flesh. Specifically in the tomorrow, which was on the passage of Kenya, and you said that we were working in the days of the flesh, but not to say the Malacha, the Alos Shachar, had says so also remember again, we so have to look at this from dawn until nightfall. Remember again, we already used these concepts to show the parameters of day, like the definition of day is from Alos until 6. I think the comparison will maybe not make sense. Maybe that's the definition of stories. They just had Jesus. They started working even before daybreak, already from dawn. And they continued working after the says that Shaduk, he says, Satan, the mind is the knowing another or oh my gosh, God, sorry, before we get that. So Shaduk says, to learn this lesson, by the way, from the way we relate to the material world. What happens in the material world? It says, Sharimushu form the scale, about that. We cover Trinity. We cover Hanopos, and it will give us what's not when you have a business goal, or some kind of material pursuit that is a great truth. No one ever says, you know what, it's too early in the morning to start working. You know what, it's a great deal. But you know what, it's after I clocked out. I clocked out already. So as I clocked out already, that's 5 years. I'm going to work. Work is over. I'll start tomorrow. The time is no says that. Says that the opportunity for the great opportunity comes along grab it. Someone calls you the great business deal. 7 you know what? $1 million deal. Seven, seven. I can't stop working. It's not. I would assume that someone calls at 7 p.m. at an opportune time, right? And that they call it $1 million business deal. I'm pretty sure most people take that call and do it as empathetic. That's easy. So again, it's situations where opportunities come up. To do something great, to do something great. So Zrizo says, grab it and grab it now. That's different. There's other contextual reasons, like mitzvahs. So I can't take lulav at night. As stunning as I am for lulav, that's not the mitzvah. This is my day. So I do it at all years. So sometimes Zrizo has to operate within a particular framework of time. And sometimes Zrizo says, grab it and grab it now. I mean, ends up like things like tomorrow. This is why the Gemara ends up by saying that the Gemara says you use the 180 the definition of day and night. That day begins at levels, nighttime, and nighttime is same. So what kind of example is this? The Beis Hamikdash is not Lulav, right? The Beis Hamikdash is right? So again, what it's meaning what? The Beis Hamikdash is not defined at a single time. And it was not the Malach of the Beis Hamikdash was not defined at a single time. Therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, the Gemara said maybe the Beis Hamikdash will be sorry. Hashmalon, the Gemara says no. The Pasuk in Nehemiah is coming to give you the definition of the answer. Rabbi says it's a takeaway for us. It's quite profound. We are all familiar with importance of solutions. But what we learn from Torah is three things. Number one, like every piece of life, you have to figure out the right way to apply any particular because sometimes we just misapply it, it's disaster. Right? Remember, we had this example of how we have this example of CBS. He says people do some crazy stuff in the name of the highest. He says all the time. People do crazy stuff in the name of the highest. It's a blind spot. So it's usually from several things. You have to know where to apply Jesus. Some people were just what ends up happening is they just end up messing stuff up because it's well intentioned. Because Jesus just is excited all the wrong ways to try to take a move of that time. I am Jesus. No, you actually messing up. Two types of Jesus. What we'll call it mitzvah type Jesus, where again, I have a particular time frame, do this movie as you time the time frame, and then what we'll call situational Jesus. Situational Jesus. When opportunities arise, Jesus grab them, and just imagine like yes, well, why that came out is that when I look at spiritual life, recognize that when opportunities are like Jesus is there. Not there. Now all right, that was a good. section below that commentary on law safer help provide a lot of background to the public sector. The right hand column, the bottom of that column, that says the timing here, they were working with the Alosa Shaka was actually one of the ones that were like last night we were speaking about this so I was trying to think about it again, voting and you're right that we work with these research, the Alosa Shaka was going, I say something about it. It was interesting enough way we can always see that message. You've got things complicated things that you work with the entire day. So you see the question in the family, when does the day begin? The day begins as Amos. And when does the day end? The day ends as of Tzisakopah. Tzisakopah is next Shabbat. Those are the only things we are discussing. Show that on the 13th of August, all is considered the day. And we'll see what happens to the Omer and the rest of the family says, Bahayulano Halayla Ishman, Bahayom Malacha, and then the bottom of it that the night was for us to watch. The day was for work. And with the Arabs and the we are Haisi Omer, Shimshkia Sakama Yaksha Karashi Yarayla. רק שבפעילי בהשתתפות ובאחר לעבוד גם בלילה. So remember, the Gemara says that we work during the day. I'm at a problem. Really big extends from sunrise to sunset. That's if we work in the day from dawn. And so things like other, just because we're putting in a longer Mashmallah, the Emmett comes along and says that no, the definition day is from Amos until Tzisakopah. That's the Gemara in the second class. What that Gemara does for us is that a lot of the time how about that? Shahadin the Horus is not reason again that it's not just enough to wait for public but it's just not done with these and how does one go ahead and get this? Do things as quickly and as early as possible. See the result those who are sorry, people for example, the entire essence of it. What is this? Why do people enough to get the job done? Why must there be how you do it makes all of the difference. When you go ahead and relate to that particular thing, makes all so the task might be done yesterday. The garbage might go out, the evidence might be get accomplished. How you do it and still it with you. how you feel about it. You know, I have a session at not literally like this is incredible. He said, "Bereka hari so you have to kind of I will say how do you see the idea of Jesus as the first opportunity you have to do it. Bechozos, ein alem lios machim tevitzah. Because interestingly enough, even Jesus apparently has its limitations. Right, has its limitations. He says about bechozos ein alem lios machim tevitzah. The hashim l'shem kan l'shem kilasavos. So there are limitations. In other words, I'm not obligated to go ahead and do this law. The first one, like for example, so let's say there's an obligation I have an obligation to do a test. If that's an opportunity that comes before me, here's my thing with this. So I have an obligation to not go to sleep at night in order that I can be able to perform an activity. Cautious, like I'm allowed to sleep. But what does Jesus say? Jesus says that as soon as you're up in the day, you have the opportunity as soon as you can. So even Jesus himself has, in other words, these stories in the general context of performance. But one is obligated to go ahead. His example, these stories before the day starts. Si goes on a venture, the Paris Common Express in display. Supposed to be effective document service. Al Sheilas had lamentation from the acting physical and tell you down. So that because Zipro and the comments takes place or La answer both king and the night for the 14th. We check for comments. Why do you have to do like why can't you do the morning of the 14th? Second, Omar, so we'll say incomers that you go to this is Hayrak Papa, okay, you check comments. So he will say, oh, Jesus, there's needs of Pashkisu. You need to destroy all the comments you have in your and therefore, no technically speaking, one should have performed that mitzvah in the morning of Erev Pesach because of reasons not to be exist. We go at night, like the night of Erev Pesach. Hurry, Rakpapa, okay, yes, I'm double the those as we just said, even Jesus has its limitations. Right? So remember again, I will say, I want to be zealous, I want to be a lactose, I want to be eager and zealous to bring mitzvah of the Zika's comment. At the end of the day, does that obligate me to do it the night before? No. Where does it obligate me to do? Where does it obligate me to go ahead and do it as early in the day as I can? This is very important. Where do we learn the concept of spiritual sanctification? Where do we learn about Avlavim, Vayashkin, Avla, Baloker, Vayakavoker. Right? Avlavim got up early in the morning before the Akuzah, and also again, had also this morning. Avlavim is the charismatic example of Jesus and sanctification. The most interesting, what did Avlavim do? What did he do? What didn't he do? He didn't leave the night before. Right? You're so sorry, don't go to sleep. So sorry, don't go to sleep. You're so sorry, like every Sylvia will say that even Jesus has its parameters. So if Jesus says on any given day, do perform your opportunities as could be for the most it's such an incredible soul. Because what it says is, like Choma says in Kohalas, that whole life there's a time for everything. And everything must be exercised in moderation. Because you know what happens if a person is given all that? Right? The anxiety. Right? It can also be a lot of times, by the way, a lot of times. Of like where again there's an unhealthy kid. That's not unfortunately again that's something much more significant. this resource itself has parameters. One base, every music, even the best one, has to be applied in a normal, balanced fashion. Because if it's all Zoris all the time, and at the end of the day, again, no matter what good, that becomes a bit problematic. So let's listen to this. So given that reality, we have an interesting dynamic here that the Dikas comes. Because let's say, remember again, so why is the Dikas comes then done at night? At the end of the day, it can't be because of Rizos. Because Rizos just says that whatever you have to do it early in the morning, do whatever you can in the day, to which the Tzaddik says, in Tom, I said, taking your own, only went ultimately to Yakiva. First thing in the morning, didn't go at night. So I'm going to leave you over here, we'll stop over here. You have to pick up with the back now. But understand, we'll leave off with this. So now Tzaddik introduces us to the power of Rizos, which we already learned from Abba Rizos, gives us the parameters of Rizos. Parameters of Rizos ultimately, again, being early in the day. It doesn't require you to do anything early in the day. It doesn't require you to give up your sleep. It doesn't require you to fall asleep in the middle of the night. So interesting, you're not yet Bikas Chametz. We know that the Gemara tells us why is the Bikas Chametz? Why is the Bikas Chametz done at night? Why? Because there Yafa Malay, the Bikas Chametz is the Bikas Chametz. For checking the cracks and the crevices in the home, you need a candle. Candle works much better at night, but I'm telling you to understand at a deeper level that the fact that the Bika is done at night teaches us a different form of Jesus, and we have such a big we are picking up this one have his post on the page, so we can just today. We started this beautiful series last week where the subject which resides in every single thing in this world, and taking everything in that particular that's the idea for the tour book, something that is bored, a reference to something that is blank, looks empty and holy, but then we go into it and we don't see the response. Which of course, again, in the aspect from philosophy of physics is probably the ignorant mode, the primary application of this application of individual approach to be in the gala of the circus to feel the responsibility inside of us. So Tavi says, however, if you do this, you must be careful because of the remember again, the mind itself said that you don't enter into the number one, you can't have shadows. You can't have molest, and you can't have medicine. Literally, Hashan, because ultimately, again, that's what people used to engage in the ritual activity. Not molest, collapse of the structure. And let's see, the Tzaddik understands that these three things as well are a metaphor. Also, a moral meaning to the dangerous things keeping even if the goal is to go ahead and uncover the sparks and leave them out. So there's a, in the source. No, it's energy. So the shut. So the best kind of person to do is to be aware of all the risks of what they can do. But when they do it, now again, I understand it's really better personalities, and I choose that it's better to go forward. But the worst thing in life is to try to do something and be totally unaware of the risks associated. So it says, this combination of things is the good and going ahead and lifting up materialism and making it holy and finding holiness and spirituality in the mundane is an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing which you must be able to be aware of the danger. He goes to an athlete, big eye says, we'll actually look at this and we'll have to see this. People look on the right hand, others it says, I will never can Moshe the Gashmi is Urbo, Moko Zabo, Shalot Zalasos, Sham Atira, Vasisa, Uba Iglo. Moshe, just like we said before, that his actual good, the physical good. So you're not allowed to go about it. You have to one is that you look suspect. You look suspect. That's what people like. Or illicit activity, immoral activity. So a person goes and looks suspect that he's not going there for any type of food purpose. He's going there to find his desires. So Shabbat right says, H the other if you want to be able to allow you to know. Each Shemite each don't eat the type of business of the Look at this really kind of well, you call it Alos Roy, even to this Aribo is in myself. So tell it like this. You're going to use the specific Shemite will strong. So it doesn't consider what's in some right. So we go ahead and get right. So let's say again, we talk about over here, a person wants to get involved in some serial in order to go ahead and boost the show. We're trying to make people reveal this conscious holiness in every single thing. That works as long as that's really your intent. That's really your intent. But sometimes a person will say that's their intent, but their intent really just to speak themselves into a world of material. I'm walking in this. The person has to suspect their own intention. Are my intentions really good? Are my intentions really pure? Are my intentions right? If my intentions are correct, then your intention hopefully I have a better chance of being successful. But the worst thing in life is when you pretend you're doing something noble with the right intentions, and it turns out that it's already something. So this in general is one of the greatest challenges when it comes to anything spiritual, that you know am I doing the right things for the right reasons. Nice thing, that's sometimes the greatest project a lot. It is the greatest project a lot. In my limited understanding, the greatest project doesn't seem to be lot in for-profit ventures. The greatest project seems to be lot in not-for-profit ventures. When people are engaged in Tesla, and people are engaged in Avodas Hashem, and people are engaged in religion, like when everything falls, people want to make money. I just want to make money. I just want to make money. Like, let's just want to be successful. Okay, we can argue, I want more money, you want less money, I want less money. We can argue about that, but Lamaisa, there's absolute clarity of intention. Sometimes the wisdom of focus comes up in the world of Avodas Hashem, in the world of Chesed, in the world of Tzedakah. Again, when I think that I'm doing the Lord's work, those things become defiable in my eyes that could not otherwise be justified. When in fact what's really happening is, it may look like I'm doing the Lord's work, but my machshavas, my intentions are not correct. And when the intentions are not correct, it shows everything. The Prophet says, that's what it means, nothing but furba, it's not hashad. Be careful. We don't enter into the ruin. We don't go and enter into the world of the material. We don't try to do things to go and remove the secrets of being involved in it so close, unless you know you have to do it. Especially when it comes to anything to do with the emotional. Now that being said, there's another philosophy. The other philosophy is, you also just can't worry about intent so much as you worry about action. It is better to do the right thing for the wrong reason than not to do the right thing at all. It's a very important distinction. Because at the end of the day, there's one who's not as much focused on what you think or it's not but likely not what you do. So there's like this different dueling ideas. On one hand, purity of intent is so important. Don't go into the quiver why the gas shot so many times. People set out, they say they want to do the right thing, but they're not doing it for the right purposes, and that's what everything gets lost. On the flip side, don't wait until you feel right purpose in order to do the right thing. Do the right thing, and a lot of times again, the purpose, the right purpose, the feeling of the right purpose comes along after. But in any event, person has to be careful of this. Whenever you go, if you're going to go into the curve of life, if you're going to do something that has associated spiritual risks, but your intention is, I will say, remember, his example is military. A person wants to enjoy the material world, but I'm going to enjoy the material world with a pledge, but I'm going to use it in a spiritually responsible way. Make sure that's really your intention. Because listen, y'all, it is easy. Materialism is the easiest to do yourself. A person starts off with something saying, I'm going to buy this, purchase this, enjoy this, and I'm going to use it in some type of holy, elevated way. And then before I know it, I'm just up to my neck in gashness, and there's absolutely no weakness. Next, Dave, this man Mazikin. Very interesting. He says at the bottom of the right hand column, the name Mazikin, what does that mean? The most of the gashness, Yesh, Sakana, the kind of supporting that statement of Mazikin of the skull above. Came to uncover Yakas with Bar Harishus, Shekayama Sakara Lukonis, they play a Mazikin Lukonis. Why can't you go into the Quran? Mazikin is going without the border. Shaking. Going into the Quran poses the spiritual danger. It will say, whenever you spend your time engaged in something that is not clearly a spiritual pursuit, even if your intention ultimately again is noble, understand spiritual danger that let's say we see this all over the time at any place who has to spend the Shabbat, who has to spend the day in the world. A person goes to work, right? A person goes into the world. Again, a person could conduct himself not like in a pious, holy, and upright way. But you often can't control the way people speak around you. You can't control the way people act around you. You can't control the way people dress around you. And so the nice says what sudden. So a person goes into the world again with the love intentions. My goal is not to take into the world with material, not in order to lose myself in it, but ultimately again in order to lift it up. In order to lift it up. Listen, why does the person go to work? The person goes to work because they're hoping that they can make the Kiddush Hashem in their respective field, that they can do something meaningful, that they can do something purposeful, that they can have a Shem Shamayim. They can make a difference in this world. Yes, earning a paycheck is very good. Also, and then I can do all of the wonderful things with that paycheck as well. But when I said there's a noble experience in going into the world. You can go, but this is a thought, like, the Rothschild is kind of like a pretty kurva. Right? It's kind of what the world is. It's a place that's very hostile to our values. And a place that's very hostile to our ideals. But yet, I need to go. I want to go. I want to make a difference. I want to make a difference. But it says, beautiful. You just have to be aware of the dangers. So the second one is Mazikin. There are Mazikin. There are shading all around you. Shading all around you. There are destructive spiritual forces everywhere we turn. I was saying, by the way, I'm going to point out, lest you think that those of us who don't work in the secular world don't face these shading are everywhere. Any person who has to leave the confines of the restaurant, to leave the confines of this home, encounter these shading in the general world. Be aware of it. Be aware of the shading. Be aware of the dangers that are all around, because the more aware you are of the dangers, the better equipped you are to deal with it. So let's just finish this. Gimel says, this is incredible. The Gemara Makola says that Tzaddik Moshe Begashnus Ein Levichani Furba Mishum Sheish Basakara Mikisa. Just like those say in the physical furba, you don't walk in. Why? Because there's a danger of collapse. The walls can cast a shalom collapse on you. So he says the Tzaddik, even the scam furba, he ruwa v'amedes people, because once they can tell the ruin, doesn't have a lot of structural. Came who can be Yakas with Bar Harishus, that Atzmo will only people in the battle. She'in Lotzil Ani It's incredible. This is what the third day was the Kurban, just what they do. The third day was the Kurban collapse. And I will say, a lot of times in life, we do things, and we're not stable with them. And I don't think things through enough. And I began to come in, and because it's not stable appropriately, no matter what happens, collapses, cannot be shown. Sleep debt. So listen, sometimes we start things in life and started for good purposes, but either I don't carry through on the purity of intent, or really have to show maybe I deluded myself, and maybe it was really nothing to do. In this particular endeavor, I just wanted to do it, and I started, and also you can see the subject here again is referring specifically to cash, specifically referring to the trivial, and we can all relate to this on the trivial level. Because sometimes even a person who kind of gets involved in the material world in a wholly meaningful and measured way, it can get very bad. You can get very by it. It can literally, again, totally consume you to the point that that which you think you were doing for spiritual purposes, now went ahead and put it in front of you. So therefore, I will say, the subject says, this incredible metaphor how Nicholas the Kurba represents a person in the world. Specifically, the subject says it's the world that is in Syria. But it means embarking on any life yes, for the purpose of doing something. Every is going to enter into the group of the unknown of life with intentions to do something just aware of every day. Number one, shot. Make sure your intentions are correct. Because so many times we start things with the right intent, but they're not really the right intent. When we do things right, not the right intentions, unfortunately, over time, it may take a long time, they unravel into the picture there. Number two, seek it. Be aware of the dangers that lurk in the world. Be aware. Whenever you enter the court of life, whenever you leave the safety and security of the experience, the safety and security of the home, be aware of the dangers that are present in every single corner because they're always there. You can't avoid them. So we don't say, therefore, don't go into the world. But Lamaisa, be aware. Go in with eyes open. Unless you get the camera phone. Be careful that that which you seek to dominate is not dominate. And sometimes we seek to go out to do things in life and we choose to control the circumstances. And then unfortunately, again, those circumstances collapse all around us. I'm buried in a life. I'm buried in a lifestyle that I do not want for myself. And I find no way to actually keep myself up. So don't be afraid to go into the Qurba. Just make sure that you are ever aware of the Hashan, the Nazikin, and ultimately nothing. I know we'll stop over here. This is actually going to be our last share in the subject until Yom Kippur. And as Hashem next week we have speakers. We'll be starting with that a little bit earlier, but as Hashem will pick up with Oslam and Gimel. Hopefully again between Yom Kippur and Sukkot. So for the Sunday, get the game. Okay, so that is discussing the post on the days. The continuation of the Gemara that deals again, remember, entering into the Torah, entering in order to be able to gather from nothing. And here we are, having telling them that we don't go into the week. Remember again, yesterday we were focusing on the idea that the Yana was teaching Rabbi Yossi that better to gather a little bit of sleep. Now that every continues to be mentioned, so if you take a look, at Islamic days, then that you look at it, which is ultimately what led to the Ra'el. But also, Shama, I don't know what you're talking about. On what that so the Quran says, after that exchange between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi so Rabbi Yossi says, my manipulation is personal for number one, I learned that you don't have to take it to a lawyer. Right? And remember again, the Gemara is that why don't they have to take it to a lawyer? The Gemara says you make shloshim because of three things. Number one, it make hashad because of suspicion. That's the suspicion that a person is engaging in moral activity. And such a case of people use to offer some level of privacy or secrecy. People offer arrange illicit activities there. So make hashad. If they are not out of a concern that perhaps the structure would crumble. So there again, it's interesting. So hashad is, a spiritual danger. Our whole rest is physical danger. Structure may crumble and fall down. And the third thing was shape. And apparently Satan's demons go ahead and occupy this space of the so this is a subject. Satan shoots. לעבוד הסתובבו, צריכה להתאמץ so now this subject touches on one of the most incredible and fascinating aspects of specific philosophy, which is the concept of exotos. Exotos really means sparks. So a simple teacher Rothschild teaches that there is holiness in everything. Holiness in everything, holiness in everyone. Eyes and outside from you see the holiness, And sometimes you come into a situation where you see people, or you see things that seem to be devoid of any holiness. Sometimes that holiness is covered by a klipa. A klipa is called a shell. Klipa is a shell. So sometimes there's obvious holiness, and sometimes there's obscure holiness. Obscure holiness is covered by a klipa. You could have a spot of holiness that is covered by one shell, one klipa. You could have a spot of holiness that is covered by an ocean. And obviously, the more klipas there are, the more layers of shell there are, the more difficult it is to actually holiness in that situation or in that place. So in general, the Rothschild says that the whole job of a Jew is to go ahead and to release the klipas and to expose the kedusha any area of the mitzvah that the teacher says that Mashiach will not come until we expose all of the results of the kedusha. Why has he changed the 2,000 years? Then he says because there's a lot of sparks in the A lot of sparks in the I honestly know nothing that you want, like a living example of this thing under the leadership of the United States, this type of approach of wherever they go, being the gala, so one of the ways in which you are sparks is by taking something mundane and lifting it up. Taking something mundane and lifting it up. For example, in many specific writings, this is part of the idea behind the Dalit Union on service, behind the shofar, on the Shoshana. This is something that is totally physical and mundane. What's a shofar? A shofar is a ram, right? It's the part of an animal, right? It's part of an animal. And what am I doing? I'm using it as the vehicle for the greatest of spiritual elevation of the experience of the course of the year. I'm going to take a luba, a palm branch, a citron fruit. Again, these are just basic natural items that are not going to keep them around all that Hashem. So we see this out, and again, in general, when we're people that study them, this is why also what Judaism view on materialism and material wealth. And what's the answer? The answer is, depends how you use it. If a person goes in and loses himself in the acquisition of the material and makes the material the be-all end-all of their existence, that's bad. But if a person sometimes uses the materialism in a color people and somehow goes ahead and utilizes it for meaningful and obvious purposes, then I take sparks of goodness that are embedded in the material and I lift it up. Therefore says the Rabbi, the ultimate accomplishment of the tzaddik is the ability to take that which looks mundane and to go ahead and peel away the layers and to expose the sparks of holiness inside you. He goes on, the holiness is left hand color, being of color. Holiness to Rozul, which reference the other figures to see. They will say, there is a image in the Sabbath, and it's really quite fascinating. There is a image in the Sabbath, and what's the picture? So, like, yes, she always said, sometimes, you know, if you request to go ahead and peel back the layer, so the spark of holiness, a person kind of like, you know, it's kind of like if you delve too much into the material, even though again, for the right purposes, to be yourself, not which you are trying to achieve. So the Rabbi says, this is the meaning of this beautiful thing. What is the Gemara say? Mashallah Chazal, where we started to Mashallah Chazal, Ein Nechnasim L'Kurva. So Chazal says you can't go for you. And the Rabbi understands that Kurva is a metaphor for Pirush, Hadavar B'Tavim, She'in Ha'adis Ha'asmi says Asma B'Niyat Ha'alav Davar Rishus. Ayin L'Chabim Or L'Rishus Shemayim. Davar HaRishus Nikra Kurva, Mishum Shubakum Tony and worship the other hand. Pirush Hanoi Ge'in Suyin Both in other Pirush Excellent Rishus. So the Rabbi understands that Kurva in this case, we're gonna turn it a little bit differently. Kurva could be a metaphor for that which is material. Kurva is a metaphor for materialism. Materialism. There is defining it a little bit of a broader facet. I think for our purposes, it is coming to every point. Kurva means something that is void. Right? Khalid means destroyed, something that is void. Like Khalid means by now, destroyed, empty. So when something look at the material world, so materialism is often devoid of any type of truth. It's often devoid of true piety. So what happens? He says, Makom, the God shouldn't be in true Makom. God, Kol, Arak, Kol, Kilo, Umakshavas, Harishim, Shane, Mitzvah, the Inu Abed. The right is one of the others. So what's it here? The other says. The person says to himself, I want to go, and I want to be living. I want to go and lift up the sparks that are within that which is material. I want to embrace the material world, and at the end of the day, not because it isn't end, but because I want to go ahead and display and uncover the sparks of inside every single thing, including the world. So that is here, the Gemara tells us you have to be careful because of three things. Aleph, remember again, what did I do? I mean, three things you can't enter into a portal. What were the three things? Bifnei Hashad, which is a concern of immorality. Bifnei Mapolis, a concern of collapse. And number three was, Bifnei Hashad, Bifnei Mazikin, because of shaving, and Bifnei Mapolis, because of lapse. So the subject, we'll stop over here for today, and we will have a good time here. So the subject says, this is the message. Be careful what situation of materialism you put yourself in. We'll see, again, this is only to be covered. The subject over here is not preaching asceticism. What he's saying is there's something beautiful and noble in the pursuit of lifting up the material. But before you go ahead and you undertake any mission in life, you must always be acutely aware of the danger. And as Yossi said, I realized sometimes it's better not to enter into the world of the material. Or at least, if you're going to enter into the world of the material, you must be acutely aware of the dangerous. And what are the dangers? Mipnei Chashad, Mipnei Mapolas, Mipnei Mazikin. What those mean in the world of the material, and Me'er Hashem, you will see tomorrow. Beautiful, which the story of Rabbi Yossi is Urva. Right? Rabbi Yossi going ahead and going into David, and the Torah going into David's rulers. If you see someone who's performing on this law, albeit not in the best way, but the person is trying their best, the person is putting their efforts, sometimes to leave it alone. And very times like this, so about when you say something to someone in some fashion versus when evidence by Eliyahu Hanavi and Rabbi Yossi, so not a challenge. The subject is very incredible. Let's start actually doing this. So I said that to you yesterday. Osman Aleph, page 9 of Aleph, left hand. All page able to have nice and Rothschild. Says the subject is something else to learn from the place that we began with. How many years have you? How you the college is follow about that? How you the college is follow to it? Remember, after the initial exchange between Yossi and Eliyahu Hanavi, so Eliyahu Hanavi tells him Yossi the truth is, which he should have said, he don't
Right.
you should have him on the road. Remember,
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Remember, you know, the Gemara gets into there, there's a whole discussion about how it's going to the ruling. So here's the discussion of a shad that also that's where the ball could be in any place of it. So if you are because of Yossi, you really should have it on the road. Which of Yossi was fine, because I was expecting if I have it on the road, I would have get interrupted and I could just be inside. Which if you also have Yossi, you could have it at Chilas inside. Have it at Chilas inside, just have it short of Tilo, and that's it. He goes on and says, She'in la'adam mispala ta'arikos, okay, whatever.
Can you hear me? Riser.
Better not to gather a lost perspective. When is the possibility of getting interrupted? Hello? I'll give close to you. Follow some people rather than when there's the potential.
Riser.
Getting interrupted. Riser. Better to gather a shorter one as they should like his spouse over. In order that you should not go ahead and get mixed up. Which
Riser.
is a very logical thing to say.
There he is. Yo, big dog. Yo, big dog. Okay, so we're like halfway through. Alright, so who killed the Cole Brown and Ronald Goldman?
No one knows about who's in around him.
Doug, have you been paying any attention?
Yeah. I've been watching the thing, and they like following the trail and trying to prove some bullshit, and
You're just still walking around.
Well, even if they
Who's
first,
the second guy who got murdered? I know he was like a friend, like Rod, whatever.
his name is Ron Goldman. So he was a waiter at Mezzaluna, the place where Nicole actually did end up eating with her family. And they didn't go to Jackson's, which is where Jason Simpson was working. And allegedly, Nicole and Ronald Goldman, they were friends. They were supposedly just friends, but there's arguments to be made that they may have been more than that. Ronald Goldman was very charismatic, good-looking dude, and perhaps was like a runner of cocaine, which Nicole Brown like absolutely loved. She was like a cocaine fiend, and she. There are some parts that none of the documentaries go into that much, and some of them not at all. The first is how much all of these people love cocaine, and the second is illegal gambling on the NFL. So there was a big reason why the media and such did not want the full story coming out, and that's because if it did, more than just the drug aspect of it is the illegal gambling aspect of it. So O.J. Simpson at the time was working for CBS Sports, or NBC Sports, one of them. He was like a sideline commentator. If you don't know, like O.J. Simpson at one time was like arguably the greatest running back in the history of the NFL. He was a really big deal. He won the Heisman Trophy at Southern Cal. He was just an incredibly athletic dude. But more than that, people used to ask him like, "Are you black?" And he'd say, "I'm not black. I'm OJ." And what did that mean? It meant that like he had transvest or transcended race. When people saw him, they didn't see a black male. They saw O.J. Simpson. And he was in movies. He was in a bunch of movies. He was in commercials. He was everywhere. And he was doing allegedly a bunch of illegal gambling. And you weren't allowed to bet on the NFL if you were that close. If you were like if you were like a sideline reporter, because the sideline reporter would get like all kinds of inside news that nobody knew about, and would be able to talk to the players. Like he would know about injuries, like how serious things were. And there was no internet that people were using back then en masse. It was like less than maybe 5% of all homes in the United States were connected to the internet at that time. So there was no internet, there was no social media. So it was quite an advantage. And allegedly, O.J. Simpson had inside information regarding a lot of games, and there were some major gambling debts that were piling up as well. Perhaps, I'm not exactly sure on the amounts, but they don't talk about that in any of the.
It could be motivation, a motive for someone to kill his wife.
No, not like that. No. They didn't have any. It wasn't his wife at the time. They had divorced. So, like, they already knew that he didn't like this woman. And the part that you didn't see yet, but they have shown a little bit of it, is after the slow the Bronco chase, and they arrive at Rockingham. The first person to meet OJ at the door is his son, and it looks like they're about to arrest his son. when he gets out of the car. And his son even instinctively puts his hands behind his back, and they just pull him into the house. As for the families, they eventually won $33 million payout from the estate of O.J. Simpson, but O.J. Simpson hid money, and so they really didn't get that much of it. The Goldman, yeah, exactly. And so while they didn't get the money, they did in the civil trial. So the criminal trial, he was found not guilty, and can't be tried twice for the same crime. In the civil, they found him guilty, and the verdict was $33 million, which in the mid-90s was a huge sum of money. It's still a lot of money. But $33 million basically meant that O.J. Simpson was never going to be able to live a normal life again, because he would have this huge debt over his head. So he moved states. I believe. That's a good question. Civil trial, O.J. Simpson found guilty of what?
So Rabbi Yossi says, I thought I would have the most fun. That seems like wild. Like
he was found liable for the wrongful death of his ex-wife and Ronald Goldman, as well as battery against both victims.
Can they prove that he proved assault in the civil case?
No, they proved liable for the wrongful death of both of the victims, and then also battery.
Yeah, isn't battery assault?
No, they're separate. Battery is the unwanted physical contact, assuming without consent, of another individual. Assault is, let me get the exact wording. Difference between assault and battery. It doesn't have to make contact. Assault. So, assault doesn't have to make physical contact. So, assault is the threat or attempt to cause harm, while battery is the actual physical contact. Assault occurs when a person intentionally causes another to reasonably fear imminent bodily harm, requiring the victim to be aware of the threat and the perpetrator to have present. Battery is the complete act involving the intentional, non-consensual, and offensive physical contact. So he
made physical contact with those two people.
They likely said they had evidence that there was, they had been stabbed to death and bruised and such, and that's considered battery. They couldn't prove, though, that they had been assaulted.
Do you think that case was like politically?
Yeah, it totally was. Oh, it totally was. So the criminal case originally was supposed to take place in West Los Angeles, which is it's one of the most exclusive places in the United States. It's extremely wealthy. And they got the case moved to downtown Los Angeles, which is much more urban, much less affluent. Still nice, still very nice, but less affluent, which meant there was a much higher chance to get African American jurors and just minority jurors in general. When West LA basically is pretty predominantly white. The civil trial place Simi Valley, California, a place we were talking about yesterday. I was telling you that it perhaps a place for the witness protection program, but definitely a lot of elites live there. It's very Republican, very white, and That's where they got it for $33 million. Which to me kind of seems unfair. Like, you would think they'd have to have it where crime took place, but because all of that LA County, they were able to make the moves. No, not just in population, certainly in square miles. So then after that, a very interesting thing happened. OJ had no money. And he would be caught on camera on the golf course saying that he's searching for the real killer. He put out a book called If I Did It. All of the funds of the book basically went to the families. He then, I believe, moved to Florida because it allowed him to protect his assets a little bit better, and he wouldn't have to pay out to the families as easily. Then what he did, now this is a weird thing, and I'm going to look this up because I don't want to make it wrong, but he was at, he used to do autograph signings because he could make money with his signature. Like, he couldn't make money with a job. Nobody would hire him. He was persona non grata. Like, he used to be on TV. He used to be in movies. He was a real movie. He was in like several movies, including The Naked Gun. Was in The Side Adventure. He was in a bunch of movies. Yo, dog, what happened with O.J. Simpson in Las Vegas? So then one day, this happened like 15 years after the murders. Or it happened 12 after the murders. O.J. Simpson was arrested in September 2007 following an incident at the Palace Station Casino Hotel, where he and a group of accomplices entered the room and seized sports memorabilia that Simpson claimed had been stolen from him. He was charged with armed robbery, kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, and burglary. Now that all sounds really bad, but he didn't really do any of that stuff. One of the people he was with had a gun, and that was considered armed robbery for them all. The kidnapping is just like the intentional prevention of allowing someone's movement. Assault with a deadly weapon, again, that was somebody else, and burglary. He was just trying to steal his shit back, or take stuff back that he felt was stolen from him, leading to a conviction in October 2008, where a jury found him guilty on all 12 counts. Simpson was subsequently sentenced to 33 years in prison. Keep in mind the number 33. 33 was how many millions he owed the families, and then 33 years in prison, with a minimum of 9 years before parole eligibility, and he served that time at Lovelock Correctional Center in Nevada. After being granted parole in July 2017, he was released in October 2017. Simpson spent the remainder of his life in Las Vegas, residing in a gated community in the Summerlin area until his death from prostate cancer, April 10th, 2024. During his post-prison years in Las Vegas, Simpson frequently played golf at local courses, the Canyon Gate Country Club and Red Rock Country Club. He remained a public figure, attended events, signing autographs, and maintained an active presence on social media. Faced a dispute where his youngest son, Justin Simpson, moved into his Las Vegas home and claimed ownership, leading to a lawsuit by his estate in January 2020. Okay, but anybody who knew him, like, had any interaction with him, said he was jovial, he was funny, he was extreme, like charismatic, above and beyond, just the nicest guy to you. So,
I mean, you watch the video, they said that OJ spent time with his son. His son wanted to spend time with OJ, and he beat him, and was abusive, and sent him off to military school.
So if his son committed the murder, he essentially is at fault for that.
No, that's not how that works. But I get what you're saying. You're saying the situation caused Jason to have this reaction. No, that's not how that works. You can't blame the actions of a parent for long periods beforehand on a more recent crime. It just
I'm not saying he would be like legally responsible, but as far as like the chain of events happening,
I would say that he was a terrible dad. Oh, well, I shouldn't say that. He stood up for his son, so in his own way, he was an excellent dad. But he wasn't good at raising his kids. He cheated on their mom. He was a philanderer. He was doing all kinds of drugs. But at the end of the day, when his son needed him, he was the father of the century. He was just unbelievable. Can you imagine basically jumping on a grenade for your kid and having your name just absolutely destroyed because of a mistake that your kid made?
Yeah, dark twisted way.
It is a dark, twisted way. I agree. And
I mean, he could have prevented all that from happening.
I don't know if he could prevent it all, but he could certainly have made the situation better. And Nicole Brown Simpson was not an angel either. Extremely good-looking woman who loved the party life and liked that party life a little bit more in some ways than she liked being a mother. And her day was like a lot of women in West LA. It was waking up, having a martini or two at the club or whatever, by the pool, driving around in a Ferrari, having nothing to do, not having had a job since she got married, and getting bored doing cocaine, and then getting by some dude, and then come in the evening, the nanny's like been the kid, and it's just a sad situation. But when I first, I just so that just know OJ was skill 100%. I mean, it was like. Wait, I do. It's like before. I like along with everyone in the United States who felt the way that there's just no way they could have gotten away with this crime. This is failure of the system. There perhaps is anger at the justice system in general. And then, I don't know, 10, 15
How much time off did those jury people get?
They were. This was like a trial for like a year. So
the random people just had to like stop what they're doing.
Exactly. And they had to stay sequestered. They couldn't like read the newspaper. They couldn't really be around their families. It was a weird situation. And most trials don't take that long. Most trials
Be around their family for a year.
like limited. I think it had to be they had to have like an overseer, or it had to be they had to thank you. So because if not, the family could be like, hey, did you see what's going on or whatever, and they didn't want that to happen, because then you have a hung trial or a hung jury, and then a lot of things could happen. So when it came out, it was just a shock. Like, no way. And then I just made maybe went like 15 years of my life just absolutely thinking he was guilty because I had never really looked into it. And then, I don't know, something caused me to one day go to one of these documentary websites and just start watching documentaries that I really normally wouldn't watch. And it was like, wait, it just gave me like, it opened my mind to like all of this, like, wait, you mean I had heard it? I had heard ABC my whole life, but at the end of the day, it's really XYZ. How could this be? And you know, it changed. I was seeing like I was being lied to, or there was misinformation or deception. Just a lot of things in my life, and I could see it like around the public and people I knew. Like they just understood what they had heard on the news or whatever. And
Do you think Michael Jackson did it?
I am less likely to believe that Michael Jackson is fully innocent, but I do think that there's a chance that he was much more innocent than it came out to be. And there is a chance that he was completely innocent. I'm not guaranteeing that, but there's a chance.
Even after the documentary, you think he's still...
There's just a lot of like firsthand accounts that I hear of people. However, after seeing that, they all basically like ride on that 1993 case. And if that 1993 case was manipulated, like it seems like it was, a lot of the other things were manipulated. But
I think because Michael Jackson like looked pale as a ghost, the nose surgery,
that hurt.
He looks very scary almost.
I agree.
But like it's easier to frame someone that looks so weird as being
absolutely
because people will buy it up.
I agree. And they in the press. Normally they go by Michael Jackson. He's gone by Michael Jackson forever. And they changed name in the press to being Jacko, like which is a creepy name in itself. And like Jack Off as well. Like that's just a demeaning name. Again, it's an ad hominem attack. And I really don't think OJ did it. I think though he wasn't innocent. I think he went to the crime scene after his son told him what happened, and that's why there are two sets of shoe prints. But it's also why when they did DNA testing, there were multiple sets of DNA. And then that a lot of the DNA that they found matched O.J. Simpson's. Well, back then in 1994, DNA was not advanced enough to be able to tell the difference between a father and a son. So it would have looked the same to them. If you understand what I'm saying. Like basically.
How could they prove that it was either of them?
So there was something like perhaps they found the blood. They couldn't tell the difference. Perhaps the hair. Fingerprints. It was fingerprints. No, it was fingerprints. Apologies. There were two sets of fingerprints and two sets of shoe prints that didn't match. But the DNA did match. The DNA was not good enough to tell the difference between a father and a son. And another thing, that case, the Kardashians famous. At least the thing that made Kim Kardashian famous was the sex tape. But the thing that made the Kardashians famous, just in the eyes of the public, was Robert Kardashian. He ended up dying of cancer allegedly, and going his own way. The Ford Bronco used to be a very popular vehicle. You'd see Ford Broncos around all the time. The fact that O.J. Simpson had a Ford Bronco, his son also had one, by the way, though. But the fact that they had a Ford Bronco, and the Ford Bronco was just talked about so much because of that slow speed chase. They had to stop making it for 30, like 25 years. I mean, it just killed that.
That's funny.
It's
The entire car.
killed the entire car. It started True TV, and so Core TV started. Then it became True TV. I don't know what it is now, but it started its own channel. That was like became famous of that. The detective Mark Furman, he became like a Fox. There was a allegedly the prosecutors in a criminal case, the lead prosecutors were having an affair or like having like a sexual, like an interracial sexual relationship, which caused all kinds of things. Because that's like they're not supposed to be doing that. O.J. Simpson's dream team, he had the best lawyers of all time. He had Johnny Cochran, who might go down as the best lawyer of the 20th century. He started his own firm. He had a firm that became pretty powerful. Had Dershowitz, who
How is he such a great
How
lawyer?
is he such a great lawyer if he lost?
because I don't think he wasn't the lawyer for that. Wait, I could be wrong on that. No, maybe he was. Hold on. Who was O.J. Simpson's lawyer in the civil case? Maybe he was. No, he was not. Unlike the criminal trial, which was handled by the Dream Team led by Johnny Cochran, Baker led a separate defense effort against the wrongful death lawsuit. So it was a different person.
Okay.
They had F. Lee Bailey, who was a famous lawyer. Did you ever see the movie The Fugitive? Or have you ever heard about it?
The Tom.
It's Harrison Ford, and basically, it's like a spin-off, like, based on like a case that happened in the 1950s that F. Lee Bailey, like between the 50s and 60s, that he got that from someone who was accused of killing their wife. It was also made into a TV show. Kardashian, who was like a high-powered lawyer, had who has all kinds of bad reputation in some ways. At the time, seen as a major player, he had Robert Shapiro. If you've ever heard of the website LegalZoom was Robert Shapiro after the OJ trial. Like each guy like made something of themselves because they got so famous from the trial, and they all wrote books and they all made millions of dollars, and it was seen as the best legal team of all time. And you said, well, how's he so good if OJ owed $33 million? They didn't represent him for that. As I understand, OJ didn't have the money to keep paying. Well, as I understand, OJ didn't have
the money to keep funding.
It was the most expensive lawyer team that had ever been assembled.
How much did they
charge the dude?
Let's look that up. How much did the Dream Team
It's
combine?
it's a year of goddamn expensive lawyers.
How much did they charge O.J. Simpson?
What do you guess?
$10 million. O.J. Simpson's Dream lawyer cost him an estimated $3.5 to $6 million in fees, with some of the daily rate $2,000 for the 135-day trial. So it was a 135-day trial. There was like pre-hearings and jury hearings. It was like a whole. Though other estimates placed the collective compensation between $10 million and $30 million. payment method to cover the exorbitant amount of fees. Simpson generated approximately $3 million by signing autographs on football memorabilia. Oh, they also had Barry Sheck, who would go on to make the Justice Project, like basically helping people who were wrongfully accused. He just had, like, basically every single attorney who was a big time attorney back then was on this team, and everybody wanted a piece of it because they knew it was a lot of money in it. They knew it was going to be. It was every single day referred to as the trial of the century, and it lived up to it. Anyway, I had at one time thought we might be getting set up for the trial of this century, where down the line somebody might come up and bring charges against Jason Simpson, but it does not seem like that's ever going to happen. And even if it did, if I were a jury member, I would vote not guilty by reason of insanity. He had mental issues, and I would not find him guilty. So, for as much as I want justice in that situation, there's never going to be justice. In fact, like, if I had to, I would defend Jason Simpson, not because I think he's a great guy, but because he was on, like, antipsychotic medication. He had mental issues. And if you're like, well, he could control it, dude, look at his growing up, like you even said, his dad cheated on his mom. He got beaten until he went to school. He had to watch his dad spend all the time with this pretty little blonde thing, and then have 2 more kids, and then they were doing cocaine all the time, and like his dad wasn't spending time with him. There's a lot of it.
He has like a really good. I mean, they framed it like, oh, this woman didn't show up to his fucking dinner at Jackson restaurants one night. So it's like, no, his entire childhood, his dad chose her over him.
That's true. And anytime you ever talk to anybody about this case and they ask, okay, so who do you think did it? And you're like, his son. Everybody laughs at you initially. And the reason why they laugh at you is because they didn't know, or they forgot, or weren't aware that O.J. Simpson had basically 2 families. He had a son and a daughter with his first wife, and Jason's a part of that, and then a son and a daughter with Nicole Brown Simpson. So when you say his son, the pictures they always put out were the ones with Nicole Brown Simpson, not the older family. So they didn't even know that he had a son who was of age, who was a big dude, who was strong. They would think that you're talking about like a toddler, and it's like, no, you're not talking about that.
I have a question.
Hit me with it, big dog.
Also, say something or I'll ask this one first. The son, like. Oh wait. Was that video of the car chase? And him. That wasn't after the murder, right? That was before the murder.
No, it was after the murder. It was like 3 days later or something.
Okay. So that's 3 days. Okay. And they didn't find because the fucking whatever his name is, the friend of the wife that also got murdered. He the coroner dude was like, there's this guy's bruised knuckles, like whoever he was fighting off should have injuries too, but did not see any injuries or even look for any injuries on the case. Pulled up to the house in the car chase.
That's correct. Yeah, it seems like they they had their eyes on OJ, and especially because he was just in a slow, like a car chase that shut down the whole city. They thought, okay, let's look at him. And at least Jason, they're not allowed to search him without a warrant.
Yeah.
And
So he could have very well injuries, but they were not. No.
I think he did.
Why did they not have a warrant for? How quickly did they detect OJ?
They pinpointed him immediately. And there was almost
as they said, they just wanted to get Friday for the prize.
Exactly, and there was, and like, yeah, totally, and there was a major racial aspect of this that I don't want to discount. That these it was unique to have a interracial relationship. It was becoming more common, but it's not like today where it's pretty normalized. Like most white women had never had an encounter with a black man, let alone marry one, and let alone have children with one. And so the idea like, you stupid bitch, this is what you get. I'm not saying that's a right mentality to have, but that's the mentality of many racist people, that like you shouldn't have been with someone who was not of your kind. I don't know how else to describe it but that's how a racist person's going to view this. And really what Nicole Brown Simpson did was she was in her own way like a trailblazer of a interracial marriage in the spotlight, and that was just rare. But there was the idea that you married someone who there was like a racial element to it, like this is why white women shouldn't marry black men. I'm not saying that's I didn't feel that way, and no one I knew felt that way, but that was in the discussions of the time of the mid-90s. People were much more racist then.
Yeah, definitely.
She
was doing something bad.
Yeah.
According to the race.
And they didn't interview her sister. They showed pictures of her, the lady who yelled at me, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Have you ever heard before you go, I want you to do yourself a favor. Jay-Z has a song. I'm going to wait here while you listen to it. It's one song I just want you to listen to. It's called The Story of OJ. It's an amazing song. Actually, watch the music video. If you turn the music video on, I'll watch it with you right now. And then you go to bed.
I woke up like 2. Wait, are you going to bed?
I thought you were done with OJ.
Yeah, I didn't want to keep watching it. It was hurting my brain.
Okay, well then turn on. It's just a second. Just turn up, if you would please. I don't mean to boss you around. Would you please stream The Story of OJ? It's 7 minutes, and it's like. It's a really interesting song. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, it is a beautiful art.
Oh. It says that the song is only 4 minutes long.
Okay, then it's 4 minutes long. I thought it was longer.
Alright, stream it.
Excellent. And I think it's a great song. It's like, and one of the lyrics is, "I'm not black, I'm OJ," and that was like OJ's thing. The thing he would tell people.
He lost his cultural belief. The first area where destruction manifests itself is in my heart. I should not be hurried to operate the over. Shall we come of our age? She was the man who had my heart is into the dice. So what happened to my heart? My heart is full of holiness. I am after that, inside of my heart is the seat of ambitions. And then what happens? We stay by his rivers, we a little bit, we skip down a little bit. I'll check in on my home, not nature after chocolate. So that right, or very so much tradition tonight. The Kabbalah's from a Kushabai. Sorry, it's a Polapic from a Shabbat. After Haya, the Kabbalah, you might be able to go from Shabbat to here were two below. This is what happens. So, just becomes totally pure. Totally of any real thought. This is he seems to have a progression. First, when I sin, it becomes blocked with first something is the heart. Because the lack of fuel, there's a lack of passion, there's a lack of devotion, there's an emotional and spiritual happiness that I know that passion. Then if I don't correct things, it spreads and the more intellect. There are no even thoughts of Cuba, thoughts of issues, thoughts of rehabilitation. And then it has to show that I do nothing to stay with is outdoor Halei, the Hamoa, the Leila has double run the action all to the great and nice and golden to the Mahmoud. In other words, ultimately again, if I don't stand more like sanity, what happens to Shalom? Ultimately again, it's Kima, spread to the entire level. That's the best. Everything goes to the so public never was a lead that see the public that the same way. If it's a mikdash that we suffer, if it's a mikdash destruction, these things, sometimes that's what is what we plan. And happens in these cases of life. Bias, hateful, globes. That's what they say. Destroy, send us to happen. But bias and sin corrupts my emotion, corrupts my feelings. Blocks my lookings and spirituality. If I don't spend time, bias and negativity spread, ultimately I get the hateful, the mind. But my thoughts are not practically anything meaningful. And the passage on my belt is then the time, goes. Then the entire body is
I just think that's a powerful song. Yo, Doug, have you ever heard that song?
I've heard it before. I haven't seen the music video though. It's like Mickey Mouse style.
Yeah, I think they call that it's like magical. It is. Let me look it up. It's like it's considered offensive. Like when when cartoonists used to do it because they were all white, whatever. Magical art. Is it magical? No, it's not magical. That's different. Yeah, what do you call that art? That's like lawn dog jockeys and like it's like very racist art, like with watermelon and stuff. It's called Jocko, which is even like what they used to call they called Michael Jackson Jacko, which is like so it's blackface lawn ornaments that depict pickaninnies or samba figures eating watermelon. I don't know if that's something, but it's not. There's another Yo, the story of OJ. What is the art of its music video? It's black and white animation, 1930s and 40s theatrical cartoons. It is. It's that Jabo or Little Black Samba. Anyway, so I think it's cool that Jay-Z like took that art style and was like, we're gonna use this art style to depict this type of song. And going on. Oh, one thing I wanted to say about Nicole and OJ, when I would see them together, they just looked like a really good-looking couple. They were like two really good-looking people, and there were people who would say that when they were together in public, like Nicole couldn't have been happier, but it was behind closed doors where he would beat her and was abusive, and it's like it's the idea that like things are always rosy on the outside, but deep down it can be really bad. What's amazing to me about that story is, again, just like with Michael Jackson, and just people are so, and when I was a kid, racism really was like hurtful to me, and especially like just to know that like people didn't treat others equally. To some extent, like I grew up in suburbia, but I did have some interactions with professional